move.
Apparently, Larry Ellison had the biggest net worth increase in 24 hours, beating Elon from last April. So good competition there.
Yeah.
What a move, Brendan.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, better than expected right across the board as far as the numbers are concerned. Just seeing here, negative 0.1 on the month-over-month PPI print. The expectation was 0.3 to the upside, so much better than expected. Again, CPI going to be the bigger mover, or potential bigger mover for the overall market coming up tomorrow morning. Make sure you're with us at 8:30 for that as well. IPOs back on the mind as well this morning. We'll get Klarna today. The past two in a row here have been pretty exciting.
That's going to be really big, Brendo. Hopefully it's more sustained than the Figma IPO, which kind of dilly-dallied as well. Lots to talk about today, guys. As Brendo mentioned, Oracle in focus, up over 31%. Apple coming off its iPhone release. We'll have more to say about that. In GameStop to the tune of 9% in Greensville over here. Good report there as they continue to add crypto onto their balance sheet. Chewy down. It looks like it's going to be SSR here, Brendo, already 10%. And then we were talking about earlier, SNPS, all sorts of red, dropping almost, I think it's down $150 here. Synopsys, Brendo, taking it on the chin.
Unbelievable, yeah. Pushing, I mean, it could be $200 by the time the day is over here. But I want to mention Joby. You and I have been kind of keeping an eye on Joby over the past year or so as it continues to get closer and closer towards some sort of realization, teaming up with Lyft here in a future bid, I guess, for electric helicopter rides on Lyft.
Yeah, we got the proof of concept last time. Remember, we did that, whatever, I think it was like a 10, 15-minute test, and it sold off aggressively. And I'm involved in the name, full disclosure. So I was kind of like, was the market not impressed with the range? Was this worse than expected? You know, to me, it seems fantastic. They got the Dubai thing going on there. We'll have to see how this report goes, but already up here, Brendo, nicely in the pre-market.
Yeah, my mistake. It's actually Uber. There is a Lyft headline this morning as well. They're doing the same thing in New York City, but this is the actual headline here. It's Uber, not Lyft, for Joby, but pushing $14.50 already. Looks great. To the upside for the eVTOL world, the next thing that could possibly pop up on your ride home if you are out at night. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, especially from the helicopter. I mean, you and I were talking about that. Coming home from the airport in Toronto was a nightmare. So 15 minutes, that would be fantastic.
So good.
Lots coming up this morning, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah. Well, I mean, guide big or go home, Oracle. Why not? Like it's not often that you see a company which will
Oracle is off,
which will miss on top and bottom, and then all of a sudden they start throwing that guidance out there, and they're talking about like doubling up some of that growth year over year. It's just it kind of leaves you speechless because there's just nobody, there's no realm of expectation that would have seen 31% for Oracle. Like you're thinking like good would have been 10, spectacular would have been 15, but yeah, off the races. As good as this was, not so bad for Synopsys as well. And then Klarna today, the big IPO, probably doesn't open up for a while, but we'll be locked and loaded, ready for that one. It's all about the hype IPOs, 25 times oversubscribed. And the best thing about Oracle, though, is the rising...
Is that what it is, 25 times?
25 times oversubscribed. But the best thing about Oracle is the rising tide lifts all ships. Like, everything else is up. CoreWeave's up 11%. Big day yesterday, up again today, 11%. NVIDIA's up 3 points. ARM's up. Like, just, if you're related to AI, you're having a good day today for sure. So, yeah, Oracle story. You're going to like that. We like that light. That PPI number coming in light, looking pretty good as well. There's not much to point to negative unless you're on the back end of some of that crypto treasury stuff or Synopsys. Oh, Chewy's down, I guess.
Well, welcome. Happy Wednesday to everybody, but at the end of the day, oops, my Stream Deck's not working. It's coming in, that's my fault. It's coming into all-time highs is what I was gonna say here today for everything. The NASDAQ's at all-time highs today. There it is right here, the TQQs. Formerly all-time high 583.32. And right now you're at 584 and change. So here's the triple Qs. I was actually at GME just up right now. Here it is, hit the sign right there. Here's the triple Qs right now. 584. So we've taken out all-time high levels on that. Let's see what the all-time high level is on the S&P 500. I believe we've overtaken that as well. So all the haters in this market, yeah, 650, there it is right here. Not that there is any, 652.21 right there, 654. So we're over right now all-time highs. So congratulations to everybody that's held along or holding some of these tech names, but hey, it doesn't have to all be tech, right? GameStop, let's go. Congratulations to everybody going to the moon on this one. Now you get a special warrant. We'll see if it gets to $32 and if you want to exercise that. So that's coming out too today. We'll talk about what's going on with GameStop. Double beats, Oracle double miss. GME double beat, right? So here we go. Who would have thought that? Either way, both stocks absolutely blasting. That revenue number on Oracle is insane, that $144 billion in 5 years. But GameStop right now holding quite nicely that 22 on the daily, and now we start to pop through and get above that 200, it looks like right now on the daily for GameStop. So yeah, 25, 26 bucks. Was a great aftermarket report there, and we had a great aftermarket show. We had Brian Shannon on. That was killer. And yeah, now it's like free all these tech names, man. Even Bitcoin right now, 113.4. So that's just starting to take off right now as I look and see what's going on here. There goes what happened to crypto right now. Bang! Right there, a nice little move to the upside. You know, there's a couple even treasuries again, right? That CWD is starting to go again. So there we go. BMNR is going like, I don't know, everything's going.
Everything rally.
Right now. This is an all hands on deck rally right now. Palantir
Rally caps on.
Gets a move today as well. 167.50, up 2% and change. Up 3%. Look, there's that what? Well, obviously we got that PPI. So just review that real quick here. Brendan had it. There it is right there. Core PPI for August year over year. 2.8 versus 3.5, so much lower there. They were looking at 3.4 prior. And the actual hot number that came out at 9:30 was right here. PPI month over month for August, minus 0.1 versus 0.3. So I'm pretty sure we've already got the interest rates locked in there for the change. But now do we get half a percentage point? More likely it was about 10% yesterday. So we'll see what's going on there. But
you got to figure that's going up. You almost has to go up.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're doing half a point, man. I mean, we only have right now. It's a week today.
Exactly.
It's a week today until Fed. So we'll see what's going on there. But yeah, I just saw someone in the chat. What's up, Michael Baldwin? He says, "Hey Zeus, is everything going green?" Like right into here in the chat, right? So what's up to Hey Zeus here? But yeah, I was just gonna say that's the problem right now. The shorts kind of scrambling. Shout out to everybody. Hey, it's that Tinder. What's going on? Tinder Jeet there from yesterday. But yeah, look, everything is just going higher here, led by Oracle. I mean, these guys put out that number, 144 billion in revenues in the next couple of years, growing at an average rate of what was it, 70% or something like that. We just keep on getting higher. The one thing that I don't understand is why is Google using Oracle's cloud? That's what I don't understand. But I don't understand the business as well as I should, but a lot
Same
of
way CoreWeave gets to be in business as well.
It's new AI contract.
Everything's intertwined. Oh, and we forgot about Robinhood. Robinhood all-time highs as well. So fintech as well. Robinhood had their event last night.
Oh yeah, they had some cool things to say.
Yeah, so that's it's yet another rising tide lifting all ships. They hit 120. Well, actually, no, that's a dark pool print. Okay, so it looks like 120 still has to break out there on Robinhood, but
I was looking at it on Blue Ocean, just on the website, like Yahoo Finance. It was up to 120.
Yeah, Blue Ocean has been wild for anyone. If you're at real trading, the opportunities in the aftermarket are certainly, well, I mean, to anybody that trades in Blue Ocean, because we talk about momentum all the time, but like, look at how clean some of these moves are. Like that's a pretty clean breakout. That's a pretty clean breakout, a dip into a prior high. Like these are pretty solid moves. Obviously, not every stock does volume in the pre-market or certainly in the post-market on Blue Ocean, but you can expect after an event, you're going to see this move. Obviously, at Oracle probably was pretty solid last night as well. But yeah, pretty clean uptrend there and hitting 121.7.
Yo, Randy, what's going on? Yeah, you probably don't get to see Randy. You just got to trust me that it's Randy.
It could be anybody.
It could be anybody. Actually, it's not Randy, actually. It's Joe. So, oh no, got the beard. Oh no, he just gave showed
Now you
everybody
can
the
tell.
beard there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just find out who's making money yesterday, Randy, because maybe these guys could buy some pulled pork or some brisket for us there yesterday. So someone in here at Real Trading, this is from Real Trading's website. They post the top 10 traders. So here we go. We got NASDAQ trader 22,000. Maybe he's trading some Tesla and biscuits over there. Canada, someone put out $9,000. NASDAQ 8, 7, going down as we go. New York and NASDAQ. Nothing too exotic yesterday, but some good numbers put up there, and I hope someone was able to join that party. We had some crazy runners yesterday, Randy, in the crypto space, so we'll see if we can have that today. And I don't know if you've ever heard of a company called Oracle before?
A little bit.
They're only up 31%.
That's all right.
Only?
Yeah, and at all-time highs right now, and absolute news. Yeah, just a little bit of news. Yeah,
Tiny.
Yeah. Larry is like now the second richest man in the world. I'm pretty sure, right there behind Elon. But there we go, man. Huge move to the upside again as we break out of all-time highs on new cloud deals. So. Yeah, he has about 10 yachts right now, so we'll figure out what's going on with Larry.
What's
Going on with Larry? Yeah, he goes big fish hunting, so that's for sure. But yeah, so okay. Look, really excited to bring you guys another big show today. Lots of stuff happening around. We got our coffees in place. We got the Green Bay Packers getting ready to
handle the
beat up the Washington Redskins Commanders there. Football.
I almost said Nationals. I'm like, what are they again?
I know. It's one of those things. Trump was doing some sort of a thing where he was trying to get those names back.
Yeah, I got to actually,
remember,
for the
hilarious.
Packers, I have to decide what I'm doing with my tight end this week.
Oh, Kraft? Yeah, I
Because
think he'll get some.
Yeah, but Kincaid beat him and seemed like
Oh, did he? Okay.
Kincaid might get a few more looks. I don't know. I might stick with Kraft because I like having guys during the prime
was
time
gonna say,
games. I got no one else going.
I would, because the primetime games seem to be higher scoring.
I think so.
I don't know who Buffalo plays
The
this week,
Jets.
but Jets have a good D, but it's not like Sauce Gardner is going to be on the tight end or anything.
I don't think so. But you know what? I'll probably stick with Kraft. He got a TD last.
If you have Keon Coleman, I'd sell him this week before he faces Sauce. If he faces
It's hilarious to me how much people will overreact
week one
to one little data point. It's absolutely crazy. It never works out. It's like reacting to it's the same thing as reacting to the initial move on earnings. Yeah, how does that work out for you? If you just say whichever way it breaks first, I'm going to take that position on earnings. Let's overreact to the first move because that first move on Oracle was down. So if you took that, would have been. I mean, it looks like it would have been 240 break. You could have won if you're like the fastest trader of all time or like a bot. But that little overreaction might have got you just a wee bit hurt. Tiny bit.
Yeah, we were on the show there. We were like, oh no, Oracle's missed. And I was like, oh no, there it goes. And because they missed on the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
So they missed on EPS and on sales, but it doesn't matter. Whatever you did last quarter is done. So they're looking forward there, and it's 31% upside on Oracle. So wow, what a huge day today. NASDAQ all-time highs, S&P 500 all-time highs, gold all-time highs, Bitcoin
Not all.
10,000 away from all-time highs.
Give it a month.
This goes to show, man, like honestly, buying Bitcoin is a great idea. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the run on Bitcoin's had is incredible. But now, you know what? Here, this could be an interesting question. In the next 5 years, what gives a bigger return, Bitcoin or the NASDAQ? I'm saying NASDAQ. And the reason why is just because I think the trajectory of NASDAQ is very consistent. Obviously, the trajectory of Bitcoin is obviously consistent as well. It's just I wonder about new money, where that's going.
Do you know why I'm picking the NASDAQ? There's a chart, and I don't remember who posted this chart, but I saw it over the weekend. And it was from the moment we got like Netscape, and it just obviously the internet, big browser. From the moment we got that, you looked at what the Qs did.
Right.
And then you look at from the moment that we got ChatGPT and what the Qs have done. And it seems like a crazy rally, but it's about the same thing at this point, and then it went from this point on in terms of timeline, we went parabolic after already getting a rally when the first browsers were hitting the market. So like that whole
I would choose Ripple over everything, of course.
Well, that's the thing, and it just goes to show, like you compare it to how the internet played out, there would still be a lot of bull run to go, as crazy as that sounds. But that said, I don't think you can go wrong with Bitcoin. It doesn't mean I won't be trying to buy the dip. It just seems like we're not getting the dip that I wanted on Bitcoin.
I think this is the dip, but isn't this the dip?
It might have. Well, I wanted the bigger one.
We all want to. I mean, we all want to get better.
But I've been doing one thing on Bitcoin and one thing alone. Whoops. Why is it? These guys are always changing my time frame. Like this is always a daily, and somehow it's just a 15. No, but for myself, it's been one look, and prior high, remember that 77? And then we had 77 to about the low 90s and then into 109. And I'm kind of waiting for it to do the 2 group pullback, which is what it did before. And that's just not happening. And when it did it before, I was a buyer, and it worked out then. Still thinking that there's a chance, because you're not really breaking back out. At this point, we have held the prior high, though. So it could turn into a nibble and then wait for the 90s if you get a second load back in. But I'm just going with all the prior support to resistance stuff on Bitcoin. And it is retested from the highs, like both levels last time. It's just this time seems a little bit stronger. Anyways, let's get back up to the.
I just noticed we're the only ones I think that chose NASDAQ. I mean, everybody in the chat.
Everyone loves Bitcoin.
Bitcoin traders, but that was the other thing. I wonder if we could go back into the chat and do another poll where we show the percentage of holders of crypto in our chat, because I couldn't believe that last time it was under 50%. I wonder if it's
higher now.
I wonder if it's more now, and I wonder if it depends on when we do it, like who's watching and stuff like that. Like maybe I don't know if there's a thing there or not. But okay, Oracle dancing around still 320, man. GME still dancing as well. GME up 10%, so it's gonna be a good one here. While GameStop's actually now up 8%. It's actually not moving at all right now, but big move up there for GameStop. Big move for a bunch of stocks today. We're talking crypto. We're talking everything right now. Solana's 226. I told you we were buying Ripple at 280. It's now back to $3. That's why we're talking about that a little bit as well. And we got a super chat. What's it saying?
It's from Lil Razzle Dazzle. Do we think Very keeps soaring today? Almost 50% just yesterday. Well, the market is in love with AI today. And I don't wonder. There's almost no pre-market volume on this. So yeah, I mean, crazy rally yesterday for Very, and we did mention this. I think we talked about it, but I tend to see when these stocks make these big pushes, like how more often than not you get a little bit of disappointment. Like the last time it made a move like this, it gapped up and then it closed holding the prior high, but closed essentially doing nothing. It was a consolidative day, and then it made a high 2 days after that. So on essentially no volume in this pre-market, I usually think you're probably in for some kind of a consolidation or a sideways day. It's got that $4 level in front of it. Had there been more volume in this right now, I'm looking at it, there hasn't been a single print since I pulled it up like half a minute ago. I just don't see what can take it there. It's a good looking rally, there's no question about it, and it's clearly a breakout trade. I just wonder if after big days, usually you get a little bit of gap and sideways action and a bit of disappointment, and then you get the rally later on, maybe a couple days later.
I got to say a hi to at least my mother. I know she's watching.
Hey, what up,
She says, "What's up with the glasses?" And I'm just like, yeah, it's this blue light action here. We have huge monitors, and we are like a foot and a half away from them.
No,
and,
literally a foot and a half.
And they are very, very bright. And so I feel like the last couple of days I had a headache after sitting here. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna sit. I just can't wait till Sharif and Joe have to experience this
they'll get it.
as well. But okay, so it's upgrades and downgrades right now with the man himself. It's Joey Options.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Wednesday. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. At the top of the list, we have Nike getting that price target raised to $85, neutral to buy by TD Cowen, and then I Am Gold by RBC Capital Markets getting that price target raised to $14, and then Oracle going from neutral to buy as well by BofA Securities, price target raised to $368. Now SoFi by Needham, and then now on the downgrade side, we have Synopsys getting that price target lowered to $550 by Needham as well, and then HP getting it lowered to $29 by Evercore ISI, and Acadia Healthcare by BofA Securities getting that price target lowered to $25. Now the trade desk by Morgan Stanley going from neutral to sell by Morgan Stanley, guys.
Joey upgrades. I like that one. That's a good name.
The crazy thing is, you look at everything's up 1%, up 1.5%, and then Oracle 30, and then all the downgrades. It's like Synopsys 20-something%, and the other ones are kind of nothing burgers. Well, it's one of the nothing burgers that's potentially, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but I think SoFi's got a chance to finally break that high today.
Let's go.
The rising tide is lifting all ships.
Ooh, wow, that was a big candle there.
Yeah, they just Well, everything has this
ripping.
candle at
Nothing's
on the
stopping.
number. Like there's pretty much nothing that is failing to participate. I'm sure, I don't know, maybe like the VIX or something would be a place, but that doesn't really count. Like $26.50-ish for SoFi for a potential breakout. And this is a continuation play from the fact that this has just been trending up. It had that earnings pullback, but it has just been slow and steady trending to the upside on SoFi into this potential high break. It won't touch the 50-period moving average. There was one little hiccup where it broke the trend line, but then essentially right away came back in. I think this has a chance to break, if not today. Heck, sometimes you overreact to the 830 number. We pull back, we go sideways, whatever. But I think this break's gonna happen this week on SoFi. And that's the ticket. And there's room to the all-time high, which is like $28 or something, maybe just a hair under that.
I don't even get that today.
There's plenty of room to that. Plenty of room to get that if it breaks that today, tomorrow, or Friday.
All right, it's been a while since we've seen these two guys. Let's go back over the desk.
We are still here, surprisingly. NBIS was that Microsoft investment we got, or announcement we got a couple days ago, or it was after the close, and then yesterday was the initial move. An offering coming through here, $2 billion senior note offering after the Microsoft investment. So, sorry, not sorry, I guess, from NBIS.
This was a really good, yeah. Well, you're gonna price move like that, Brendo. Let's have a look at the chart. Before we got that headline yesterday, we were trading around $64. By the time the day was done, we were above 100. We're a little bit below it right now, dropping down into 89. But that's as a result of the raise. Here's the headline from yesterday, guys. It's a $19.4 billion deal with Microsoft, 17.4 of which is going to be paid through 2031, and it gives them access, obviously, to cloud, and that's really what they're basically looking at doing, right, with these advanced microprocessors, kind of like CoreWeave, and we saw CoreWeave get a bump off this headline too, Brendo.
All right, I want to talk about Apple because
right,
yesterday was kind of interesting. More so than I actually thought. Did you get a chance to watch?
I watched the entire thing when I went home, yeah.
It was more Google-esque, dare I say, than Apple typically is with this. Apple's known for their incredible hardware, and they still make incredible hardware. The actual device itself is, beautiful, very well made. There was a lot of software type, add-ons that were announced yesterday that were actually quite interesting. The camera application,
huge.
For example, like if you're taking a selfie and then two other people come in behind you, it will auto adjust to frame all three of you at the same time. I mean, it's simple things, but it's usable, simple things that you can, actually see value in on a daily basis.
Absolutely, and stuff people have been asking for. Like, for example, if you're recording a sporting event, right, you can record using the front-facing camera and the rear-facing camera.
It can be like picture-in-picture.
Exactly, and you can kind of record your action. I really like the health stuff, though, Brendo. I thought that was really good, but what really stood out to me was the changes that they made in the A19 Pro processor.
Yes.
So they made huge adjustments to the GPU, the graphic processing unit, by adding 6 neural networks. So I'm obviously very uneducated when it comes to this stuff. So I basically went in and found out, what does this actually imply Apple doing? Why would they want to increase the neural networks on the processor? And basically everything that I was able to find was on-device related inference. So they're not expanding the GPU for training. It's more of inference. So things that will run locally on the device. We talked about this earlier on with small language models. It's going to be other things as well. So I kind of wanted to get a gauge of what they were trying to achieve by making these upgrades. And that seems like that's what it's coming back to. So one has to assume then that the Apple Intelligence, I hate to use that word again, or that term, Apple Intelligence, not only is it coming soon, but it's going to be quite robust, at least from what they're trying to gauge with this processor. So.
And there's a lot of question marks around the battery situation on the Air.
Yep.
The second thing they showed when they initially launched the product was an add-on battery that will attach directly to the phone. So that's not a good sign.
Well, we knew, Brando, it was going to come with a really small battery.
Yeah, and then the other thing I thought was really cool was they replaced the glass. No more broken glass on the back of your phone with a much stronger material. So I think for very, very low expectations. They came in probably above.
It was good. One thing I didn't like though, so they did increase the price on some of the entry-level devices by $100. They didn't increase it on the Pro Max. What they did, instead of increasing that $100 like they did on the other devices, what they did was they offered you a 2 terabyte version, which is like $2,000 US to start, probably going to be $2,500 over here. Right. So at least there's a margin expansion with respect to that product.
And I mean, we referenced it yesterday, but I think the declining incremental gains that these companies are able to get out of not only the devices themselves, but the frilly stuff, the software that actually goes into it.
Absolutely.
I think everyone's just getting used to the simple fact that, you know, it just gets better and better and better and better. That said, this actually caught my attention more so than it has in the past couple of years.
Yeah, and I figured you'd love the health stuff as well. I mean, it's that we got basically, they're going to be able to diagnose, according to the company, 1 million Americans who don't know they have hypertension. So you're going to be able to wear the watch, and passively it's going to be able to detect whether you have that condition or not, and you're going to be able to talk to your doctor about it. So kind of cool, in addition to many other things that they announced.
Yeah, we'll get into it deeper here coming up in a few minutes as we get into the rundown, guys. But initial thoughts here for Apple. I mean, down this morning here, it did get sold off on the event itself. But if you step back just from a consumer standpoint, it was actually kind of interesting yesterday.
Yeah, and look, I think it was sort of the usual from Apple. Like, you can tell the moment at which the presentation started. Like right in here, volume spikes, it goes up. It was right around, I mean, I don't know if it was the exact top when they mentioned the phone, but that's what it seemed like, because you saw the pricing hit, and when that information came out, it pulled right back in. It's the only thing I'm looking at that's red, essentially, that didn't, like report last night or have some kind of a major negative catalyst for it. And I think it just needs to get back to this prior high, 234.5. I don't know whether day one, when everything is running and it's not, is the place to buy the dip here. But when you're expecting or anticipating the old sell the news, you are looking for a bit of a sea change. It was consolidating, 240, big level on Apple. Obviously, it couldn't take that one out. I think a pullback somewhere into the low 230s, or even maybe retesting the high 220s, would be pretty healthy. I think it's a gift if you come all the way back to the 50 or 200 period moving average, and I don't think those are even remotely possible today. But if it comes back there by the end of the week or something, it's probably a really good buy there. So yeah, somewhere in that 230 range, allow it to come back in. Feel pretty good when we got the numbers the way that we wanted. More or less everything in the market looks strong. So I'm not really thinking short on Apple or anything. I just think you have to be very patient. Expected a bit of a buy the dip scenario could come into play after the event. Maybe nothing groundbreaking. That's what Android users will always say. But at the end of the day, at some point, all the people who have not been upgrading their iPhones are going to. And this gave them a reason to do so. I just don't know if you want to buy it at the open. Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's down today as NASDAQ gets all-time highs is making me think that it's not the greatest of trades, but I think that there's a get-up, pick-me-up trade here. We talked about yesterday some traders were looking to fade off that 240. Well, it was right for sure. I mean, fading the news, fading plays down into the downside here, that does make, obviously some sense, because we've come up here into 240 a couple times in the past, right? So these levels, good place to go. I think if we're wrong, we're coming into 220 here, so that's something that we're going to look for some dip buy opportunities, maybe even start them in and around 224. So I think you might as well wait. So if you're looking for longs, I would think to wait. But as far as like a day trade today, because the NASDAQ is up, because we're breaking all-time highs, to me, it really seems like this is going to get bid up at some point, even here today. So I was sort of just zooming out a little bit and trying to find some key levels. Because Apple's on the way down, we don't really have anything to look at. I mean, we have some gap levels here that are coming into play again. So you're already kind of dancing around this 231.50 that goes back to early September, late August there. So that could be a level. I almost wrote it down. The sticky note's now out right now. It doesn't have Apple on it, but I almost put 232 on there. So this is going to be something to watch. So I'm going to watch out for 232, just back into here, fill that gap. We already did it. So now we'll see if it holds, and it looks like it may want to. There wasn't anything damning in the event yesterday. I mean, I think everything was good. Like Sharif said, I think there's reasons to get positive for a potential AI announcement and things like that. It's a bigger chip, their A19 chip. I like the fact that it charges the phone in 50% of the time. It's like you got 50% of the battery in 20 minutes. Something like that was what they reported there. I think that that's cool. So yeah, I think Apple did not disappoint, but the events haven't been that big.
No.
Like Google's event didn't rocket the stock. Now I remember Meta doesn't really either. So
I would say I was
if
more.
anything, it's like sell the event.
I was most impressed by it was the AirPods thing.
Yeah, the AirPods are cool.
The AirPods had easily
the heart rate
some of the
sensor.
cooler stuff, the heart rate sensor, some of the health safety features, being able to do tracking on that, so you don't have to have the watch.
Yeah.
I actually thought that was probably the most unique and cool. When the heck did
Ready for what?
Raheem? How did Raheem get to the desk? How did you get there?
What the?
I said, so okay, listen to this. We haven't been able to hear Brendan in our ear at all this morning, okay? I thought Brendan said, we're gonna get to blah, blah, blah in a minute, remember? And I said to you, I said, we don't have a guest
I'm like,
today.
because I know we don't have.
I was like, it's 9 o'clock, we don't have a guest.
We didn't have a guest.
And all of a sudden in our ear, it's like, ready for Raheem. This
He usually
this guy
walks
just
past
magically
and says
appears.
hi, like, and we
But you know
get
why he
that.
didn't say anything? Because he remembers Sunday night. You know, he didn't want to say what's up to you because of Sunday night. You know, so Neil, there it is right there.
Bang bang. It was a great game though, Raheem. It was a great game.
It was
The Ravens are the only team in the NFL that it's like you were deathly afraid because it's just they're so unstoppable
So,
in the run game.
Harbaugh-
They should have gone for it, Raheem. How do you not go for it on fourth down?
because of Harbaugh. Harbaugh has lost more games in the fourth quarter, I think it is, than any other coach in history. It's like he's lost 17. He's lost 17 double-digit games or something like that in the fourth quarter, or maybe it's the second half. But he's lost the most in history. So maybe he needs to be a little bit more of a gambler, especially these days. But
Gotta go for it, man.
Especially when you have Lamar and Derrick Henry as running backs.
You know, I have a personal rule.
You can just run Lamar.
If your opponent doesn't want you to do something, you should probably do that. What do you think scared the Bills? Getting the ball punted back and having Allen with the ball in his hands, or at 4th and 3 having to stop Lamar and Henry?
Yeah,
you know for sure your opponent's more afraid of the game ending right there, so that's what you should do. I default to what does my opponent not want me to do, and that's what I would do. But you guys all want to see Raheem, so let's go to the desk.
He has arrived. Yeah, just appeared out of nowhere. We wanted to touch on the mining sector real quick because there was a monstrous deal announced. Was it 2 days ago or
yesterday?
I don't even know what day it is today.
Yesterday.
Here's the headline, if anyone missed it. Anglo-American Tech Resources merging in, the second largest mining deal ever. You were just filling me in on the simple fact that both of these companies individually had been approached over the past couple of years for individual acquisitions that never amounted to anything, so they just decide to merge. A couple of angles to cover here real quick. What does this mean overall for the space? Because as you were saying when you sat down here this morning, M&A typically starts at the bottom and works its way up. When it starts at the top, you simply see a big change coming.
Yeah, no, it's got to be that. And just with the size of these companies, you're looking at company that was number 6, company that was number 19, and hate to use football terms, but you're putting 2 draft picks together. I'll trade you a 6 and a 19 to get to a top 5, right? So that's essentially what's happened here. Like we said, Anglo was approached before by BHP. Tech was approached, and that was last year. 2023, Tech was approached by Glencore as a buyout as well. Both of them were rebuffed. And now they've come together to be Anglo Tech. So it's going to be 60% Anglo, 38, 39, 60 point, whatever, Anglo and 39 Tech. And premise of this is going to be just copper demand is going to continue to grow. You've got to have size and scale. And the fact that they're going to allow Tech to continue to be domiciled here in Canada, based out of Vancouver, is going to give Invest Canada the reason to probably sign off on this. And then just the whole play is data centers and AI, all the people that are here watching. AI, I'm sure you guys have all looked at the data center plays, and data centers are going to need stuff like copper. And so this just goes into the critical minerals play, proximity to the US, large size deposits here in Canada that are owned by Tech. So I think it all just comes together and it gives that credence to that thesis.
Is this a simple capacity play, essentially, coming from the standpoint that individually maybe they don't have the capacity to compete with major markets, China, manufacturers all around the world. So together, as you said, they become a force in that space.
Yeah, they become monstrous as a combined entity for sure. They were able to do what they were able to do. They are large scale companies. Both are top 20. One's a top 10. One's a top 20 company. So these companies are of size. They're not inconsequential by any means. But now what this allows to do, what allows Anglo is to take higher grade material that Teck might have here in Canada and put that all together with their material, and again, just elevates the quality of the combined copper output that they can put together, be competitive with everybody. And again, I just feel like being proximal to the US will allow for more things to transpire.
When it comes to what this means then, I mean, you and I typically talk about the smaller end of the market cap scale.
Yeah.
What does that mean for the smaller players in this space?
I think that's all sort of kind of being sussed out. I was with some guys yesterday talking about it. What does that mean? The fact that a deal of that size can take place with nobody really knowing that was going to happen. Small deals happen all the time.
Yeah.
But a large deal of that size, I think that just means that you've taken one player off the chessboard. Instead of two people looking at buying your asset, you've got one. And I think what that's going to mean is consolidation is going to continue to move up a lot quicker because because it's one entity that you're talking to out of the top six versus the top five. So now you're talking to another entity. I think that'll just mean a lot more M&A is going to transpire.
Is there maybe not necessarily one or two specific names, but maybe a specialty or a focus of individual companies that could be more attractive in that sense in the near term?
Yeah, great question. And one other point I wanted to point out, with both Anglo and Teck deals, typically in an M&A transaction, one goes down and the other goes up, and that's just what happens. Both of them went up yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? And so that just kind of speaks to what they'll be able to do as a combined entity,
For sure.
in my opinion. So yeah, if you're looking at on the tariff side of things and data center plays, look at anything that's based in the US. I was talking to a gentleman yesterday. They're doing a IPO on the NASDAQ for their copper company. They have a very high grade asset, and just people are frothing at the mouth because it's in America, and because they're going to be exempt from all the tariffs, and because it's in America. So they're going to be able to line up for a lot of those grants. So if you've got things that are proximal to the US, I would definitely look at that. And then just quality of asset. The higher the grade, the copper, the better it is for everybody. If you're close to a number of larger scale players, it just makes life easier for you because you're going to be just scooped up with them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely more to come. The start of something possibly a lot more exciting. We appreciate you coming in on short notice. I know it was a busy morning.
Thanks for building the back door for me, guys. I really appreciate the new studio. Thanks to Trader TV. I can just
Jump out
zoom
into
right
the alley
in,
and get back in the car. Rahim Alani, thanks.
Always a pleasure to have Rahim come in. Actually, speaking of deals, there's believe it or not, there's Vimeo is being bought. It's actually halted right now, Vimeo. Pretty sure, I'm not sure, it usually opens at like 9 or something like that, but this is, just speaking of deals, these guys are getting bought for $785 cash. So that's going to be a huge move to the upside eventually. But I just heard in my ear, Coinbase, I mean, look, a lot of things have rallied today, and we already pointed out Bitcoin running, but Coinbase just made a fresh high of the day. There's another one we haven't even talked about, 1.5% to the upside.
Coinbase?
It just broke its top. Robinhood is pretty much, we already mentioned that Robinhood's at an all-time high, but if you remember, in the crypto space, Coinbase has been the laggard. Like, it's just been holding down here, consolidating. When something goes bearish and then consolidates, we said this in the afternoon yesterday, it's not a bad thing if you go bearish and consolidate and go nowhere. Because it means during a pullback, you're not going lower. Like, it's the dip is being bought, and the dip is being bought, or the dip was being bought on Coinbase at 300. It's similar to what we were talking about with Palantir, where it pulls a dip, goes bear, and the dip is just being bought in the low 150, low to mid 150s, and then that chart goes away on Palantir. You know what? And it went right to my e-signal chart, which I can just throw up as well. Good thing I had it right underneath. The dip just gets bought. You see accumulation. Accumulation means buy support. So it happened on Coinbase. It happened on Palantir as well. And now both of these stocks are poised to make another fresh run at the highs.
I want to thank Rahim for stepping in and talking about some of those deals. There's much more happening in this world, of course, than tech plays. So, but tech resources. So that was a good one there. Thanks, Rahim, for that. Yeah, the market continues to be a little higher here, but tick a little. I'm just fixing my charts here because we adjusted some of the blue light angles here and stuff like that. I think we just went into cinema mode, right, Rob? I think that's what we wound up doing. So we'll see how that's like. And Neil, maybe you'll change his up in a minute. But yeah, Apple's still moving around. Let's just check in on Oracle here. We're going to go through the rundown as soon as these guys are ready. I think, Andre, I think they might be ready soon. Oracle right here at the highs of the day again, right? 322 up 33%. Looks like it still wants to get up there. So yeah, it's going to be a good one. Check in on GameStop, and then we're going to throw back over to the desk as we go through our rundown. Make sure you do, get it in our description, link in description for our free watch list here today. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We're a little short on time. Thanks to Raheem for coming through one more time. And next time, well, he must have come in from that way. Right? Not
He
around.
didn't go the normal way.
All right, we'll see. Has he left already? Okay, so let's go back over the desk and see Sharif and Brendo.
We have the side door, the magic side door now for Raheem's door. Anyway, if you haven't done so, link is in the description below. Hit that link, sign up with your email. You get the watch list absolutely free, has everything you need to know on it. Every single morning comes right to your inbox. Yeah, as Sean was mentioning, I was just counting up some of these analyst moves on Oracle this morning. This is a long, long list. Essentially everything on red on this screen, there you go. Everything in red on this screen on the left there is a price target increase or positive note from an analyst this morning. So better part of 10 plus, 322 coming into play here.
Brendo, it's not often you miss on the top and bottom line and spike up 30%, but that's exactly what happened here. They missed on EPS, they missed on revenue, but it was really the guide that sent this thing skyrocketing. $1.47 EPS, missed the $1.48 on revenue of 14.93, missing 15.04. It was a year-over-year growth, but it was still a miss. Revenue grew 12%, net income was flat, a little bit shy of $3 billion in take-home money. Let's talk about what they did here. This would mark the best day that Oracle has had since 1999 in the dot-com boom. If the gain holds, which it looks like it is, stock's already up 45% year to date. In addition to the move, the cloud infrastructure here, huge year-over-year pump, Brendo, 55%, printing $3.3 billion, and they've announced 4 multi-billion-dollar contracts signed with 3 customers. OpenAI is good for that 4.5 gigawatt data center as well. Gemini models are going to be hosted on Google Cloud. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Why is Google Cloud, which obviously they have their own division, hosting it on Oracle? But that's what's happening here, Brendo, and another revenue stream for them.
Capacity, I don't know, maybe just unlimited, I guess. If you go out to, I had to go all the way out to a weekly chart to actually see this move on one screen here. Better part of $100 at this point, guys, in 2 weeks to the upside here for Oracle.
It's unbelievable, this rally, but I don't wonder when you're up 33% and it's already double topped in here at 323, let's just say. It's hard not to anticipate that you're going to see some kind of a dip buy, and that'll be a bit of a theme today. And the rising tide, unquestionably here, has lifted all ships. Like I want to show you CoreWeave, CRWV. That's already pulled. It's still double digits, but that's already starting to pull. Like we talk about names that consolidated after breaking down. Well, there's your consolidation. Broke out yesterday. Prior highs on any dips today. Prior highs are a priority. 106 on CoreWeave, and even NVIDIA. NVIDIA's not even that much comparatively. 3% on the sympathy play. Ooh, I have like Friday charts today, apparently. Where's my
Friday charts? What is that?
Where's my 15? Oh no, like my 3 minute just keeps on falling asleep. No, when you look at NVIDIA, it's sort of a similar thing. Like you gap, broke. Yeah, somebody was getting ahead of that Oracle thing. Remember when NVIDIA in the afternoon was going ham? Like it was programmed by into the close on NVIDIA, almost as if somebody had a good feeling. Let's just leave it at that. So the levels I'm looking here, 172 was crazy. It's crazy now, but it wasn't crazy before the number. And then just go back to the close on the 29th in here. So right in this 174 area, that'll be the dip buy zone on CoreWeave and NVIDIA. I don't know that I play Oracle, and I am expecting a dip because you're up that much, gapping everything, the entire market. I can't remember. Usually you see a dip at the open.
Yeah, so that's pretty much what I wrote down here too. This is on the sticky note here. It's Oracle 310 long. I mean, I just said we got to get long, watch for early selling, then hop on board, right? VWAP, it could be, I wrote down VWAP in here, could be a key level. So we'll just wait to see for Oracle. I mean, we do talk about when there's a gap, play it back to VWAP, but right now that's 318. So $4 down. I don't know if that's enough for me. The reason why I wrote down 310 was just because I was looking for some sort of levels, and we had dark pool dipped into 310, and I just think that 300 is obviously a key level. So I go $10 higher and say 310. I mean, it's not going to go down $11. I don't anticipate that. This was if the market had to move down. I mean, and obviously we wrote this note before PPI came out, and that sort of rocketed the market, creating no downward push at all. So for me on Oracle, I think it'll just be a VWAP play, which means you're gonna have to zoom in and wait for that to happen. The liquidity could be sparse off the open. I mean, I think that option players looking at a 9% move yesterday, they're waking up to 33%. I would see some selling off the open for sure. I just think there's profit-taking opportunities here. But when stocks are up this hard, they tend to continue to run. So right now you're at the day's high of 322.60. This is not a break long to me. I like what Neil was talking about on some like other plays, which is why I have written down here, Palantir, go find it. It's also on Instagram. Palantir, Oracle, Google. I mean, I don't understand the business. Maybe Sharif can explain this to me, but like, why Google signs up for all this business with Oracle Cloud. Like I thought Google had cloud. Like why are they paying someone else to manage some of their AI and host it? But again, it's all get into the party. It's all nice and warm. So right now, I think Google has an opportunity to get going. 238 dip, so we could get that, or this 240.50, which is more likely to happen right off the open. That break right there. So I'm just like, get into the water, man, today, because the Kool-Aid is real sweet and everyone's sipping it. And Google right now, huge move, I think, incoming, breaking through all-time highs. We already did that yesterday. So let's just see if it continuation play today. If you don't like Oracle at these levels, I don't blame you. I think it's tough to find levels. So you got to go over somewhere that gives us something, and I think it's Google. So that's what we're doing today. We're waiting for, I got to move. We're running out of space, so I'm trying to find spaces to move different things.
I know, we used to have something here. But
yeah, so let's go back over now and talk about Apple. Here we go. Here's another, maybe you have some reasons to buy some Apple today. Let's go find out.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Apple here. If you missed it, rewind. We touched on in detail what was announced yesterday. Some really, really cool stuff. If you haven't had a chance, go back, maybe watch the presentation from yesterday. It's all over the internet. It's worth a watch. We're trying to get back to the upside right now. Lots of positive analyst notes, including one from Jefferies this morning. There's a whole bunch. 11% forecast to the upside here after what we saw yesterday.
That's a good look, Brendo. Yeah, the main thing that stood out for me, obviously, the iPhone Air. That's what analysts are saying. This is going to be the needle mover. We'll have to wait and see whether it does or doesn't. They did include some accessories for it, a case, an attached battery as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Should we have a look at Klarna as well, Brendo?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so the IPO price. So there's an IPO today, probably comes on in the midday. So make sure to join Joseph and I. KLAR is going to be the ticker. The IPO price, $40 a share, above the expected range. Valuation at that price, Brendo, $15 billion. The deal did raise 1.37, but the majority of that 1.37, 1.17 is actually going to existing shareholders, with only $200 million directly for Klarna, Brendo. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this one.
It took the words right out of my mouth. Here it is, 34.3 million shares in total. So it's not exactly huge, but there's going to be a lot of attention, guys, for KLAR today.
And we'll be keeping an eye on the imbalance for you guys. It's 475,000 to buy, now 76. It's creeping up. I feel like by this time, things like Figma and Circle and Bullish were all much bigger. They think they were in the millions, but as long as that continues to grow, that auction price is meaningless. It's just telling you the issue price at $40. What'll happen is when this starts updating, you're at least within the realm of possibility that it could open. So it's nowhere close to opening as long as that still says 40, but that imbalance will continue to grow. Probably going to take the opening print as long as this continues to grow to the upside, that imbalance on Klarna. As far as Apple, we kind of went over that. I do feel like there's going to be a dip buy opportunity. I don't know if day one's what I'm looking for. I might just wait a couple of days. I think maybe you can get some better prices on Apple after the event. Tends to sell off, and that's what happens. So, allow that to matriculate through and buy the dip maybe end of the week.
So the last three IPOs that were the biggest ones, I think Bullish, Figma, and now Klarna are all on the NYSE, so interesting to see that.
Yeah, win.
I just wanted to remind people that this is what Bullish has done since its IPO. So it had a huge move up and then all the way back into $50, so we're doing that. And then this is what Figma has been doing as well. So, and remember, the thing about Klarna is they lost. It's lost $50 million last quarter. It's not like they're making any money. So there's Figma as well. Look, this is the last, boom. So there you go. The last two big IPOs, Figma and Bullish, both to the downside dramatically off their IPO list. So I would just say, just be careful with all of these names. But yeah, it should be fun. And like Neil said, we'll be going over the imbalance locator with you like pretty much all day just to update that price. But I think Sharif nailed it. It's a midday story, I would think. So if Klarna gets going, Neil and I will both be looking at it. We'll have our orders in. Right now, the tap is $40. We'll see how excited it gets. I feel like these were, Neil and I were talking about this, I think these were in the millions for the last couple IPOs. So we'll see how high the buy side gets here and where that pushes the price. Their indicated open, what they were looking for was between, I think, 35 to 37, something like that. So it's going to go out at 40. I'm going to say 70. Is where the print goes. Like the open's at 70.
Yeah,
So,
less than a double. I think the other ones were in the 60 to 80 range, 2% higher. That makes about sense.
it's a Figma of our imagination. Good one, Mark.
I like that.
That's a good one there.
Well played, well played.
Coming through.
Ooh, everything wants to pop today. The
I think so. The NASDAQ
NASDAQ's
is-
back on the way higher.
Everything's at all-time highs.
The name that we're going to talk about right now is on the way
Index-wise.
higher.
Amazon.
Yeah, it's actually more than 6% at this point over the past couple of days here, but 168 coming into play here for Palantir this morning. What a week it's been so far. Worth a note, Alex Karp on the All-In Summit. Worth a watch. That guy's interesting, man. Really.
I can't wait to watch that. You've been hyping it up. Brendo, this is another commercial deal for Palantir here, and this time it's with Hayden, one of the UK's leading defense tech startups. So Hayden's advanced wargaming, command and control, battlefield training software will now be deployed on, you guessed it, Palantir's Foundry program. Hayden provides, sort of that out-of-the-box AI-powered simulation and orchestration tools, which enables armed forces to rehearse, train, and plan combat scenarios. I can just only imagine how AI is going to make the battlefield in the future, Brendo.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Speaking of, Amazon, just seeing a note here on Amazon developing consumer AR glasses, codenamed Jayhawk, featuring a camera, mics, plural, speakers, plural, and a full color display in one eye. That's according to the information. Amazon doing nothing on that, guys.
Yeah, shout out to Paul Pierce, Jayhawk. Okay, why not? Kansas, they used to always choke. Great team that would never win. Palantir, win it all, I should say. Palantir has a similar kind of rounded bottom and consolidation to what we were talking about with CoreWeave and that whole, if it goes sideways after pulling back, then you got to be pretty bullish on it. But it's a little overextended is not the right word. 164.5. Right now, pre-market low is 164.5. That's a full 2 percentage points away. So it's a dip that's a little far, and when Palantir dips at the open, you have to have a lot of patience. Because if Palantir dips at the open, and if you try to get in as it's breaking down underneath the volume weighted average price, it tends to make you try a few times before it ends up being good. So I don't know that this is the one I want to just be sitting on the bid of. I feel like I like Robinhood a little bit better here for a continuation play. I think that was running the afternoon consolidation. Was right around that 118.5 zone. So playing back into the prior high seems a little bit different on Robinhood as a first look. So that's probably what I'll be looking over Palantir, but 154.5, it's a great level. Hold that prior high.
Yeah, I have 164.5, of course.
164.
Yeah, I have the same stuff written down. So I said like 164 long. I mean, it's taken off now. It was the number one idea on the sticky note today was Palantir. So we're still going to wind up trading it. I'll put that note in the chat. You can also go find it on Instagram as well. UConn runs women's basketball for sure, it seems like, those of you that are in the chat. But you can also go get it here on Instagram. So this is 4 stocks to trade today, but there's going to be one right here. It should be, where's the 10th? Oh God, it's going to take forever. Okay, whatever. You can go find it on Instagram when you can. It actually doesn't look like it's up yet. Okay, so we wrote that down before this happened, right? So we were at 166. We said maybe $2 down into 164. Yeah, that's where the 50-period moving average is here on my 5-minute chart. So this is why we wrote this down. I mean, now all the lines are getting extended to the upside, which makes sense. So support now lifting as the stock lifts. So up 3%. Yeah, I mean, as Brendan said, man, it's Alex Karp's world, and we're all living in it, apparently. So this stock just continues to get higher. These billionaires keep getting richer. We'll see. That's all-time high is 185 and change, 190, right on the nose. Actually, E-Signal has 190. So I think we're on our way back up to there. I did sell some at 160. That's obviously not looking like a great decision there, but yeah, this is finally happening. We said this yesterday. We could go long, which is why I put it on the sticky note immediately. I mean, I'm trying to be a man of my word here. The minute it goes above this 165, we like the long. So there it goes, man. You can forget about all this. You're not going to, hopefully in a year or two, it's not going to matter if you bought 156 or 166. But now it's starting to go upside there. I like Palantir. Get that garbage out of there from Citron. Get it out of there from the all this worry about the NASDAQ maybe being a little toppy. We're back over all-time highs right now on the NASDAQ. So Palantir should join the party, and it looks like it's trying to do its best to get up there. Up 3%. This thing could go up 4 or 5. So let's watch out for Palantir here off the open. It should be an exciting trade. That's for sure. I'm waiting for dips, though. I'm not busting anything through the top. Not when we're at all-time highs. So many times we've seen the market pull back from these levels. So the only one that I'm comfortable doing that with would be Google today. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Palantir. And yeah, good story there about Amazon, but it's not, I don't know if Brendan mentioned there the glasses or whatever that was there, but Zoox launches its robo-taxi service to the public in Las Vegas. That's an Amazon thing. So anyways, not doing anything right here. It's funny how Amazon's down. We had that 238 break yesterday afternoon, and it was awesome. All the way to 239, and we got that news from Anthropic, and then now it's all the way back in. So Amazon,
I had to guess it's because Google got the good.
Adara's in green.
Oracle too. It's gonna be the Oracle thing.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back over there. It's always a good sign. The reason I say that is there was some sort of, just like the Jerome Powell tie situation there, Adara in green today, and the market is up there. So we'll get that market put on the back of
Not
Oracle.
helping these guys though.
Oh, Synopsys. Yeah. All right. Let's go over and have a look at what happened to their quarter.
Yeah, just absolutely wrecked. I was going out to a weekly chart here to find some levels on this thing. We're almost back to April, 440 coming into play. So this level, giving back this entire move since the bottom of the tariff sell-off here. Overall, the higher time frame chart on this still looks constructive, but this is ugly.
It was a bad report, Brendan. It was a miss on the top and bottom line for the current quarter. Let's talk about their different segments. Maintenance services, they missed. They did better on that. That was one of the only one that they actually did better on. Total products, they missed 1.41 billion. The street was looking for 1.48. Design IP as well, missing expectations. Design automation was really the only standout one here. They did quite well. 1.31 billion. The street was looking for 1.23, and about a 23.5% increase year over year for that segment.
Barely a green candle here on a 15-minute chart, guys, so far for SNPS today.
Like abject disaster. This will be the definition of give it a minute or a few days to try to calm itself down. It's at the only level left at about 440 here, and it just broke that on the daily chart. And there's some stuff down here in the 400 range at 360, but you know, we talk about this with Oracle. Like sometimes, like I don't think obviously no one was expecting that miss or even the reaction this badly. It's not even something that I'm looking for the SSR bounce on. Probably too violent. Like in the time that I just pulled it up, it just went from 438 to 426. Like it's absolutely flushing. I didn't see an imbalance on it. By the way, Klarna is now 1.1 million to the buy side already. So that is growing rapidly. Oscar is there for a buy of 340,000 shares. Neo's a sell of 1.3 million shares. I see Hims there for a couple hundred thousand. Joby had that positive story there, 300,000 buy and balance. But you know, going to be looking at some of the usual suspects. And we didn't even mention GameStop. GameStop giving a lot of it back. But I do like some kind of reversion. It has been trending straight down on GameStop. Straight trend break. I'm going to probably take a trend break to the upside, but after this stock opens, you know, don't want to be doing anything in the pre-market on a NYSE name here. But keep an eye on that Klarna. Already over 1 million shares.
Oh, yeah,
this is going to be a take the open whenever it happens.
Okay, just trying to make sure my phone is charged. I thought Randy was there for a second. Okay, there we go. All right, 1 minute left. Yeah, Synopsys. I mean, good look there. I'm not in that name. I haven't traded it, and don't know too much about it. But right now, the market's pulling back here as we're very, very close to open. So get ready to rock and roll today. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, get into the chat. You guys can vote on what stocks you want us to talk about. We'll have that coming up, and we'll explain how that works. For those that know, just hit $, and then the stock you want us to talk about in the chat. Google pulling back in, man. We have a 238 dip buy opportunity coming here for Google. So we'll wait to see as some of the froth potentially coming out of some of these names we talked about. Yeah, here it comes in. Oracle's pulling back as well. So with market about to open, here we go, 10 seconds, Neil. 15 seconds now. Neo, Klarna, not Rivian, but okay. So Oracle pulling back, but I'm going to be looking at Google. This open is brought to you by VinFast. Make sure you do scan that QR code and check out ticker VFS. Now we're ready to rock and roll. It's Google time, and it's Oracle time, and it's Palantir time, and it's everything time as this market is now open. So welcome to the jungle, as we keep saying. All right, here we go, man. We have fun in games. Yeah, hopefully a little bit of fun in some games right here. Okay, so Google with a little bit of a dip buy. It doesn't get to my 238.50 level, although we pretty much did. I don't know how I didn't get long there. I went to 55s. So we'll wait to see if there's a little bit of a pullback there. Always checking in on our friend Oracle. What the? Oracle with a huge move down right now. So we can watch out for Oracle into 313. Wow, that is profit taking. We said look at 310. There goes Oracle straight to the downside. There goes Palantir straight to the downside. Everything getting clocked right now off the open. Look at the
NVIDIA is really tanking.
Yeah, down.
Well, everything
Yeah,
is.
go ahead. Yeah,
No,
I'm
everything
not into anything yet.
I'm not into.
I don't know why we have Satea's thing there on the board, but welcome Satea.
Look at
I don't
that
know,
reversal
she is
candle.
not in the building, but we do have her picture there. Oracle just retraced $6. It went from 313 almost all the way back up. Here comes Palantir. We are now long Palantir, and we are long Google. So let's see what happens here. The long is now in for your boy.
Robinhood did not dip. That just absolutely broke out like crazy. That is insane. You've got to be kidding me. Wild move there. It's Robinhood that just really broke. Everything else was dip buying, and Robinhood just went straight up. So you try to catch it on that little bit of a curl, but the market's still pulling back in here pretty decently. I'm looking VWAP on NVIDIA as well. And wow, that was insane, absolutely insane on Oracle just now. The snapback was absurd. 312, it's already at $320, this thing, $320.
Almost daily goal met. I can't make this stuff up. The Palantir, we're $1 in, man. We came up to 164. It's exactly what we wrote down for Palantir. So we take that one, and then here comes Google as well. Good trade on this one. We're 50 cents in the money over here on Google. So dip buys all around, man. I mean, we wrote down 238. We got it. We didn't get exactly that bottom, but we got a little bit. So let's take some profit out here as the market is just trying to figure itself out. But here we go, man. It's Palantir. It's Google. You add them up, it's a buck and change. But let's just wait to see how far we can get back to the upside right now. VWAP was at 166.50, so I think that's a possibility here for Palantir. But let's just get a little bit out. Like I said, man, today's going to be a long day, so we have lots to look forward to trading-wise. Google, still nice upside play. Only 40 cents in the money. I think there's a lot more room to run on this one, so we'll take another piece out there at 239. That's 50 cents. Okay, now Palantir's starting to get going. Right back up through 166. Let's go PLTR. So far, so good over here.
Yeah, NVIDIA just bounced off the volume-weighted average price a couple times, able to get almost the $0.50, just a little bit higher than the $0.50 as it's trying to come back. Look at the reversal candles that you're seeing, and you have it across the board. Like break out the highs, and then heavy snap back. You can barely see it on a 3-minute because it's only the first minute in, so I'm just going to quickly, there we go. There's the double bottom right off of that opening range. So on a 1-minute candle, you can see it make that higher low. Sometimes I'll use a 1-minute, I think, early on for everybody. But if we can't get back above 177 on NVIDIA, that's still a big rejection off of that top. The other one I like here is going to be Robinhood. Didn't have any particular catalyst outside of the fact that they're just going to the S&P 500 in a week and a half or just under 2 weeks. And it's just a continuation play. All-time highs as long as it holds 117 change. Wanted to hold this 120 off the open. But with that sell, the market's below the volume-weighted average price. I want to see this thing close above. NVIDIA doing pretty nicely here. I'm keeping an eye on Oracle. That just broke another all-time high.
325.
325. 35% Oracle is up.
And you had an awesome opportunity to buy that.
35%.
Oh, man, you had a great opportunity to buy that. We are now, there it is, man. It's another day and another daily goal hit right there, right off the jump, man. It's $1. We have $2. I mean, both these names are Dollar Club winners right now. Google and Palantir, and they're both exactly off of the levels that we posted, 164 and 138. So if you can do it, if I can do it, we all can do it. There it goes. Nice upside play there for all. Wow, Google. Let's go. What kind of a day are we even having already? Klarna's not even here yet. There goes Palantir right now. There goes Google and Palantir both mooning. right now, so good little level there. Look at this, boom, 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 boom. And again, like, how did we find these levels? I don't even know half the time, but there it is right there. It's Google, 238 dip. Okay, man, how did that dip taste right now with some guacamole on there? And there's Palantir as well, 164. So we've got all these trades on board right now, all for free. Anyways, let's keep on going right now. I've got these two longs and pretty happy with them, but we got to take some out. I mean, we're already out of half. So we got out of half of both of these plays. So let's just continue to go, man. I said that Google could probably get back into some of these highs, and we still like that 240 break on the high side for Google. So far, so good right there. And then Palantir, of course, not going as much as I had thought. We were up 3% earlier in the day, and now it's just kind of kicking back just a little bit. We'll go to Adair, and then we'll check out something with Neil, and then we'll talk about stocks that maybe you guys want to look at as well. What's up, Adair?
Yeah, this wearable devices here is on the move. WLDS, yesterday after the bell, they actually released their earnings for the first half of fiscal 2025. Then this morning, they announced they actually received a patent here for breakthrough voice and gesture control technology. So they had earnings last night, this patent they have today, and the market cap here, $1 million, very small market cap. Float of 960,000 shares, so less than 1 million share float. 6% short float, really notable here for WLDS. Back to you. Also, Synopsys, guys, down, down sharply still. SNPS. No economic data at 10 a.m. other than that wholesale inventory, but we do have at 10 a.m. We're supposed to be getting the vote here for Stephen Myron's, I guess, Fed position. We're going to see if we had his testimony last week. I guess apparently the vote's going to take place today at 10 a.m. I'll be covering that if there is anything to cover. Back to you.
Hey, Stephen. Okay.
Thank you very much, Adair. Rang the register on NVIDIA. It double topped. It couldn't break 117.5. It's starting to come back into the volume weighted average price. The market, after that big rally that we saw, PPI coming in light, we're pulling back, but we're holding the volume weighted average price. So still want to look for the dip buys. It's this and Robinhood were the two names. And I appreciate the correction. I forgot to mention Robinhood, of course, had their event last night.
Yeah.
They had their summit at 5:30. So, Robinhood did have a catalyst in addition to the S&P 500 edition, which is not coming for another couple of weeks. But this is not holding higher, so I'm not in. Like, it's continuing to make lows here on Robinhood, so I'll allow it to pull back into what I think is a big level at 118.5 into the prior day high. So this is the area we want to try buy some Robinhood and see if we can't get VWAP on NVIDIA as well. I'm willing to take this one if it can break above VWAP, but it just hasn't done it yet. I think that's a yet because the market, I'm still believing in the long, even though NVIDIA couldn't take out that high.
Yeah, some of these levels are wild, man. Like Palantir is printing like 50 cents like every second, like up and down.
There was a halt.
Oh yeah, okay, we can start.
QMM, remember that thing?
Are you hearing anything in your ear? Like I'm not hearing anything.
Remember, what the heck was this company called again? Yeah, QMMMM halted to the upside. That came all the way down. Some hedge funds got made so, how much, they destroyed it because they would have just shorted all the way up and held it. The average person can't just hold the short forever. It's halted to the upside, but down 57% from yesterday. And that was after it already pulled back significantly on the highs. So these treasury plays might be slowing down just a tiny bit, everybody. Just a bit.
Yeah, well, that was the kind of the joke that we were talking about yesterday. I remember I was like, yeah, you remember the hedge funds are not going to lose, and there it goes.
Because they just hold forever.
Yeah, so, a big advantage there for them. But not a big advantage for me because, the market's come back down in. So we're taking on a few more shares here as we fall in, but the market is giving it all back right now. So all the way back into PPI lows right now, where we started at on the PPI number. And there it is, man. Everything given back right now. So we're just going to try to absorb these levels again. And so for right now, it's still Palantir and Google, the only two trades that I have on board right now. We're looking for more, but I got to sit in these trades. And again, we don't have to. We're going to exit them if they go awry. But right there, 164 was something we're looking at. And we marked down maybe 162 as some sort of a level there for Palantir. And again, that's sort of like yesterday's closing prices. But we're in danger now. I don't really want to average in too much of this. I don't mind averaging into Google. I thought that their deal there, we talked about, their extension with Oracle and that they're sort of already have, cloud business with them. And with Oracle giving that guide all the way to 3,000, 2029 or 3,000, 2030, should be good for Google as well. So there it is, man. Rate bouncing off 238 again. I guess we should have got something down there. Those were the levels that I like. So I'm going to put down a little bit more down there at that bottom and just basically watch out for Palantir. It's the one that's slipping up a little bit here. So I'm going to take an opportunity on any bumps right now to get some out of Palantir, because we don't want, again, a good call in Google to maybe be ruined by Palantir continuously moving lower. So there it is. We get some out at 10s there on Palantir. If it can get back up, there we go. We get some 25s. That'll be good to go. So right now we're flattish on Palantir and just waiting to see if Google wants to pop through. So that's what I'm working with.
330 on Oracle.
Was it
$330 on Oracle, up 37%. It is fine. The market's pulling back, but this is going. NVIDIA did not dip into the volume weighted average price. It continues to go higher. Another fresh top there, 4% there for NVIDIA. Robinhood finally caught that bid. So it broke trend right in here at about 120 and starting to break out higher here is Robinhood up 1.5. Still going to stay with the station to station. The market's dropping pretty heavily here.
Yeah, it's not the greatest market.
No, it's not the greatest market. So if I get 121s, I'm taking 121s. You're already starting to pull back. It's really, look, it's Oracle and NVIDIA that are flying at this moment, at least from what I'm looking at. I got the Qs here pulling back to under where we were. Are you kidding me? This is where we were when the number hit at 8:30. So we've given the entirety of the move back here on the Qs. I'm gonna go back to my 3 minutes, so I just don't like looking at a 1 minute chart. It's really just about Oracle. It's Oracle's party, and everyone's
invited?
Not everybody's invited. Let me just double check look at AMD. NVIDIA's at high a day and breaking. AMD got mowed.
That's strange, because AMD had such a huge move yesterday.
Right, and AMD did the aftermarket move as well. Yeah, I think he's got to be cautious with some of the longs in here.
Yeah. Oh, and they had a bump there.
No, they had a bump going into the afternoon as well. You're right about that. Intel, someone just said in the chat, Intel's running. How about we do this? Because I know Sean already asked, but I just want to show you guys why we're asking you. And the good, ASST, like WLDS. People are doing the dollar sign. Make sure you hit dollar sign in the symbol, and then we know what you want to look at. Because I haven't pulled up WLDS. I don't even know what that is. ASST. Oh, that's that is today's crypto treasury name. These are the Bitcoin treasury announced. They did some kind of a merger, and then they're going to be whatever, and then they're going into Bitcoin.
Yada yada merger, yada yada.
No, ASST, I know, because I actually played this on the upside, and then, so just to give a quick note, somebody was like, I'm selling 15s on this stock in the pre-market. And it was very, very it was just obvious. They were telling you that they were selling the 115, and it just went down ever since. Yeah, I would never have shorted it anyways, but it doesn't make a difference. Robinhood, looks like Robinhood just gave the 121. So Robinhood comes back in. The same thing that I did with NVIDIA, trust in my gut, the market's breaking the lows. I'm going to take out the dip buy as the market continues to go to the downside here, and then just look for some kind of a continuation if the market pulls back, get the next available dip. So in and out of NVIDIA and Palantir, and Robinhood, and this market looking to catch a little bit of a bid. I did want to look at one other name that we didn't get to mention, and that was Octo, because I think the air coming out of some of these plays, this is another opportunity for a short. It's already down 18%. Might be late trying to join, but if I can get something off of VWAP or out in front of this 36 level, if it pops back up, you might see me in this. The only real short that I was thinking about today.
All right, so we're going to go 2 for 2. We just have Palantir and Google, but Palantir is now finally starting to get the feels of Palantir again. So we're going to get out more as it starts to rip back up. We're green on the name. We were just sort of biting our tongue down there thinking that, hey, maybe this doesn't really want to go, but we do respect the levels that we had written down. And for today, we had posted it up here. We'll put this sticky note in the chat for you guys if you're here for the first time. There's Palantir 164. There's Google 238. So both of those trades right now working out. Google's bottom was Palantir's was 163.50. You got to give it a little bit of room, right? And then Google right now, we're at the all-time high, or days high for myself right here as well, because there goes Google right back to the upside. There's our 238 buys. So we'll get some more out there. There it goes. Nice upside play here for Google as we continue to climb higher, man. Daily goal met, and thank you so much for joining us here. I wrote down open door 580 dip buy opportunity. We'll see if that can come in there. Nice pull down here for open door right now, down 0.3. Or bouncing around, I guess. I guess every penny makes a difference here, so we'll have to wait for that one. But right now it's Google, man. I mean, we're loaded up. So let's see if Google wants to get going there. The story today, as Neil keeps mentioning, and we all do, is is Oracle up to 337. Right now up 40%. That's
another one.
Wow, what a big play there. Let's see what GameStop is doing right now. 40%. Oh my God, I said to Neil, I have no idea how much of Oracle I even own because it's not a name that I talk about ever, but I think that's about right, man. I mean, you don't get this kind of a market cap move in a name for no reason. I mean, obviously they guide higher, and that guide was unbelievable. Is it 40% unbelievable? I want to call the short there, but I don't want to short it. So, yeah, Oracle's still working out, man, for the best if you're long, that's for sure. Google is pulling back. They're having a little bit of a problem. I thought Google would be higher than where we are right now. So I'm going to get some offers here in the 60s and see if we can pull up to that level. But, yeah, it just bounced off 239 pretty easily there, so I don't like that. We're in the mid-60s here. We're at 66. See if we can get some Mario Lemieux action right now. But,
CoreWeave
we
up
just heard the same thing.
18%.
Wow. We had that long yesterday at a 102 or something. Wow, there goes CoreWeave.
18% for CoreWeave. Hood just broke out as well, but I can't tell you, Apple is getting... Well, Apple's now catching a bit. Apple was down 2%. It's now catching a little bit of a bit.
Okay.
Halted? Oh, that QMMM.
If Apple was halted, I'd be...
No. If Apple ever halted, we have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. Or I mean, I don't think it would halt on a circuit breaker, but if it did, then that's a problem. But it might halt on news.
It would mean the market is doing something.
We're just playing around.
That's going to scare the living. No, it absolutely isn't.
We don't want
but
people.
That Apple move to the downside, like I wasn't really thinking short anything off the open. It wasn't
Google,
OCTO. But NVIDIA continues to roll higher. I still want to reload it. It's just a matter of where. VWAP is a possibility. Prior high is a possibility at 177.50. But if the market continues to go higher, I might find myself in that OCTO, the only thing I wanted to short. And if you're not watching Oracle on at least one of your charts, I think part of the fear would be if Oracle pulls back, London bridges, we all fall down. That would be...
Yeah.
I think that would be a little bit of a concern.
I'm trying to get some out here, man.
If this stock reverses, and I know a lot of people are probably... Not a lot of people. I know some people that are probably trying to revert this move because it's so ridiculous. If we trend break on this stock, all you know what could break loose. I'm into Octo. I don't know, is it Octo? 8Co. 8Co.
Octo.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
It's 8Co, so it just
Octo
feels
is 8, yeah.
Yeah, so anyways, I'm going to give it to this prior high. It's at VWAP, but there's an obvious level here at 35.8. So if it breaks 35.8, then I'll jump out of this. It's less than $1 risk on a stock which moves a heck of a lot more than that. 33.5 will be the first target.
Okay, yeah, so just good talk about some of these names here. I'm just going to go back to Palantir and just show you. Huge move right up to VWAP again, so we're starting to cash out of Palantir. We're almost out of everything right now on Palantir, 10% left, honestly. So now it's starting to drop. We got out. We were nervous about Google. I told you guys we got those Google prints in the 60s, so we get 2 of them, and now they're falling back down, not buying 238 dip. I mean, we wrote down 238 dip on here. We've already done it. We've already made our money there, but we still have shares. And I'm going to try 237.50 as my stop. So just breaking through here. So let's see if we can get a little bit more shares down lower than 238, like 237.75, something like that. Play off the quarters, see if that wants to work out for us. But right now, Google pulling down a little bit in the greater thing of the market right now. We looked at GameStop. I wrote down GameStop and Opendoor as a potential pull today, but right now, are you trying to talk to me too, Andre? Because, okay, I haven't heard anything in my ear. Maybe test me out if you can. Yep, got you, perfect. Okay, so dip down into 605 right there for Opendoor. A good level there, holding out $6. So watch out for Opendoor today. And as Neil mentioned, man, it was Apple that was taking the elevator to the downside right now. And nothing to worry about. But we got some super chats yesterday of traders that were short. They asked me what I thought of it. I said, go with it. I thought that you got a good level there. It seemed to have disappointed. So nice move to the downside there on Apple. Congratulations on those of you that are short. Good risk and well rewarded today.
No questions asked. And another way to take risk and get rewarded is by Beta Pro's biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition with over $40,000 in cash prizes, including a $20,000 grand prize, which is all risk-free. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. And whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test strategies, build skills, and climb the leaderboard. So you think you have what it takes to be the biggest winner? Sign up today. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Shout out to Beta Pro by Globex. CoreWeave 120. Just one update.
120.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
Okay.
CompuCare team. A lot of these moves are going to be insane, and you can thank Oracle for it. But Octo pulls back. It goes right into that 35 at the volume weighted average price to the dime, and goes right and bounces off that 33.5 I was talking about. So we took half out there, but it's coming right back into the highs. I've now moved my stop to this lower high as well. On a stock like this, I'd just rather not be involved in it breaking any kind of a resistance. If this ends up being the low of the day at the 32, you just don't want to get rinsed. And Ross, can you give some more info on Klarna? Sean, are you going to blow off swimming for Day's IPO? When you do, it's a good sign. Let's just say right now, every single person is going nowhere for the Klarna IPO. Like Klarna's in that category of it's obvious. We said if it was growing, it's already 1.8 million shares. It continues to grow. This won't open for hours, and it's already 1.8 million buy imbalance on Klarna. So this is an all systems go.
I don't even know.
Good question. It should be good to go. You should be able to put your orders in usually by now. So
KLAR.
Yeah, KLAR. There won't be anything to see. Like obviously, it won't open usually until after lunchtime.
$40.
We've been seeing lately. So.
Yeah, not much going on here. Thanks for the super chat again on Klarna, but there it is here, KLAR.
Yeah, you should be able to.
So it's out, and we'll keep monitoring it for you. There's the $40 tap right there, so that's where it's indicated at open right now. If it were to open, it would open at $40. So they're just gonna, all of these prices that you see on here don't mean anything. This is just somebody's willing to pay $1,200. It doesn't matter. It's like what we keep telling Adair and Sharif and Joe and all that about the limit on open. You can put any price you want. As long as it's a limit on open order or a market on open order, you should be able to grab whatever that price is on the opening print. So, and then as Neil just showed you, there it is. So it's getting larger. I don't know when it's going to close or when it's going to open. So yeah, we're going to have to sit here and wait
1
for
o'clock.
It's I think 1 o'clock is a reasonable
1 o'clock to 1:30
prediction there. So yeah, if you're in and you're looking to dance around something, I would say that that's it. So we'll wait for Klarna, and Neil and I will be talking about it when it does come through. I'm not going to, like I said, man, Google, well, you know what? All right, I'll dip by a little bit in Google just because it keeps coming into this level, but I'm not, like, I'd like to wait. We just missed that dip right there. I'm at 75, like literally at 75, so we missed it by 10 cents, or else we'd have like another $1 almost on board right now. So let's just let it continue to work out here. Palantir has been a great stock. We told you we were less than 10% on this, and we got another out. So now we're at 7.5% left right now for Palantir. And again, the market's just making lows right now. So I don't know if you want to.
AMD, man.
I was going to say, like, what's going on with Oracle? There's the pullback. I mean, we said take that 40% profit. We may not have a chance to do that here because we're trading now live, but there it goes, 340 to the downside. Just gave up $10 there on Oracle. So
should have put a stink offer.
I'm going to take an opportunity to get some more out on Google on the top side. But yeah, that would have been a good idea of just putting an offer there and hoping that it fills. But for right now, it is.
Instead of waiting till 11 o'clock when we're off air. For Oracle, that is all I'm talking about. So AMD it's up 2.5%, but just tagged the low of the day. It's absolutely wild the reaction that we're getting in multiple names, and I want to give a shout out to, remember SoFi? Yeah, buddy. SoFi just took out the top. Someone said all-time high. I believe no, but I believe it's a 52-week high. It's not an all-time high on SoFi. If you go back to, just pull up like a monthly chart on SoFi. I believe it's like $28 or something adjacent to 28. I did say this one had a chance. I wasn't sure it was going to be today because there was no specific catalyst for SoFi, but maybe sympathy to Robinhood makes some sense. But it's above the high now, so I got to get myself involved. 26.30 1230 is the prior high, so there's plenty of room for it to dip. This could easily dip into the volume weighted average price. That's what I was for.
Beautiful stock there.
Go ahead. It's just all sympathy. I think Robinhood's lifting its ship, unless there's a SoFi story that I'm not aware of. I'm going to try and sit on VWAP and see if I can't get picked up in the SoFi party. So I'm just into Octo. That's holding. I mean, I think the Treasury plays all seem to be looking a little bit deadish. So I think that's probably the time that you're safe to be shorting them.
I think you're right there. So we're still on Google, and we just got 80 damn twos right now. That's a hot dog kind of a trade right now. We're at the all-time high. I keep saying that. We're at our day's high for myself right now, just trading these two names. So let's go and have a look to see if there's anything else you guys want us to talk about. First of all, let's handle some business up in here right now. All right, so we've talked about this already. You guys got to hit the like button. You guys got to hit the subscribe. We got a big midday show coming. We got a Dara on the desk as well over there today. So let's get this going, man. Over 10,000 right now, 843 watching. Let's get that to 1,500. Have you hit it yet out there, guys? Let's go. Let's hit that right now. We'll put some fun polls up for you in a couple seconds as well. So, let's get that going. 850. We'd like to see a little bit more right now, of course, as we bring this to you. Are we still in 4K or we went down resolution?
I thought we went down.
Right now. But anyways, the highest quality. We've got some crazy stuff happening in there behind us right now, so I cannot wait to show you our new setup. Hopefully, we've said maybe at the end of this week, depending on when the monitors come in, we're going to have Sharif, I'll be able to just be me and Sharif are going to be shoulder to shoulder over here. So I'm about to get real comfortable with that, dude. But it's going to be a fun one, much more conversational, and a lot of stuff happening here at Trader TV Live. So hit the like button and the subscribe. Wow, what a cool logo that is. Oh my gosh. ASST, I found my new favorite logo right there. So this is what you guys are voting for right now, what you want us to look at. Neil just talked about SoFi WDS. Well, that's wilding right now. That's up 600%. Robinhood as well, Oracle, CoreWeave, NVIDIA. Is that right? Broadcom is up another 7% today? That is unfreaking believable right now for Broadcom, and pardon my French, but wow. GameStop giving some back today, up 6%, but nah, it's not French at all, it's just a saying. That's crazy. I have Broadcom there. Just on the Chilean Nightmare over here, I was like, he's looking over here. But okay. Wholesale inventories coming up at 10 o'clock, so get ready for those, man. Those are on our plus 2%. We're waiting for those coming at 10. So in 2.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes, we're going to go over to Adara to have those numbers. So I'm here on Google at...
Fine.
Oh, I got filled. Oh, yeah, we already got filled on that play. What am I talking about? So now we're at 95s, waiting to get some out here on the bottom. And again, this take was a 238 dip buy that we wrote down earlier. Too bad I was a little scared of it right there. We waited for a little bit lower, but now Google trying to do the best work here and get right back there to the upside, man. Put in the chat if you're green, if you're red. Let's get going, man. Big days. Put what stocks you want us to follow through with. Neil's on SoFi.
Still ASST up
Still
there.
ASST. There goes Google, by the way. We just got it, guys. That's $1 right there.
I don't know why, but it's coming back to the upside. So the halt down on this, I think these guys are just a Bitcoin treasury, I believe.
Okay.
I think it's just the old standard boring Bitcoin treasury for ASTT. Halted down, holds 10, now breaking higher. It needs to get through 12.5 in VWAP, and I think you might see a little bit of continuation there. FDA approved AstraZeneca's. Good luck pronouncing that in children aged 1 and older.
Oh, AZN? What?
Yeah, no,
Cosalugo? Cosalugo. It's not as hard as you think.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you know what?
It looked hard.
I gave it like 2 seconds of a look and was like, I'm not even bothering. But so you're halting up on ASST. If it doesn't go any lower from here, then it should halt up. I don't want to jinx it. It takes 15 seconds. Might be a fake halt. And it was a fake halt. It didn't hold for long enough. But we did get out. Octo pull all the way back into the low. So just like yesterday was a breakdown consolidation play, and it gave you a $3 range then. It gives it to you again here today. 35 all the way down to 31.5. So I'm out just doing the same thing we did yesterday on OCTO. I keep wanting to say LO because I have It's Okta that I think about all the time. SoFi was the other name. 52-week high breakout. Now you have me saying all-time high.
Yeah, I am.
It was a 52-week high break. It bounces right off the pre-market highs and then holds VWAP. I'm able to get filled there 26.55 with a 45 long, but it's now coming right back in. So the market is still not looking that great. A couple of red candles. We're holding underneath the volume weighted average price. We're trend down since that number. So I don't know how much I want to hold this if we can't hold this 26.30. If we close this candle and the next couple above, I think it's worthy of an add. But with the market pulling back in here, you think you got to take the money and run when you have a chance to get it. NVIDIA, that's just hugging the volume weighted average price as we speak. It's trying to pull back. Initial play long worked out fine, but with the market looking weak, I want to see some signs of strength in the overall market before I take a reload in both NVIDIA and Robinhood. And I'm skeptical. I don't know if I need to get Robinhood if I'm already in SoFi.
Yeah, so we're just, probably a good point there about being in one versus the other for sure, or both of them, right? Because that's part of what I'm dealing with right now. And it's like, I'm in Google, I've been getting it out, we're bouncing off the 50-period moving average. Do I think it's going higher? Yes. But are we nervous a little bit about the market? Yes, but the market's holding out, so no, really, not that nervous about the market. But just wondering if we do have enough juice to get through some of these levels. And I mean, we do have the all-time high coming through on Google hopefully soon. All right, it's number time with Adara.
U.S. wholesale inventories here, 0.2% is the forecast, coming in at 0.1%, so slightly lower than expected here. Again, 0.1% for the wholesale inventories month over month versus 0.2% forecast. Wholesale sales month over month actually above expectations, 1.4% versus 0.2% expected. We are also expecting that vote here on the Fed nomination for Stephen Myron. So we'll have to find out how that went. He had his testimony last week, received a lot of questions. So we're going to have to wait and see how everything sorts out with regards to that Fed nomination, especially key ahead of the Fed meeting 1 week from today. Now, what's also worth noting here, of course, Oracle and watch with those earnings. Here's the market not reacting too much to that number, but Oracle moving a lot of other AI names here too, including NVIDIA, Palantir, CoreWeave. They actually did have a double miss, but Oracle did guide a 77% increase in cloud infrastructure revenue this year. They expect it to grow also significantly over the next 4 years, including a staggering $144 billion print there for fiscal 2030. Then we have Synopsys, SNPS, on watch here. They did have a double miss, much like Oracle, but unlike Oracle, down about 30%. Q4 adjusted EPS guide well below estimates. Their sales guide actually beat estimates. So before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Orgenex, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
All right, I was...
I gotta repeat though.
Yeah, go do the burning cat.
CoreWeave is running like a burning cat, someone just said. Now, I've never observed a burning cat, and hopefully I never have. Hopefully I never have to. That just doesn't seem like a good look. But I suppose it aptly describes what's going on in a few of these names. Oracle back essentially near its all-time high, which is basically just wherever it's topped out today because everything is a blue sky setup for that. CoreWeave 23% to the upside. This is to say that this is getting impressive for these related names is absurd. Like it's not even doing it justice. I don't have any adjectives for what we're seeing in Oracle.
Absurd is a good one, I think.
Absurd.
It's the adjective itself is
ridiculous. I mean,
both
bamboozling to the shorts, like all of that stuff is what's happening. And Oracle.
Oh my God, Palantir.
Unbelievable Oracle. I can't even. Yeah.
What did Oracle doing now? Oh,
right back at 40%.
At the high. Okay, so yeah, I guess we'll be able to get our 40%. So made a mistake or not, man. I mean, props it up for Palantir. It's a big stock there today. We made our daily goal alone on Google, but Palantir helped it out. We just put an offer there, and I didn't realize that would, because we had gotten out, didn't realize that had put us out of the stock, but we only had 7% anyways. So nice move there for Palantir. Got it out at the 200. Yeah, it's working out pretty darn good there. And we just tweeted it out again that our 238 is pretty huge here. So I'm going to get another piece out, 34s if we can. That's me on NASDAQ. We just got it. So a nice little take there on Google as it's back to VWAP. And we said we're going to get this. We said we're going to get it at VWAP. So there's a decent out for us there. As we still have about like 20% or so of this one as we ride pretty good right now on Google. Today's big news, man, is IPO time, of course, as we've been sitting here talking not all about it, but we're going to look at Klarna today. We're going to look at Gemini in the next couple days as well.
I thought that was Friday.
Yeah, Friday for Gemini. Yeah, for sure Friday. So that'll be coming through there. We'll be looking at them and see what they're doing. But right here is KLAR is, I don't know why I didn't call it up for you guys, but still $40 tap. And like, you know, Neil and I are here to tell you guys if anything happens, you know, we'll have it for you and we'll show it to you. But right now, this is what the imbalance looks like. It's 2 mil. So I don't know if there's any time in the next little while that this is going to go off. So yeah, Klarna, just, you know, get ready for it. It's coming today, and it should be a good one. So we're excited over here for that, and as should you be. So we'll wait to see how it trades. If anything, it's going to give a lot of volume through the name, so that'll give you some trading opportunities in and around probably 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock or so. But you never know when it's going to pop off. So we'll keep you updated. We got our ear to the ground. If Adara obviously sees anything news related or anywhere, she'll be talking to us about it. So yeah, we're excited for Klarna coming out today, and it should be a decent trade. So we'll wait to see where that market goes. But so far so good here today. And I mean, Google just continues to get up. So nice play there for Google. We couldn't be happier with the way we traded this today. The posted level of 238 worked like a glove, so like a charm. So there it goes, man. Boom. We just should have reloaded it there again. But I'm happy as can be with this trade. So far so good there for that name.
Yeah, so far so good. The only L I'll take will end up being SoFi. The one that I didn't expect to happen, pulled back in. And the market's blasting, so for the fact that we're back into the prior high is not the end of the world, but the market's blasting higher and through the volume-weighted average price. I might just take it again if we can hold this level and then give some kind of a rebound trade if we're going station to station on these things. We're going to go to Darren in a quick second, but here's the thing. Robinhood, the initial long, that actually holds very cleanly higher. So the trend is still looking very good on Robinhood after the all-time high break. Might just pop back over to this. And if you're looking at ASST, just a quick update, it opened back up after the up halt and is not doing much. So up halt, open, sideways. I don't know if these guys are going to be the jam like the Treasury plays. I'm just checking. Octo still looks weak from earlier, and you're not really getting any follow through. When the market's strong, they don't need meme stocks. Adara.
Is keep an eye here on the market. Not necessarily market moving, but still definitely interesting. Apparently, I'm seeing here is CBOE is planning on launching cash-settled futures and options on a new index tracking technology and growth-focused U.S. stocks. So interesting CBOE announcement here. Again, planning to launch cash-settled futures and options on a new index to track tech and growth-focused U.S. stocks. Back to you.
Okay, so yeah, so far so good there. I mean, more interesting opportunities there to trade. Again, we talked about the possibility of more hours coming for the trading floor like NASDAQ and NYSE, obviously with Blue Ocean and things like that. And then we hear Robinhood throwing down some new ideas last night as well for that trading opportunity. So yeah, 24-hour trading seems to be just around the corner. I mean, it will never be 24 hours. They got to settle and they got to get that all figured out, but be close enough to that. So we'll wait to see how that revolutionizes trading. I think it's going to be a big difference for different event spots, right? Because you're not going to have the open and closing volumes, I don't think, that you would have had normally, because it's not like you can just get out of Oracle right now. It's going to be trading on the NASDAQ live.
You just won't have the same priority.
The only difference I want to know is that when will the market makers trade? If they're only going to trade 9:30 to 4, then it'll pretty much be the same. If it's just going to be ECNs and gateways everywhere, then I'm not that interested in trading with other day traders. I actually want to trade with the big guys. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening in that market, but it's going to be interesting. That is for sure. Google right now, huge move up. I don't know what you thought. I mean, I know you're excited about it. I mean, we all are excited.
Everyone's excited for it. What I've found is, like, whenever there's a change that people say it's going to destroy this type of trading, or it's going to put these people out, there's always a bunch that don't bother to adapt, like when the 9Z floor went away.
Yep.
When the floor traders died out. But the opportunities that came out of it were tremendous. You know, and overall, it's just the game will change a little bit. I think you'll probably have to adjust the time periods in which you think most of the action happens and be willing to say,
right,
well, if you made most of your money in the first hour, it might be a little different. Like maybe there's another time of the day which ends up being your honey. Right. But you just got to be open to that something could be drastically different for you, and you have to figure that out as it happens. So just be open-minded. I think you'll be fine overall, but we'll see. At the end of the day, we have at least months and months away. At some point next year, we'll go, and it's not 24 hours. I believe 23.5 is what it will actually work out to be. There's still gonna be some kind of a 1 hour like settling period for sure. And yes, that's part of why we're doing all these renovations, to make sure that we're ready for the moment.
Yeah, we're going to be, looking to do some more broadcasting and give you guys a couple more looks. So we're excited to do that. Like we're redoing the whole news desk and everything. It's going to be absolutely great. We can't even see Adara now. So,
no.
That's going to change completely, where we're able to communicate more freely with even with our side guys here, Joe and the guys on the side, Joe and Sharif. Like you'll be able to see them sitting right beside me here very, very shortly. So that should be exciting. We wait for those monitors to come in, and it should be a good time. All right, so 240 back there for Apple, for Google. Props it up to anybody following that trade. It's been a monster one, and so was Palantir, man. I mean, Palantir was huge. Could have been bigger, but we didn't have too much faith as it was breaking lower, and the NASDAQ kind of gave it back a little bit there. So Palantir continued to move while the NASDAQ went up right here. That was a little bit deceiving because there's where the NASDAQ went up. There's the move back in for Palantir. And I was nervous about us losing the bid there. I don't really... Thinking back on it, I would like to rewind the tape and see what my logic was there, but we did break below 164, and that's the thing. I'm trying to follow the rules even more so nowadays, and that is wait for your levels to develop. If they do and they break, fine, get out, man. You're not going to call every level, although it seems like we're on a crazy heater lately, but anything can stop at any time, and you don't want to give back everything you made today, give it back tomorrow or vice versa. So I think it's just, make sure you stay with what you're doing. Like right here, I'm going to get some more out at 240. It's a key level. Do I think it's going higher? Yes, but we have to capture a little bit of this profit, right, which we've been doing. So more outs here at 240, and we'll try to sit on our hands now. I only have 10%, actually a little bit more, about 15% left now on Google. So we're pretty happy with what's been going on there. Check back in on the big dog of the day, right? I mean, all right, Neil, well, I mean, now it's still 40%. So Oracle holding out now.
Unreal.
You mentioned like catching the back there, so this might be it. Like that's now double topped up here at 340. So there could.
I ain't shorting it.
I'm not shorting it either, but for those of you that are, there could be. It's like yesterday, man. We were
I'm
sitting
sure
here.
There's plenty of people that are going to short it.
When QMM was $300 and we saw it dance around, it was like, oh, finally, you saw some size. It's starting to go to back to the downside. Then it finally halted to the downside, and that was at 300. Now it's at 120. So there are shorting opportunities in dangerous names, but you have to be ready and make sure that you don't, as I like to say, raw dog that, and make sure you have a stop. And if you're going to go short there, do not let this thing blow through 340, man.
Yeah, as long as you have an out, you can, they're not. It's not like it's untradeable.
I think it's very tradable. 44 million shares for a $300.
Like it's vastly different from shorting in what that QMMM was, because in Oracle, if you set a stop in Oracle, you're going to get out. You don't have to worry about execution. On that other stock, you had to worry about execution. Like we said, the only people that are really going to make money are the hedgies that can just say, I'm not getting out. They just go short. They can be out of the money. They can be short at 100 and out of the money when it's at $300, but they're not buying back in. They're just going to hold it until they're eventually right. And it takes a GameStop moment, pun intended.
People like the short Oracle spots.
No, it's not bad. Here's what I'll say. I'm looking at a reversion, but it's actually not a short reversion. I'm looking for a long breakout reversion, and that's GameStop. Trend down has held from the entirety of the pre-market, and if it breaks out above VWAP just over 25, it's breaking that trend. So that's where my next trade is looking like it's going to be as we go back up to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye here, Netflix and Amazon. There's a report here coming from Variety, suggesting that the companies are teaming up on ads. So keep an eye here on Netflix and Amazon. Report here from Variety. Apparently, they're announcing new partnerships here to boost ad opportunities. AMZN and Netflix. Again, unclear if they're partnering together, but apparently both companies, I guess, they're going to be setting this alliance to broaden their connected TV impressions for ad buyers. So again, AMZN, Netflix reportedly working together here, or at least allied here to broaden their connected TV impressions for ads. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, Amazon ripping upside here. Google absolutely hot fire right now. Google is now $2 in the money. And oh yeah, by the way, remember we were talking about shorting Oracle? How there it goes, man. Both Neil and I sat here when it was 337 and was like, yeah, you could do it. Make sure you have a 340 out, because if you did get that 340 out, I was watching it, I think you maybe had 15 to 20 cents of slippage if you put in a market order or something like that. So I think you did okay there if you were short, but not something that I would be doing today. We actually marked down long onlys on Oracle, and it's too bad because you know the price that we had written down today on here? Absolutely ridiculous. 310. You know, it goes to 312 there, right off the open, like 312 and bounces. Crazy, up $28 from the lows.
That is how they do.
There is Oracle. So that's how earnings season goes sometimes. But wow, there goes Google right now. That is new all-time highs, and we are now $2.50 in the money on that play. So yeah, man, we're pretty happy with the trading there on this name. Can it get better? I don't know. We'll just have to wait to see if we can get any better prints coming through here on Google. But for right now, let's take something out. You got, for me, all-time highs, pre-market high level. You know, if this had happened early, sure, we would have punched it. It didn't happen early, so we didn't, and we were able to get our dip buys. So that's why we're putting out 2 levels there on the note and trying to trade accordingly against those levels. So yeah, so far so good there today. We've hit our levels. We've only traded those 2 names. Open Door was another look for me today. It's not going, it's actually going up. We had 580 written down as a dip buy opportunity. And then GameStop with their special warrant issued there. I don't know if it's actionable or not, because it's got to get to $32 and you have a year. These get offered, I think it's October 5th or 7th, those warrants are going to get dropped in your account. So for every 10 shares you have of GameStop, they're giving you 1 free share at $32.
Well, at least the thing is, last earnings, they dropped an offering.
Right.
They straight up dropped an offering. The last 2 earnings, and it got tanked. So the good news is they didn't do that. So I kind of felt like I was going to look for any kind of a squeeze long, which is hopefully the next opportunity. I've been asked a couple times in chat, we've been asked a couple times in the chat, what is going on with Upstart? A lot of things dipped at the open. That does seem a little bit extreme, but I don't have a specific story that I've seen on Upstart. So keeping our eye in the
well, it's Klarna, right? I mean, it
could be sell the news because Klarna's coming IPO. We've seen that before, but Upstart down 7.5%. As I mentioned, the next thing I'm looking for is this GameStop. It is very close to breaking the trend, but if you look at anything that's trending down, when it breaks the trend line is always a moving target. It would have been at VWAP, but this will break trend before it gets to the volume weighted average price now. So kind of eyeballing it here, there's your 3-minute trend line. As long as it breaks that top, I'm going to go into the long here. The market is starting to come back in. Now, early long is good. Some of the dip buys are better than others. Oh, by the way, Oracle just came back under 340.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it just dropped $4 and still going. I still have Oracle up because if Oracle tanks, I think you want to be reversing out of your related longs.
Okay, stretching. All right, it's $3 now on this Google trade. So we've been posting it up on Twitter, and it's going. So let's just figure out if anything else is going upside as well. Let's check out my guy Marvell there today, $66. So again, I like that stock. I like this level here for Marvell, but it's fallen back in again. So that was 68. Wow, that got really going here early was Marvell. Look at crypto right now. IBIT and Bitcoin really starting to go. Let's take a quick look at some of our crypto gainers here today and see what exactly is flying around. Wow, this Google is like, we thought today might be special with Klarna and everything like that, but Google is making today a day by itself right now. Again, a holding in many of our accounts, and just continues to work, man. That Google trade, posted it up, and when things work, when you post them, it makes, what the heck? What is this stock? This is not a, I don't know what this is. That must be a mistake. Okay, so right here, Ethereum up 2.5% right now. XRP floating around a little bit. It's had a good little run off that 280 marker that we've talked about a couple times here as well. Tether, of course, is still $1. Solana's a nice one right there. So we'll ride the bull on some of these names, that's for sure. And it looks like Solana helping out that little move. Dogecoin today, 24 cents. Cardano, 89. We like that. Up 7, up 12% right there. We had Chainlink with some movers yesterday. with CWB.
CWB, yeah.
So yeah, good call there. Chainlink, but only up nothing anyways. Wrapped coin, Hypercoin, wrapped Bitcoin. What else is there? Wrapped Ethereum. So yeah, not much going on actually in the space right now, other than some of those coins that we had talked about. But that's your cryptocurrency. Quick little look there as we'll wait to see what Bitcoin is wanting to do here into the close. So into the open. But Marvell downside, it's IBIT today. I think it's up, what, 3% or so IBIT right there. Yeah, 2.5% for IBIT. That name's still going. So yeah, we like that stock there for crypto. But yeah, nice move there. And I don't even know what to say about Alphabet. It just went to 241 and change, so we got a really great price there. So let's see if we can sort of absorb that and still go long here on the space, Google.
Yeah, by the way, you're now 333 and still heading down on Oracle here.
Oh, no.
For anyone asking, Klarna, we do not know when it will open. It's still indicating 40. There's been no change on that. It's nowhere close. 2.5 million to the buy side. It is significantly oversubscribed. But Oracle, I'd watch out for this. Like, it's every time it's dipped, it's held the same level. Area or trend line is the best way to put it. Area, trend line. And it just dipped underneath the trend line. So I don't know if that's going to be a good thing for the stock. It makes me not want to reload NVIDIA at this moment, but I did get into the trend break on GameStop. I'm going to risk it and save the trend line in here. So this one's broken the trend line, but watch out 25.10 to 25.25. That's where it was at the open, and it's failed once. And then you had a big seller right here around 25. I start to see that come in again, and you've got to be able to break a seller like that if it's going to go anywhere. Let's go over to the desk. I believe Adara has.
First, we'll go with BTCC. So we're going to tell you a little bit about BTCC right here.
Okay.
So 14 years, zero hacks, zero excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times leverage, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you just don't watch the pros. You can also trade like them. Regulated in both the United States, Canada, all three, and Europe. Trusted by over 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now to grab 15% deposit bonus. That's btcc.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. And there's the information there. Listen to us. If you're trading anything, 500 times leverage, I think there's some opportunities there. We've been talking about how hot that market has been. But Oracle pulling back, Google not, Google still going to the upside. Let's go to Adara for some news on the desk.
No news, just to talk about small caps. Here's ATRO. They're kind of few and far between today, guys. A lot of these seem to have already given up the move, but if you want more small cap action, of course, join our midday show. Sharif trades these. So we do have ATRO and watch Astronics Corporation, $1.5 billion market cap. So on the larger side, they did announce plans to offer $210 million in convertible senior notes due 2031. They announced that last night. Today, stock headed to the upside. WLDS already given back a lot of this move. Last night, they did have their earnings for the first half of the fiscal year. Then this morning, they announced they actually received a patent here in the U.S. for breakthrough voice and gesture control. Last but not least, OPEN, once again on watch here. Again, not a small cap name necessarily in the low single digit billions, but this one getting a lot of steam consistently and a lot of retail attention. Started again back in July now, late July, when Eric Jackson of EMJ Capital started pumping this one on social media. Again, this one definitely still very volatile and on watch. Back to you.
Yeah, open door, and sometimes, there's just too much else that's exciting. Open door probably falling by the wayside. You had all those crypto plays, the treasury plays, and now you've got the overall market looking entirely too strong.
Oh my God.
Now we're through VWAP finally. So GameStop's starting to go. Look, these guys did beat. They beat top and bottom, in addition to the warrant. So it was a good quarter for them. And the other great thing about the stock is, well, somebody was accumulating and was holding in these low 20s, and now you have like a clean breakout. It's a technical breakout. They beat on earnings. They reversed a nasty trend of rug pulling by diluting when they report. That at least has not happened here, 7% up. I'm just looking for this to get back into the next level, $25.50. If we can get there, then we'll be happy with the move. And leader 42, the upstart thing, we're just guessing is sympathy. Sometimes when an IPO comes out, it can signal like topish, or I don't know. It can signal a temporary top in the space, right? So Klarna in the same space. I haven't checked out with Affirm. I mean, Affirm is Affirm going down too. That would make sense if Affirm was also going down. Yeah, and Affirm went down, but nowhere nearly as bad as up. UPST was down 7%. Affirm's flat. So that might not be it. It might not be it.
Yeah, we'll do our best to try to answer all the questions that you guys have. I mean, Klarna right now with your IPO still looking at $40. So, yeah, definitely interested in that one. Wow. I mean, shout out to Chef Joe, man. You found another one, and there's props right there to you because, wow. I mean, just give it up to Broadcom. I mean, you know, we talked about like how some of these stocks have just been so hot fire. While I mean, this daily chart for AVGO is just something to be admired, honestly, man. I mean, this was crap. We have the split still. This bottom of 140, 370 right now. I mean, still going up another 9.5%. I mean, these guys catch wind on every good story. So there it goes, man. Nice move there for AVGO. And we both just heard in our ear that GameStop was taking out highs as well. So not overly intraday highs. The pre-market high is still $26. Good double take down there at $24. So comes right into there, bounces off again. Broadcom going higher. Everything getting going here today. Up 10%. Broadcom was not expecting that. AMD, which caught and moved yesterday in the after hours, was looking for some continuation today. Didn't really catch it, but now you're above VWAP, so that's looking healthier right there, as is NVDA. They've been looking great. Wow. I mean, Neil, we might be going back to all-time highs by the end of this week for NVIDIA right now. 177 up another 4%. You do this tomorrow, you are at all-time highs. We closed yesterday at 170, and I was talking about buying the dip in this one. We wanted to get 160s down there. You know, sometimes you wait and it's good, and sometimes you wait and no so much. But you can buy NVIDIA at any of these levels. I think you'll be fine over the next little while. But all right, let's go over to Neil.
Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you got to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the pool is changing all of this. The new revolution in stock trading is here. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. Pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's it. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen in front of you. Shout out to Trade the Pool. We'll see them next month. They're going to be coming on through on the 13th of October, I believe. Right. Canadian Thanksgiving. Right. Oh, Canada. So look, the market is booming right back into the upside, except for, well, just keep an eye on Oracle. I mean, Oracle made a higher low. It's still kind of holding on to that uptrend, just not as crazy as it was earlier. A couple of pullbacks have been bought back up here on Oracle, 39%. Well,
it's probably still going to work, man.
Yeah, that's one of the more unpredictable moves. Like, there's just no realm of possibility in which, if you had said to me Oracle is going to be up 40%, I would have probably laughed at you yesterday. Not probably, I would have 100% laughed, for sure. Going back over the GameStop, it's not breaking out of
its only expected move was 9%.
That's what I'm saying. Like, 15%, I'd have been like, yeah, we do well, it's going to be 15% or so. That'd be a good day for Oracle. 40%, the rich just get richer. I saw some people in there saying that in the chat, and I love our community, by the way, the AI bubble is going to be real. People have been saying that for a while. The thing about bubbles is every time we go into a big bull rally, it's technically some sort of bubble, because just look at how much money we print. And when we print all that money chases the next thing. And that next thing is real. It's AI. At some point, when the printing money faucet slows down, then we get the bubble popping. Until that happens, just ride the wave. Enjoy yourself. That's all you can do.
We got out of some Google there as well on the way down, so we have just a small piece left on that one as we just hang out now a half hour until the midday show. Should be exciting over there. But thank you, George. What's up, George? Howdy, George from Texas. I was able to capitalize on y'all's. What's up? I like that, on y'all's. What's up? What's up, y'all? On y'all's technical analysis for swing trades. Made $8 grand.
Well played.
Oh my God.
this week on NVIDIA calls. Thank
We're in
you guys
Texas.
for keeping it 100. Yeah, we're about in Texas, Georgia. You don't have to super chat it, but let us know there. And there we go. So what's up to Death God? What's up to Trip and Mike Peter Ryder here as well. Aaron Scott Will. What's up? Joseph is here as well. What's up to Rudy? People in the chat supporting us every single day. So thank you so much for that. And you know, you don't have to super chat. I mean, it's great to do that. Thank you so much as we continue to build up our, our portfolio of office space here, studio space. But there it is. I want to see how many people has hit the like button. That's what I want to get people to do, was hit the like button on the stream right now. So I don't know where I can't find it. How many likes do we have? Right at 1.2K. Thank you so much for doing that. Hit it again. Don't hit it again, actually. Hit it if you haven't hit it. Hit it again. We'll take it away. Like, uh-oh, what have I done? Oh, we're adding it back right there. So hit the like button, like and subscribe to the stream. And we're doing this every single day, all day until 4:30, where we end with our recap. So thank you, George, for that super chat. And again, congratulations. Thank you, Jack CW here becoming a member as well. Hey, what's up, Kramer? But thank you so much to everybody for joining us. We do have news on the desk when it breaks. We have news segments. And right now, I think we got to go over to Adara. Yes, says Andre. Let's go.
Keep an eye on HIMS. This one popping up a little bit here. Now, first it was reported by Bloomberg, then the company confirmed itself at 9 a.m., but they are expanding into testosterone treatments here on their website. For some reason, this was just recirculated a bit on X, so it got another pop here. But again, HIMS, in case you missed it earlier today, confirming, following a Bloomberg report, that they are actually expanding into testosterone treatments. Back to you.
I forgot I could put my order in.
Yeah, so Klarna right now, we just want to tell everybody, new price target for the open on Klarna is
That's
now
the first update.
$48. So with multiple, with multiple millions on here, but no, 400, maybe. I don't know, man. We could sit here and say maybe it's going to open sometime soon, but it's probably not. So there's the first update right there, $48 on Klarna. The level 2 is going to look like this until it opens, and when it does, you're going to see some craziness probably happening right there. Klarna right now, 500,000 shares still to buy. Most of these, and there's the update, see 1030. So we just got it right there, 48. So maybe the next update might come at 11 or something like that with the next price. So if you are interested in buying Klarna off the open, right now you have to be willing to pay at least $48. That's now. We've seen the tap come back as well. It's not like it can't get back to 40. They're just analyzing the bid and the ask right now and trying to figure out who's got what where. And, that's what's happening right now on Klarna. So we'll figure out what that buy side, demand side looks like, and that price will update accordingly. Right now, $48 on Klarna. So we just wait for that open, and, we'll hit it when it gets there for now. But Neil and I have sat here and looked at many IPOs, and they don't necessarily go off right away.
We'll chill out.
Yeah, we'll be here. We'll be talking about it. The guys on the Midday will have it as well, so they're entitled to New York, obviously. So once it opens up, you'll get a live quote no matter what. So stay here for live Klarna trading.
Yeah, and just very quickly, thank you again, George, for that super chat. I've seen people in the chat saying they got the issue at $40. Hopefully, some people will complain about how much they got, but hey, as long as you're in, it's going to be free money. Like that 48 is not, it'll be open higher than 48. It certainly should expect.
How are they getting it? Is that off? Because I know some apps. Well,
Robinhood.
Why did you get $40? I don't understand that. I don't. No,
because they got the issue.
Yeah, but that's not. The price was 35 or 37 or something.
No, it was 40. I think they moved it to 40. I'm pretty sure they moved it to 40.
Oh, okay, they moved it to 40. Okay, I just know that was the tap price. Yeah. So
the initial tap usually is whatever the issue. So Michael Baldwin just said that they got one share. Natish is asking limits for now 76 change for myself, but I don't know. Like I tend to move it as it goes up. I don't think it'll settle. If I thought it was going to open at 48, my limit would probably be like 55 or something, because it's always a price you're not willing to pay if something stupid happens at the last second.
Yeah.
Just very quickly, I did get out of GameStop and went right into what was the first available level, which is 25.5, and pull a little reverse. The second it did that, I'm like, okay, it's a trend reversal from a short. I'm going to take that long. I'm going to play it sort of station to station. The other thing to keep in mind on the higher time frame for GameStop after earnings is it rejected the 200-period moving average here. So there's a limit to how bullish I am when it rejects a level like this. I don't mind kind of snipering on any trend break, but like take the dub and then move on to the next opportunity is the way that I want to go. Mr. Westermeyer got 40. You got your max. Wow, okay. So anybody getting what they asked or what they were willing to take on the IPO, that's fantastic. A lot of times you're just simply not going to get. Yeah, you'll ask for like 1,000 shares and they'll give you like 10. So it's good on you if you're able to get it. I don't love the fact that it's only 500,000 shares. I feel as if Figma and Bullish and Circle, CoreWeave, they were all still over 1 million to the buy side at this point, but that's not the end of the world. I think it could still be fine for sure. Just going right back over to Oracle, I think this could give an indication of what the next move might be and what the next trade I'll be looking for is. If I see this, like it was holding on to a previous trend, slightly broke. Now if you just look at it from the break of the open high, it's now setting a new trend, which kind of corresponds with that. You want this to push higher. If it can push higher, then I would feel so much better about reloads on any of the big tech stocks. And if we break down, kind of thinking the weakest AI chip name was AMD. And if Oracle pushes back down, it's AMD that I would look for the short. It's only at VWAP, big time lower high, and the technical hold on AMD, right back up at 164, big gap up, it's at the 50 on the daily. Like, yeah, it got rejected pretty much where I would expect to when you look at the charts, like where's the most obvious place to reject? Right here at 164. That's what it did. So if this puts in a lower high, and if I see Oracle start to break down, I feel like it's AMD that I would want to take a shot at the short with. So far, it's been pretty clean this morning. And if you're shorting the market, I only want to do so if Oracle decides it's near done.
Yeah, it looks like near done might be Google. I mean, that's definitely pulling back just a little bit right now. But some of the stories here today, APDN apparently is going. So APDN.
What's that one again?
Here we go, man. Applied DNA Sciences. So maybe we will throw to Adara for a story here. But there it goes, man. 240 up to 370. APDN. She probably talked about it a couple times, but it is starting to go right now. Okay, she's not seeing anything right now. I just heard her mention. So let me just type it in myself and see what we got. APDN right now. It's definitely a small cap runner. So we'll just check it out. Applied DNA Sciences right now. So, okay, she's got it.
I can talk. There's no news on it though. And I'm not seeing any headlines on it either coming through on X, but $3.58 million market cap. I've definitely seen this ticker before, so it's a previous runner. Float of 1.28 million shares, short float just over 5%. So again, small float, small market cap for APDN, and it has been a previous runner, but I'm not seeing any news or anything specific.
Okay, thanks, Dara. Yeah, here it is right here, just for your viewing pleasure. It's 518,000 share float. So, yeah, short float on that one for sure. The short is only 12%, which is quite a lot for this kind of a name. But we'll wait to see here what it means now as we'll give it a go on APDN. And again, when it's an applied science name, so, potentially these names are always buyout candidates or something like that if they ever get something developed. Or, that's the problem is they get hit. Especially when rates are a little high. This is a good rate play as well. Some of these, you've seen IWM, and especially in the health technology space where they do need to borrow a lot of cash to fund sort of the tests and the development of the drugs, or this is a DNA science play, so a lot of studies need to be done there. So we'll see if that continues to go higher there. Like Adara said, it's a past name talker. Looks like we went reverse split on this name. So it looks like we went from 30 or 60 cents all the way up to $6. And I don't hate to do it, actually. I like to talk about this because we mention all the time, watch out for reverse split names.
I hate stocks that.
And so even if you like the name, like even if you think Lucid, well, actually, now Lucid's back. Lucid went down to 17 or something.
Is it back?
Yeah, so there's the reverse.
It breaks 20.
Right, that's what I mean. So there's the reverse split level there. We went all the way down, and after 3 days of reverse splitting, it went down 25%, really for no reason, and now it's right back to its reverse level again of $20. So that could be something where we look out for a break on LCID, potentially breaking lower, breaking through $20, and then you want to get that trade into your account. So we'll watch out for that play right there on LCID, but. Yeah, man, to me, the story today, I know it's going to be Oracle, but out of nowhere, I don't want to say out of nowhere, Broadcom, we have Chef Joe crushing this trade. He mentioned that his target of 370 got filled. I mean, what a target that was. And there it is, man, Broadcom up 10% and still looking like it wants to go, man. I mean, it's holding the highs here. Obviously, when we get to some key levels, and we talked about the NASDAQ today dripping off of its all-time high, so that's what was made right here, 24,000. So now you're starting to get a little bit of a pullback in the NASDAQ a little bit. I don't know, we were up 0.6, it's up 0.4
Look
now.
at CoreWeave, too.
That was up
21%.
Okay, well, that was up 9% when I saw it.
21% CoreWeave is up. Like, this Oracle number has people losing their minds on some of these stocks. And this is, when you have days like today, remember, like the NASDAQ is up 0.4%. 0.4. Like these are individual names that are going ham. Like this is Oracle, this is CoreWeave, but this is specific. NVIDIA is doing its own thing as well. But for Broadcom to be doing what it's doing, and to see the NASDAQ up 0.4% is telling you where they're picking the winners. I just saw in the chat someone saying, what is going on with was it CCL? EMAD? Yeah, okay, I'm not hearing anything in my ear, but then I haven't been hearing anything in my ear for most of the morning. So
No, I mean, either.
no, something, I don't know what's going on with Carnival Cruise, but clearly there's probably some news here, unfortunately.
I hear something now.
What was that?
What is
I
going
just
on
heard
with
something, but that wasn't Carnival in my ear. Yeah, that's not very good. Carnival, this had been on a good run too. Like this has been trending higher for quite some time. NCLH has been doing well, but let's go to Adair. We have Sector Watch, and then we can figure out the news here with Carnival. Yuck.
I'm not sure this is what it is, but for what it's worth, CCL did have, I guess, Princess, one of their lines here, announcing new Mexican Riviera shore excursions for the 2025-2026 sailing season. That's the only catalyst I'm seeing on this stock. That came out at 10 a.m. Unsure if that's why, and there's not enough social media attention for me to really gauge what's happening here. There's only been about 5 posts in the last hour. So let's talk here about Sector Watch, because as Neil and Sean alluded to there is a very distinct difference in how these AI type names are performing and how everything else is trading. So Electronic Technology, NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, Arista Networks, Micron, Dell, all of these AI adjacent and chip adjacent names pushing sharply to the upside after Oracle did provide very strong, to put it mildly, guidance, not only for this year for cloud infrastructure revenue, but also going forward the next 4 fiscal years after that. Tech services reflecting that AI strength as well. Oracle leading the way up almost 40%. Palantir up nicely here as well. Microsoft slightly green, but a lot of the other names in this bright red with Synopsys down 35% after its earnings report and back below $400. Finance a bit mixed. Retail trade weak across the board here. Amazon leading the way. Health technology weak. Consumer non-durables weak. Consumer services weak. Transportation. Communications, health services after a stellar day yesterday. Looks like that's back to the downside. But let's talk about utilities, because some of these names are strong, particularly Vistra and CEG. That's because these names are kind of data center adjacent as well with regards to what's needed there, the energy to power the data center. So CEG having a good day as well. Again, likely off of sympathy with Oracle. Back to you.
Maybe going a little bit nuts right now.
Damn
Thanks,
you,
Adara,
GEV.
for all that.
Never been so angry for a stock to go up. The thing about ever selling a long-term position or taking profit on it is if your intention is to then buy the ensuing dip, well, guess what happens if you miss the dip? Then instead of having 100% of something good, you might have 80 or 90% of something good, which is fine. It's just not the same as 100%.
Right.
And there's no science to it. You could easily just buy the 50-period moving average, and that would have worked out nicely. But as Adara said, all of these, if you're related to the data center game right now and leverage there, you're just flying to the upside. I can only imagine. Come on, SMR, what are you doing today? Because I would suspect some of the other nuclear names might be doing well. Only 1%? I don't like that. I don't like GEV up 6% and SMR up 1%. You're supposed to move more. I'm just, I'm wagging the finger at it. Like, you're the one that doesn't make any money. So, you're supposed to be wildly speculative. And when we're blasting, you're supposed to blast more than the established company, which makes money and all that good stuff. But, whatever. It doesn't have to be logical. It just has to be the way it is. Look, Oracle is still, despite that, if you're just tuning in to the show, first off, don't let the market being up 0.5% deceive you. This has been an unprecedented move upside in names like Oracle, CoreWeave, Broadcom as well, all lifted by the insane guidance that these guys gave for the next 4 years. They're expecting to double cloud, which is nuts, annually.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe not completely. I think it's like 77% next year. And then if you follow the projections, I think it approaches between 80 to 100% each year after that. It feels like it's almost like an NVIDIA type moment. Like the first time they gave their crazy numbers, and I was like, what the heck? That's what today feels like for Oracle, which considering that we're at the highs and people think this is a pump, nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw this coming whatsoever. The only thing that looked weak is, I think, catching one heck of a bid. Oh, well, it was.
Oh, still down 3. Okay.
Oh, that sucks. Apple's still down.
Oh, Palantir.
The problem with Apple, why is this still Oracle? There we go. The problem with Apple here is they're not in this game. Like they're not in that aspect of the AI game. And then they had the event which will sell the news. But I think this is providing an opportunity here for Apple, because this is getting down into that 200 period, 50 period, that 225 area. This pulls back into the low 20s, and I think this is a nice little buy the dip opportunity for you here in Apple. As everyone's kind of looking left, sometimes it's when you want to look right and pick something up, which is out of favor. Let it settle down, but there's going to be a nice bottom to be found, I think, here on Apple. Not entirely their fault. You can point to the event and say that, but there's going to be some effect of, well, they're not a cloud play. They're not an AI. They're not a traditional AI play, so they don't get any love today. All the others do, and that just exacerbates what might have been a smaller down move.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to, again, look at Palantir. Wow. Yeah, as Neil said, man, high tides are raising all ships right here today, and we actually have that Palantir trade today. You know, I put it out every day. It's this, and there it is right there. Today's talk was Google at 238 and Palantir at 164. Well, I mean, those were like retirement. Like if you had that, that's $4 straight to the upside. There's 164. That's the low there. We had it, but we got out at the 200 period. Silly me. We still have Google down there, but we've done really well on this. It's just pulling back. And actually, even though we're at these levels, I'm debating right now reloading this thing because we're back into VWAP, and that's going to be a level of somewhat a concern there, 239.50. So, yeah, I'm just nervous that the market may continue to do this. With Google flat on the day, that's not the recipe that I thought we were looking for on Google today. I thought with the NASDAQ up that this name would be rocking, and it's not. It is rocking, but it broke that 240.50, which was the old all-time high, and we made a new all-time high at 241.50, but we've been pulling back ever since then. So it's going to have one last chance here at VWAP, so let's just try it. Now we'll try a little bit of shares here in the mid 60s. I just put a 67 there. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. Sometimes I don't know why I wait for the exact levels. And then we'll put a stop in. We actually didn't need to even put a stop in for our last trade because it just kept going. But we're going to put this in right now. As if we just missed that 67. Okay, we'll pay up a little bit. We'll pay some 77s there, but we just missed the reload there. I'm going to give that's 50s. So let's give it to around there, right? Maybe like a break of 40 or so. There, downside, break 30s, 30, break 30, 239.29 out. And we won't do anything too dramatic with this. So we'll wait to see if it comes into VWAP. We'll take some more shares there if and when that does happen. But there's the quick little reload. So, okay, we get to finally hit this. We are reloaded. We just bought 79s we wound up getting. So if we can get a 99 on 10% of what we have, that's okay. But if it does pull back, we're going to try to get that again today there. Stephen Etienne, what's up, Stevenson? You've been here for a long time. So let me see what you're saying right now. Sean Katina, blow my account today. I don't know what that means. Been in a 22-day losing streak. All right, not good. Going to take a break and get a job. Yeah, Stevenson, so I'm sorry to hear that. I've mentioned all the time that, day trading is a tough go, and I know you've given it a good little run there. So, congratulations on the run that you've had, but it is a tough go, and, many traders fail, and we think that it is a great idea. Just like Neil and I have these side gigs, right? You got to have a job on the side if you can, just help support, especially if you have a family and things like that, because trading is, for most, not very profitable. And you can always ask me, I'll be honest, and I hope we all will be, obviously we all will be here, but you have to be honest with yourself as to that. So I think you're doing the right thing. So I actually congratulate you on taking a shot and now regrouping, getting a job, and then rethinking about, some of the ideas that you may have. But I feel sorry because, 22 days in a row is a tough one. But, thanks for sharing that. But yeah. Anyways, I just want to say, you've made up your decision. What I was saying congratulations for is just like, if you're in that rut,
you got to make the call. You got to make a call. I will say this. We don't really do the managing and risk managing of a floor anymore. But what I can tell you is, I used to always say, like, if somebody came to me when we were hiring, and I would sort of end the interview the same way. I said, look, we bring in anybody that wants to work. If you're willing to put in the effort into the market and try to become a trader, then there's an opportunity for you here. But if you tell me, you know what, I don't think I'm at the right spot in my life to give this a shot, and I couldn't commit the time and effort to try to make it, I think maybe I need to build a bigger bankroll, have a better safety net. If I were to come back in 6 months or a year and be prepared to give it a better shot, I think that would be better for me. And I would always turn to them and say, I think that's a really mature thing. And as a matter of fact, if you ever said that, I'm like, if I see your face and you come back and tell me, I was working for a bit, I built up a bankroll, I'll be able to give my all to this. If you say that at the end of the interview, come back in 6 months, you're hired. Come back in 1 year and you're hired. Because as Sean said, it is really difficult. But if you do give it another shot, I would suggest this, and I saw some people saying this in the chat. Try this, try swing trading, try trading different types of stocks. You don't know as a trader what is going to speak to you and what is going to work for you. There's no such thing as this is the way to trade. There's no such thing as, real traders trade mega cap stocks or big cap tech stocks. Real traders don't trade penny stocks. Real traders don't trade breakouts or crazy low float runners. It's whatever works. Your only job is to find something that works and hit that. So be open-minded as to what that might be when you're trying to discover it, and don't get wrapped up in the, well, you must be trading this, or you must be doing that, because the truth is, over 20 plus years, there's a million different ways that you can be profitable doing this, and usually people aren't profitable because they don't bother trying those different types to find what works for them. Let's go over to Adara. I believe it's only 10 minutes left to go.
Time to talk, as we do every day, about the U.S. dollar, and it is still within more or less this daily range that we've been in now going on a month. But let's talk about the PPI, something much more exciting here, because all of these PPI prints, guys, were lower than expected. In the case of August, the case of month over month PPI for August, we actually got a negative print, negative 0.1% versus positive 0.3% expected. PPI year over year for August, well below estimates as well, 2.6% versus 3.3% expected. The core month over month and year over year prints were also lower than expected, with core month over month PEI also printing negative. But I want to talk as well about the revisions for these PPIs for the previous month. So PPI month over month for August, the prior print there was revised from 0.9% to 0.7% for July. Core PPI year over year, exact same thing. They had a revision here for July from 3.7% to 3.4%. So not only are we getting these lower than expected prints, we're also getting downward revisions of the previous month's prints. Let's talk here about the CME FedWatch tool. I apologize, I had the wrong screen up there. CME FedWatch tool seeing 12% of participants looking for that 50 basis point cut. We know Donald Trump, president of the U.S., once again after these numbers, went on Truth Social urging that Powell cut the rates, and I quote, big. So he wants a large rate cut. We're going to have to see if that comes through. But again, right now, with only a week until the decision, things are getting pretty heated, pretty exciting, and 12% of participants expecting a 50 basis point cut. Now, this number is going to be worth watching tomorrow after the CPI print. Back to you.
I mean, here we go, man. We're now almost $1 in the money, and we just put this on 5 minutes ago. So there's another trade for you guys as well right there. And I hope that some of you were looking at it at least, and that's Google off VWAP. It came right back in like that trade. We just missed our 67s, or else we would have had it, and then we wind up punching a little bit more there. Once we missed it, we punched and we added liquidity, removed liquidity, and just got aggressive with it. And there it is, nice move to the upside there as well as we continue to go. So let's figure out what's for lunch today. It's a Joseph favorite right now. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening. It is beef stroganoff, Joseph. So there it is, man. Get the hot dog gun firing off today again. So we got some beef strogie right now with some buttered egg noodles, steamed veggies, and chef choice salad. So beef stroganoff is, guys, what's for
I'm actually not a fan. But
lunch. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't hate it, but I'm not a fan.
We get the pre-made salad, so on top of that won't be that. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's that oven roasted delicious turkey from yesterday, or potentially chicken.
No, we're not going to get that
top
same
of the salad
spam from yesterday.
I don't know what you said. No, I would not.
Well, I don't think we ever get it 2 days.
Would not doubt that, but we'll wait to see what happens, and we'll update you guys during the midday. What's going on? Yeah, hamburgers. What's up, Mike Peter?
These guys don't do burgers.
Oh, I know. We had burgers last night, man. Ooh, man. I've perfected making those at home. I feel like never get too many complaints, which is nice, or any complaints. So that was good. We put yesterday. We
can't go wrong with.
We didn't have like the American cheese. We only had Swiss cheese, so we threw on some Swiss cheese on the burgers there yesterday. So yeah. Anyways, something the kids like and eat is always good.
For sure.
Klarna, yeah, let's do Klarna.
It's still, by the way, Klarna is now 1 million. It's back to the million figure on the imbalance, and it's still saying 48. This is an easy way of telling you this is nowhere close to opening up. There's been one update on the auction price, and we're still flying around on the size of the imbalance. Like it goes from over 1 million to down to 500,000 to over 1 million. What'll happen is you'll start to see this update more often. Like it'll go 48, then it'll go to like 53, and then maybe it'll update every 10 minutes, and then maybe every 5 minutes, and that's something you can pay attention to as it starts to calm down and maybe pair that imbalance off. That'll be a little bit easier for you to figure out.
All right, let's bring in the boys here. So hey, Sharif and Joe, how are you guys doing today?
Chillin', Katina, man. How are you, brother?
Good. We're not doing too bad. So today we get a big IPO coming through, right, guys? And that's going to be Klarna. We were just sort of talking about it. Increased competition in the space, right? We know Apple Pay is going to be doing something like that. We know we've got a firm going through, and PayPal and all these kind of things. So what does everybody think about Klarna today?
I don't want to own it. Go ahead. No, I'm just being. I got to keep it as real as possible. There is a lot of competition in this space, and then across the board, you have issues in Europe. Everyone's concerned about tariffs and jobs and the overall economy and the average person. And I get it. In some ways, that should mean that more people would need these services. But I don't wonder if the consumer gets under pressure. They already don't make money.
Yep.
Right. And we talked about this, and you look at the crazy rally that I saw Firm go on as well, like where that went ham. And I'm a little bit concerned that you get some more overall economic weakness, and maybe these guys are under more pressure than we would think. So I have a little bit of a concern when it comes to that with regards to Klarna, because this is getting to be a little bit of a hefty space, saturated space. And then you throw on top of that, when was the last IPO that we've had that was a big one that did more than 1 or 2 days of upside? So I wouldn't want to own it here. I think you can trade it that first day, but yeah, no.
Here's what I like about it, guys. I mean, I like the fact that they're not just focusing on their buy now, pay later scheme. They're actually trying to expand into an actual bank, and we've seen how well SoFi has done, how well Robinhood has done by expanding their moat. So I really like that, especially because you don't really want to rely on anything that's very cyclical, and I think buy now, pay later is. That's what I like about them. One thing I don't like, boys, is they're raising $1.37 billion, but $1.17 billion of that is actually just going to existing shareholders. Only $200 million is actually going to the company itself. So they're not really raising here a substantial amount of money to continue to grow. So that kind of was a bit of a silver lining to me. I don't know how you boys feel about that.
No, I totally agree. I like this name, actually, and I think partnerships are a really big, important thing, because in the likes of partnering up with Walmart, DoorDash and OnePay. I think that's going to help grow their customer base. But to add to Sharif's point, getting into the debit cards as well too, and obviously interest loans. So, I mean, yeah, the space may be getting a little bit crowded, but I think partnerships are a big, big deal in this.
How do you feel about it, Katina, man?
Well, to be honest with you guys, it's September 10th. Our IPO just got listed at $40. We're already tapping $50. So it looks like we're going to go out at least $50. So I think everything we're talking about is fantastic. I think there's going to be a lot of competition. But honestly, I think it's the right space. We saw Figma go to the upside here. We saw Bullish go to the upside early. They've all faded out. I think it's going to be a great day one play. Let's see what's in store day two.
Exactly.
Boom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're already looking at oversubscription, so it'd be hard not to take a stab at this one, I think, guys.
We're going to be covering that for sure. Hopefully it opens up sooner rather than later.
Hey, over under 12:30. What do you guys think? I say we're going to be later than 12:30.
I'll say 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little closer to 1 o'clock. I don't know how you feel.
I'm over.
You're over? Okay.
On the
Okay.
12:30.
Right.
Yeah.
All right,
It's not easy.
Klarna. Let's go.
Oh, that last point, it's nicey. It does feel anecdotally, I don't have stats on this, but it does feel anecdotally that the New York seems to be getting more.
You may be getting closer,
IPO.
by the way.
It just it just updated a second time to that 50 on Klarna.
Yeah, right there.
Here, by the way, QMMM halted up, halted down, and now back open. So
we're not
trading that.
We do have Klarna. I just want to show everybody right here because there's 1 minute and we'll go to the guys. I mean, they're locked and loaded. They have all of the same data we have. So right there, Klarna right now, we've already paired off. So it's getting close, man. That's 1.8 million of open interest that's now been taken care of, 1.5 of that. So we have 300,000 left over. So they'll find it. So there's still some buyers, right? So they're going to pair it off. And then when this gets near, that's Oscar, sorry. When this gets near zero, we should be ready to open. So, you know, the guys will be telling that. We'll be sitting here as well. We're not going anywhere during the midday. So once this thing opens up, Neil and I will be looking at it. We'll see, man. The only other advice that I could have for anybody looking at a Klarna today, of course, we got out of some more Google up there. If you're looking to go short, that's also been a really popular play. So you're going to have to pay for shorts, I would say. Most cases aren't going to have shortable shares on day one. So ask your broker if they're available. We have them. I heard Neil just say that. So, you know, make sure that we got to pay for them, but I'm sure it's not.
We do. I'm going to check right now.
But make sure you do that, right? Dot your I's and cross your T's. That's what it is.
Or the other way around.
Yeah, or you could do anything with your, you know, free hand right now. I mean, we signed up Tesla right now, 355 and ripping. Apparently, thank you, John Van Sowers, there for the comments on the great show. I was going to say I opened up my kid a bank account there, and I realized he asked for a signature, and my son just signed his, just printed his name. I was like, okay, I don't know what age do you actually come up with a signature? I don't know. He's 13, so I think now he's going to be working on.
Hold on a second. Anything is better than Obi's. I have to out Obi for this.
That's not his actual signature.
Yeah, I got Obi's autograph the other day, and he just scribbled that and told me that's what his signature was. And I'm like, first of all, if that's your signature, you have all kinds of issues, brother.
It just means you haven't signed much, I guess.
No, he obviously is not signing anything with that nonsense.
Like that Trump one. It's just.
you can't remember that nonsense. Anyways, let's go over. It is 11 o'clock. We all think we're not going to see Klarna open until 12:30. Or after 12:30, I should say. But whenever it does, trust me, we'll be all over it, everybody. So have fun. Be ready. It's going to be a good one. Take them away, Joey Options and the Professor.
Oh, it's that time.
Why do I hear myself in my head?
Yeah, I literally just.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I have to take my earpiece off. I don't like the way I sound, man, but we're already going to do it live. We're going to shout out everybody, but we've seen what's been happening lately. The small caps are going buck wild, and we have another one, Assassino, that's in the process of going, yes, buck wild, halted to the upside at $4.09. Is HUDI. Neil, cancel the message that I sent you. It is unblocked now on our system. It was blocked earlier, up 207%, and we're already seeing the theoretical auction price at $4.30. So I'm going to be trying to focus on this one. But let's now shout out everybody. Shout out to All Class Adam. We got Matthew Booth and TH. Shout out to Ben Johnson and Mr. Leahy and Donkey Trader. Mike PD Rider. Shout out to Other Zinc and Hangry Wife. Joni Finn, I think I've never seen that one before, but I did definitely see the next guy, Gorav the OG and 420 Blood Monster.
Gorav.
We got Scalp Hunter, BP, Breathe, Tidal Wave, Lane Carter, and Asvon Riviera. Shout out to Dan Gale and Hytham. We got Adara Stan. What's going on? That's weird, bro. All right. Keten, Kumar, we got Packrick, Kirk D, Zeno Beats, we got Andrew Chow, shout out to Chase the Packs, and Shadow at 7S7, Levi Corbett Bax, and Ricky G, all joining us this morning. Joseph, good morning, brother.
Officer Ricky.
Pretty Ricky?
No, Officer Ricky.
Oh, my bad.
Do you know Officer Ricky?
Absolutely not.
Oh, man.
I don't know Skateboard P. I don't know anybody, Joe.
I think Adara knows Officer Ricky. Maybe.
She
can't hear what I'm
she
saying.
can't hear you.
Yeah,
Right
that's all right. Anyways, guys, what did we do today? Trading a little TQs. Yes, and I am doing something that I don't love. And that is short NVDA, but never mind all of that. Guys, stopped out once here. We add up into this position, get stopped out. We go so heavy, and I just make a horrible, horrible error right there. Otherwise, we would have been off to the races. I get right back in, and then sure enough, we take some off. So yeah, this was a large enough loss. I'm still slightly red on the day, and then I'm doing something that I'm probably going to regret, and that's short and VDL. But you got to take all the shots, otherwise you're going to be more frustrated than not taking it, right? And it's the exact same thing with Dell. I was talking with some guys about Dell this morning. I got some fill this morning on some shares, and I was looking to grab some contracts on Dell. And sure enough, it hit the price target by about 10-15 minutes after the open. So I didn't get to take advantage of that one. Was looking for a specific price, had the orders out, and unfortunately they didn't get filled. But that's done with. It's on to the next. Let's see if we can get into some more size here on NVDL. Volume weighted average price is going to be the primary target. I would have liked to grab a little bit more up at the top, but I was just struggling to get some fills. So yeah, break of this 86.60, I think we can head into that next level, and then potentially in there, we're going to add to this position. So you can see that's a failed high of the day. But my issue is that we have to keep an eye out on what's going on with Oracle, right? So Oracle just adding a little bit more fuel to the fire. And sure enough, this is one of the best names. It is the best name in the stock market. And shout out to my guy Nonsense. I'm like, I don't know, brother. I don't know if you were going to see 180. You bought those out the money calls, and it's working out for you fantastically. I haven't seen you in the chat here yet today. So congratulations on that, and I hope it continues to do so. Even if I'm short, regardless, I want both parties to win from an intraday standpoint, swing standpoint, whatever it may be. And I just want to touch on Stevenson Etienne's. He was talking about a 22-day losing streak. I've been on some hefty ones myself, brother. Chin up. It's hard. Bang. It's hard in the moment, but guess what? Tomorrow's a new day. 9:30, 4 a.m. To be exact. You're going to have a brand new market. Essentially, it doesn't mean anything that happened yesterday is irrelevant. Focus, focus, focus. We've all had those tough times. Chin up. Do what you're going to say you were going to do, and that's go over your notes and just kind of regroup yourself.
All right, guys. I'm watching a couple. The first one, obviously, is the one that I led off the show with, HUDI. This one, you never really know how this is going to go, but it feels like it has the right composition for like that CWD squeeze, that QMM squeeze, that Octo squeeze. We never really know, obviously, and we've been definitely getting lower and lower maximum percentage movers on the day. Like, for example, we had 5,300 for Octo. I think we hit 3,000 yesterday for QMM. A little bit less for CWD. So, I'm not trying to say, they're coming to an end or anything, but maybe we have to temper our expectations. In any event, this one seems like it's got the right formula, so I'm trying to keep my eye on it here. It looks like it will be, at least for the moment, a 10-minute halt. Let me just double check that. No, that's incorrect. So if it is going to open in 5 minutes, it's going to open in 7 seconds. So let's watch. The top, 437, the halt level, 409. So we're already aggressively moving up. Let's see. No, we're not going to open at 40. So it likely will be a 10-minute halt, if not more. It should have opened already. It did not. So we're going to keep tabs on that and keep an eye on the theoretical auction price. Now, as a general rule, the longer a stock remains halted, usually people start selling because they start getting nervous. And so you start seeing the theoretical auction price drop. That exactly did not happen at all. yesterday on QMMM. In fact, the longer it stayed halted, the higher the theoretical auction price kept going. We all saw that move into 300. It didn't last long, but it got there. And so I don't really want to, use traditional styles of small cap trading, especially with respect to halts, for these ones because they seem to be doing their own thing. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. I'm looking at Hoodie. I'm also looking at Top, this one over here. This one is breaking through 70%. It just took out $2, so psychological support got removed. The high of the day is 222. Zigging, zagging. Let's see, does it hold 2, Joey? If it loses 2, I'm out. Simple as that. So we're going to give this one, sorry, one sec. Punch the wrong keys. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of let it loose. Nope, this one's blocked in our system, Joseph Option. So we're gonna need to unblock that one. That's okay. The Hoodie one got unblocked pretty quickly, so we'll send in a ticket for TOP and see if they can remove that one off the system. But I'm also keeping an eye on a little bit, of a slower mover. And by slower mover, I mean 52%. Yeah, that's kind of what qualifies for a slower mover these days. Yeah. And the thing is about this one, Joey, is it's a holdover from yesterday. So maybe we always joke around and say they're around for a good time, not a long time. But this one, at least for today, is sticking around. PTM, but it has the exact same characteristics that we observed yesterday. As soon as it makes an area high, all hell breaks loose to the downside. Case in point, yesterday's price action: pop up, tank down, pop up, tank down. You see where I'm going with this. We're doing the same thing again. We're doing it live and we're doing it the same. We pop up right into that 775. We drop all the way down, lose $5. We pop up again, 750, drop all the way down. So this seems to be part of this one's DNA, PTNM. So I'm definitely going to try to trade it with that kind of thinking in mind. We'll keep an eye out on that one. A lot of the other ones that I put initially here for to keep an eye on: WDS, CGTL, they're all breaking down. DGNX looks like hot trash. GLTO below VWAP at the moment and a little bit spready. So yeah, it seems like it's going to be the Hoodie show, and then hopefully we'll be able to trade TOP. So those are the ones I'm in right now. I haven't taken any fills quite yet, guys. We're going to keep an eye on these stocks, and we'll weasel in. Tell them what's up, Adira.
Yeah, I have to say, Sharif, Hoodie might be my favorite small cap nickname since Seapoop. That's all I have to say.
Hoodie. All right, shout out to my man Ozan. Unblock right away. Take it, people, again. I like Ozan, bro. He's a no-nonsense kind of guy.
Yeah,
bro.
block.
You know what I mean? Yeah, straight to jail. I'm pretty sure he'd be a straight to jail kind of guy.
Remember that? You said Sticking Around. Do you remember that show, Sticking Around?
Why do you always set me up for failure?
Sorry, well, no,
You're
well,
constantly setting me up for failure, bro.
I'm sorry. Yeah, all right. Yeah, enough of this.
Yes, sir.
This nonsense stuff here. This NVDA trade, I knew it was going to be a bad idea, and there it goes. It breaks through. So it's just our job to get out of this. Taking a bad loss on that trade. Oh, so frustrating. So frustrating. But all right, we're still long. I got to get this thing off my chart before I get way overly frustrated. So there it goes. ETHA. Not going to try to short this name anymore. The signal was there, so I guess I shouldn't be getting too frustrated. But again, putting me even more slightly red on the session, but there's plenty of time. We got that IPO as well. So there it is. Why was I going short off this specific hammer? But I'm just looking at the tape and everything. So whenever it runs into a supply zone, it just gets bought right up. And Oracle's just going beast mode right now. 317 open all the way up to 344. So beautiful, beautiful look there. Adair, what do you got for us?
Just be aware here. Apparently, crude oil is popping a bit. I'm seeing, I guess, some commentary here or reports here from the White House saying they're going to be examining a plan that would require large oil refineries to cover a fraction of biofuel blending volumes. Wait for smaller plants. But then we also had a post from Donald Trump on Truth Social about a minute ago, which is potentially geopolitically related. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go, exclamation point. That's the whole post. So, I mean, yeah, Trump is on truth, guys. Just be aware. Anything can happen, and apparently crude oil is popping right now. Back to you.
He was not pumped with that. He was trying to, I think, reconcile with Modi last night. He was trying to say that again, Adira?
Yeah, they had that weird bromance back and forth, and then there were talks still about like India tariffs. I saw the report yesterday, like they're still trying to get other countries to tariff India. So who knows? But they did try to have their little love letters on truth yesterday.
Okay.
All right then. Yeah. Thank you for that. So yeah. Let's go Ethereum again. I'm really small. I'm waiting for this pullback towards the volume weighted average price. Might just even get out of this position so I can just regroup down here if we do get to that specific level, and then maybe we can take an additional leg higher. But NVDA is just continuously grinding. Going to remove this on this side chart here. You're punching keys over there. I can hear it. How's everything going? Oh,
we're killing it. We're killing it. That's what we're doing. All right, we're gonna continue to do it live over here on HUDI. This one's zigging and zagging. We almost had $1 in the money. I think we were 2 cents south of that dollar, but I don't want to take out too much too quickly. I've seen this story before with QMMM. Here we go. We're gonna halt up at 516 if we stay like this. False halt back down into 5. Let's see if we advance a little bit more. Okay, so we're in at 27s. It's showing me 16s, 8. Wow, Joseph, into the money we go. Let's take it out at the top, baby. Over $1 in the money. I want to hold into the dang halt, okay? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do it live. We're going to do it properly today. We're not going to mess up, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I just need to be able to see exactly what my position size is on the side so that I don't take out too much too quickly. So we have 2 false halts so far, so we definitely need to be looking for that. The high of the day right now, 546. Anything below my entry, I'm flattening out. Probably would halt down before my entry, and it's coming back down there. We're going to flatten out there, Joey.
Ooh,
happy with how we traded this, but we can do a little bit better. Certainly, let's keep an eye on this one as we'll look to get right back in if it holds key technical areas. So the $4 area is an important area because that's a halt level, and we also haven't closed below it. The current bar low is 367. So there is a buyer at the 2/3 of $1. So keep your eye here on HUDI. This one seems like it might be the one. There's also top, but I'm seeing on my side screen that top is dropping aggressively. A lot of indecision at this $4 to $5 level. It looks like Hoodie's going to halt down, Joey, but it's still above the 10 EMA and the volume weighted average price. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Let's see if it can get back into Greensville. Well, it's obviously in Greensville. You know what I mean. Back into the high side. Looks like we will halt down 370. That's a halt level. Pleased with how we've done on this one. We'll look to do a little bit better. Still up 178%. And the volume weighted average price, just to give you guys that data, I think it's like a penny or two just south of that 350 area. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, Joey.
Yeah.
And we'll report back to you on that.
For sure.
And I also want to mention PTNM. It's been spready at times, 7, 8, 9 pennies. Right now, tightening up to 3. It's been holding the 10 EMA like a glove. So I think I want to work into this one. The problem is, oh, wow, it went right as I was debating, right to jail, straight through 7, from 680s to 710, super quick. I want to work into this one, guys. I feel like we do have a price spike. We've seen this one before, a price spike capability here with that. So let's see if we can get a better price right around 7. We're going to do it live right there. What do we get, Joey? We got 7 on the dot. Let's go ahead and post here and see if we can take some beak wetters into the high. So I'm not going to trade this in the same way as HUDI, but what I was saying earlier is I feel this one might have that, that tendency to spike up, make a new high, spike right back down. So if that's the case, layer your orders so you can take advantage of the liquidity grabs and keep your eye out on that.
There you go. All right, Ethereum starting to work for us here, guys. We're pretty extended from VWAP, so it'd be probably ideal of me to start taking some profits. And then TQ starting to sell off a little bit here as well, too. So, yeah. Oh, my days.
Unbelievable.
All right, so it's at the lower end of the range. Ah, man. All right. So, yeah, there it is. Boom, boom. Let's see if we can get that breakup. But if it breaks through VWAP, I got to get out of this and just kind of sit back, regroup, and wait for a good, solid opportunity. Because at this point, I'm already down more than half the shutdown. So not good considering we had a solid start to September. Now, as for Apple, I think this is what's really weighing on the market right now. You can see that the TQs aren't doing too much. It's continuously heading lower, which is not good. So any form of a bounce, I think, can help add somewhat of a rally into the NASDAQ. So let's take a look at some of the other big names. Was Microsoft, again, stuck in limbo, not doing too much. Oh, there it goes, eh? All right, yeah, I got to get out of that one.
Okay. Take over.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely. Okay. PTNM is breaking out. So just as we got in, we're in at 7. We wet the beak all the way up to 40. So that price spike that we were thinking that was going to happen manifested. Now, here's the deal. The way this one works is it spikes up and then it comes right back down. Here's that 40 seller again. We can't shake them. We shook them. 42. Then we get the fill. Now we're waiting in the low 50s. So let's pack our patience over here. Let's not get too excited. Seller at 45, 49s, huge seller at 50, getting decimated, Joey. They're getting killed, baby. And I'm absolutely loving it. 60 seller. We're going to wet the beak over here a little bit. Take some more profits on PT and frickin' M. Let's see if this one's got the juice to take out that 791 high, because that is the area high. Let's see if it's keep going over here. We still have shares to take out, so let's go and post a little bit higher. And you know, if I'm waiting in the 60s, exactly where I'm waiting. So we're going to post at 69er and see if we can get into that level there. There is a seller at 60 that we still have to shake. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, guys. And let's see if it takes out that area high. Joseph.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, so I'm out of TQs. Take a loss on that one. NVIDIA, we took a loss. We're still sitting in this Ethereum. As soon as it breaks view up, then we'll just hop out of that one as well, too. So patience. I need to wait for a high quality setup and then go substantially larger and just risk it, right? So I'm at the point where it's like, all right, it's either you get shut down or you make back your whole entire day, and I'm willing to go on either direction. So yeah, shooters got to shoot, and that's what I like to do. So if you guys are looking at anything specific, please let me know. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the top. All right, yeah, we'll do that in 1 second there, Assassino. We're going to go over the top performing sectors first, and then we're going to take a look right at the visualizer. No issues there. Wow, what is it? Okay, go on now. Go on. Show them what you got.
Oh, I love that. Go on, mate.
Go on, mate.
You know what we're going to do, Joey?
What?
You know what we're
dollar?
Do. We're going to do it, Joey.
Oh, let's go.
All right, so this is the one here, right here, guys. I'm very happy with how I executed on this trade. There's that $7 order, and there's the $8 beak wetter. It is $8 on the freaking dot for your friend PTNM. But here comes the reversion. So short sellers, where are you at? Right, this is your move here, short sellers. We've seen it before. $8 hit, we're back down into 7.5. Looks like we're gonna lose 7.5, guys. Here we go as the buyers do step in momentarily, but I've seen this story before with PTNM. Look for the reversion. It's making me look bad here, Joey, because I'm telling everybody look for the reversion. Now it's heading back up.
Yeah.
So it's okay. Wet the beak, says Paul Thomas. We wet it, my friend. We're all done with this trade. Breakout to the high side, so I'm gonna keep my eye on this one. I'll look to set up again at $7. But do not forget, it's the Hootie show. Or it was. Hootie is giving it up in a freaking hurry over here. It is about to lose the volume weighted average price. $3 is where the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is. If it loses 3, it loses the spot on the side chart. It holds 3, we keep it. Otherwise, nothing to do there. And there is the reversion on PTNM from $8 down to 7 1/3. Do we get a $7 retest? And if we do, are you guys buying at $7? That's initially where I got in for a flat top break. Is it as good the second time? Let me know what you guys are thinking about in the chat. We're going to be looking to do more damage on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so the tech sector is the top performing, up about 2 1/3 there, guys. We got utilities in second place, up 1%, and then the energy sector up 0.5%. Bottom 3, we got the comm service down 1%, healthcare 1 1/5, and then consumer staples 1.5% there. And as for the week, let's see if we've gained in performance. Guess who's leading the way now? Yeah, that's correct. It's the NASDAQ, up 2 1/3 there, guys. SPY sitting in second place, 1.5%, IWM 1 1/3, and then we got the Dow holding on by a thread, only up about 1/3% there. So there it goes. I've been trying to get back into NVDA. It just keeps getting rejected. So yeah, I got to hop out of Ethereum as well too, as everything's starting to come back in towards the volume weighted average price. So yeah, I just been trying to get in. Happened with this initial entry as well too. It's just like, okay, I widen my spread, doesn't get a fill, and then I end up chasing, drastically increasing my or decreasing my risk to reward. So if I was in around here, then I don't have to risk as much, but then there, sure enough, boom, you get that move. So just consistently not getting the fill, slightly frustrating. So yeah, let's find something else to find. I know, Sharif, you're killing it right now. The NASDAQ continuing its bleed. Let's see what Apple's been up to. Is it making an additional leg lower? No, it's starting to get somewhat of a small bounce, so not too bad. If we do get it, then I think that's going to be really, really positive for the market. It was holding on relatively well and for quite some time. So if the big boys start to participate once again, I think we'll be doing just fine, Shreve.
Hoodie's back, Joseph. HUDI, it just false halted twice. We initiated the halt parameter where it started, leveling out at a max price, and now we're zigging and zagging. The current high of this candle, one moment please, 465. So we know there's a 65 seller, and there it is. The halt parameter it's not a seller, it's a halt parameter coming in and topping this candle out at 65. So a few more seconds. It feels like it's going to be a false halt though, as it's zigging and zagging with that level 2, and it is a false halt. Once you watch these a lot, you kind of get the feeling. But that false halt only allowed us to stay a little bit longer in the game, right? Because, I don't know exactly how the clock works at the exchange, but it starts counting 5 minutes from some sort of time, and then you can kind of tell when the max price for before the halt parameter comes in, because it starts maxing out at that price. But as you saw, we cleared 65 with the current candle high now 80. So that meant that the halt parameter started from a different clock. It was, again, it's a bit more complicated than that, but let's focus on the trading for now and see if we can kind of weasel into this. So it's a 480 high. Micro pullbacks here are going to be important. I'm just trying to load up the 5-second chart so I can spot said micro pullbacks, but that just takes way too long. All right, so there is a level of support I perceive possibly at 20. Let's see if that area holds. We're down into the mid-teens. Are we going to get buyers stepping up at 20? Let's go ahead and try to take a long over here on this one. Let's see if we can get a nice little price spike up into the high 50s, possibly low 60s, to see if we can kind of get that going again. We're using the 10 EMA on the 5-second now as a resistance. 420 support, 430 resistance. Let's see if this one has the ability to take out 430, because that's where the 10 EMA is. Got some higher lows, but it's not really clearing it with any distance. Let's see if the buyers are going to step in here. Who's going to win, buyers or sellers? So let's continue to watch. No prints yet. We've got a whole bunch of prints there, baby. There we go, right up into the mid-50s, high 50s now. We're doing it freaking live. We're waiting in the 60s. Boom again, man. There we go. Joey, right into the high side, straight to jail. Let's go again. 505 now. We're going to post. Oh, we ran out of shares, Joey. So anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's all right. Sorry, I'm sending a quick message here. Yeah, it's all right. I'm getting,
Assassino.
I'm looking for something. So yeah, if we get a hammer candle close, then I like this for a potential bounce. You can see that NVDA is starting to work out for not us. I'm out of it now. Tried to get in over here, just couldn't get in. No fills. And then sure enough, yeah, you run towards your target. So yeah, I got to figure out what's cracking. But I do like what we're experiencing right there. What happened? You're buzzing right now.
Brandman hooked it up, baby.
I could have hooked you up, man.
I didn't want to interrupt Joey Options. This pontificating, my boy.
We're stacked in and ready to load. We're ready to get rocking and rolling over here. NVIDIA. Yeah, no shorting. The signals were there. And it gave me another opportunity, and I just couldn't take advantage of it. So, yeah, we'll figure out what's cooking. Again, I like this, but the volume isn't supporting it, so I wouldn't be surprised if we take an additional leg lower. What's my good friend Dell up to? We did some, okay, so nice. So back into there. So there might be another opportunity for me to get back into this name, but it did the move that I was looking for. So just been doing continuous TA on some of these names for swing trades. And sure enough, I like this double bottom. Shreve pointed out that it's holding this resistance level really well. There's so much conviction behind this setup. And I'm kind of frustrated at myself that I didn't get to take full advantage of it. Obviously, you don't want to be too greedy. We did get a little bit, but at the end of the day, execution is key. Regardless, and I've seen somebody say statistics over psychology, but it's so hard to not mix the two. It's just not realistic. If you can phase one of them out a little bit, then you're off on your merry way. But to say that you can phase more or less psychology completely out of the game, I don't know if I personally can, just knowing my personality, to each their own, but I think it's very difficult.
I would have to echo that sentiment 100%. Yeah. Psychology plays a part in the game. To some people more than others.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And that's just, I guess, part of the characteristics of being human.
Yep.
But don't let this guy's conversation about Dell may lead you to think that he's not up on it, because I saw the account today.
No, but I mean,
I saw it.
Yeah, no, and it's not what I'm getting at. It's just like there was a specific, I wouldn't say, see, that's the thing, you don't want to put on the dollar amount, you just want to execute the trade with as much size as possible, and I didn't get the opportunity to do that, so that's another reason not to be frustrated, right? So I was waiting for a pullback in the morning, I didn't get it, and like right at 4 a.m., I put my orders out last night, I got filled at 4 a.m. this morning, and I'm like, okay, we're on our merry way. We get a pullback into some specific levels. I have the order out on the contracts as well, but it had other plans. It just wanted to go up, and obviously the Oracle news adding a little bit of fuel.
Oh
to
yeah,
fire,
that added fuel to everybody's fire.
Sure.
Just ask AVGO.
For sure,
But I want to say something. You and I talked about this yesterday. You're always mad as a trader for many reasons. One of those reasons being you don't have as much size, right? And so I get it, but it's something that you know very well as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's the thing, right? Like, as a trader, I don't think you're ever really satisfied. Like, we've seen people put on phenomenal trades. You put on a great trade, and in the back of your head, it's like, more. I could have done more. I could have done more. But as Jim Cramer likes to say, bears and bulls can eat, but hogs get slaughtered. And that's just from being greedy, right? So, I like
I've never heard him say that. That's
oh, really?
No,
yeah. Hogs get slaughtered. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we put some money in the pocket, and I got to be thankful. And I'm just going to sit here and be thankful.
Raz Gadot. Raz the goat. Sorry, Raz the goat. My bad. We were talking about Gal Gadot this morning. That's why I had my mind all Gal Gadotted. But Amazon down on a big positive catalyst, question mark. Yeah, look, brother, when I heard that drone headline as well, I thought that was good news. But the thing is, Zon has been so strong lately. I think it's been taking out some key levels. Let's have a look at Amazon on the daily. So, it stands to reason that we pull back a little bit as people wet their beak on some profits. But yeah, Amazon, it is, Apple is the worst performer on the day and makes 7 World, Amazon second to Apple. Let's have a look at the daily over here. Yeah, we got into all-time highs, brother. That's right near all-time highs. Again, all-time highs came in February of this year when we got into 242. But come on, 240 is basically knocking the door of all-time highs. So people will wet their beak there. The same thing happens with Pan W in and around 200. It goes to 205, 210, sells off, goes back to 160. You pick it up at 160 again. It works its way back into 200. I'm not saying Amazon is Pan W, but this is something characteristic that we've seen with these small cap gappers. Somebody was asking for the theoretical auction price on Klarna. It's still $50, so that bad boy hasn't moved. I don't know if that's good or bad. To me, that's bad, because what we've seen lately is these ones are oversubscribed at the IPO level, and they're well oversubscribed on trading day vis-a-vis the theoretical auction price. We saw this with Circle. We saw this with Figma to a lesser extent. We certainly saw it with, what was that other one? Figma,
Circle,
CoreWeave. CoreWeave was the one, Joey. Yeah, you're right. So a little unusual that the top is maintaining that $50 price target, but whatever. I want to bring your attention to this one. I brought your attention to it earlier. I'm going to bring your attention to it again, hopefully here. TOP, top on the NQ, halted to the upside at $2.63. It's up 112%. It had a bit of a bull flag consolidation area. I want to say between $1.80 to $2.20. And then up we go, taking out day's highs into 263. The halt time on top is 11:29:55. So we just halted, looks like a minute ago. The earliest this one will be open is 11:34:55. So mark your, set your alarms, do whatever you need to do. The theoretical auction price is basically flat, 263, the tap showing, so that was the halt level as well. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. This was blocked first under the system, but I think Neil submitted a ticket, so maybe we'll have that unblocked. The same thing happened with Hootie. We were blocked on it earlier, and then probably somebody at Real Trading requested that it get unblocked, and it got unblocked quick as you like, and we were able to execute on it. So hopefully we'll be able to do the same thing on top and give you the look there. Now, speaking of Hootie, it's halted to the downside. Again, at 348, the top showing 337, so we're likely going to open up a little bit lower. Which is not good, obviously, to be halted to the downside, but we're still above the 10 EMA on the 5, so at least under my system, I still keep an eye on it and trade it possibly as a long. A lot of people have been talking about WDS in the chat. And look, it's the #1 gapper in all the market right now, I think. It's up 553%, but that's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider, obviously, is the chart pattern that's manifesting on the chart. It's got lower highs, Joey, and that to me is not a glowing endorsement to go long until we and if we break through this on a decisive basis. It looks awfully bull flaggish, and we always talk about the fact that no two bull flags are created equal. They all look a little bit different. Variances are normal for that, but it's well off the high. It was about almost an $11 high. It's trading at about 6 2/3 right now. So I will certainly be keeping WDS on the side chart, but for the moment, I'm not going to execute on it. But before we go to Adara for crypto, I just want to let you know PTNM is working again off the 10 EMA. It looks like it wants to take out 8. It's an 817 high. Keep your eye on this one, 72%. Go ahead, Adara.
It's time to talk here about ABTC before we talk about BTC, ABTC, American Bitcoin. This is a crypto company here. It's backed by Hut 8 and also the sons of Donald Trump. And this one actually the catalyst this morning. Dominari Holdings announcing that they took a nearly 23.2 million share stake in ABTC. So they have roughly 23.2 million shares of the company. That's going to be valued at roughly $171.7 million. This became listed via a special purpose acquisition company merger as of last week. So ABTC, only 1 week of trading, and it already has this nice large stake here taken by Dominari Holdings. So again, ABTC here on watch. Again, that is Hut 8 and Donald Trump son related. So let's take a look here at Bitcoin itself. Bitcoin trying to break out here of that bit of resistance I've mentioned here, that 13,400 level that we touched a couple times on the daily chart but weren't able to break above. As of right now, we're actually near. Earlier today, we actually broke above that 14,000 level. So let's see if BTC can continue recovering to the upside. We'll take a look here as well at Solana, which is this is a daily chart here. Great uptrend on the daily chart still for Solana with higher highs and higher lows across the board. Ethereum, though, a little bit stagnant on the daily. We had that great push to new all-time highs just below 5,000, but since then, been a bit choppier. Let's see if it can try to mimic that direction, the directional move we've seen in Solana. Back to you.
Oh man, Apple is getting. Look at this daily here.
Crushed,
yeah,
bro.
it's getting absolutely crushed, man. Oh my days, why? What's going on?
Short
with
it,
this?
bro. Just get into that.
Wow.
Man. It looks like it's going back to 215.
Yeah,
there.
that is insane. That is insane.
Look, I'd stay optimistic on this one if it can hold that higher low.
Yeah.
So look at that. No. Go in the middle. Yeah, that area. No. This bad boy right here. Yeah, if it holds that, that would be a good technical buy.
But I mean, with that momentum, brother, that's
ugly,
tough.
bro.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to continue with bleeding. Yeah, it gaps down, man.
Is that a gap legit, though?
Legit. Yeah, it gaps down. So,
that's not
wow. Yeah, that's not a good look there in AAPL. Raining on today's parade, Oracle parade, but I mean, it's living in its own world right now. So, not too worried about what Oracle is up to. I think that was a great opportunity throughout the day. But Apple, the bearer of bad news. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Come on, Ethereum, you can do it. As I would like to say to my good little buddy Milo, you can do it, buddy. TQQ, let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling. Something maybe going for us, because today has not been going as planned. So there it is, bang, bang. If we break through that, I just got to get out. And then it's going to be a lot of sitting on the hands waiting for some high quality setups. But I do like Ethereum in the crypto space right at the volume weighted average price. What's Bitcoin up to? Nice hammer candle right there. Okay, not doing too much. Maybe we get rocking and rolling on this. Guess what? Your boy's getting involved. So let's see what we got going on with IBIT. Oops, IBIT, as I send it over to my boy, Sharif.
Yeah, so Katina Man just informing me that the tap on Klarna, it's working its way up, baby. Last time we reported to you guys, it was at 50. It is now up to 52. If you're a newer trader and you're wondering what we're talking about, so Klarna is an IPO, an initial public offering. It goes live today. We never know when. We just typically know from experience a general window. It's typically during our show, up until, let's say, 132. By the latest, we had a little bit of a bet on the floor. Does it open before 12:30 or after 12:30? We'll see. So that's what Klarna is. And it's a specific trade that we take here on the prop floor. If you're wondering how to execute on a stock that's not tradable yet, It's a certain order. I don't know how it works on everybody else's system, but on our system, we have two options. Something called a market on open order or a limit on open order. What is that? So it's basically telling the exchange, as soon as this stock is available for trading, pay or get me in. And then there's two ways, the limit and the market on open. The limit says pay up to, let's just say it's 52 and I tell the computer, pay up to $69. The computer will pay up to $69 for that first opening print. That's the limit on open. But there's also a market on open. So much like a market order, it will pay whatever it can get its hands on, right? And then, that could be good, it could be bad, because you could be fundamentally slipped, right? And they can come right back down. So those are the, that's what we're waiting for right now. So typically what we do while we're waiting for it to open is we send limit on open orders. Limit on open orders to tell the exchange, hey, look, we want to get involved as soon as Klarna is available for trading. We want to be involved. So if you're a newer trader, that's what we're talking about. And that's why we keep referencing a chart with no Japanese candlestick bars or any other price action. So that's what's going on there. And for everybody that's obviously very experienced, I'm sorry for you have to go through that, but we always have newer viewers, as you know, and we got to make sure they're apprised of everything. All right, so back into the small cap trading game over here. I'm still keeping my eye on TOP. It looks like this bad boy is going to be a 10-minute halt. If that, in fact, is the case, it will open up at 11:39.55. It's 11:37 on my watch right now, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on. I'd like to be able to weasel into top if it is appropriate to do so. It looks awfully strong, up over 112%. But do not forget, PTNM, it's still holding technical levels. Now, it has a lot of trouble clearing 8 on a decisive basis, despite the fact that 817 is the high, but the pattern is still very much intact, higher highs and higher lows. We're going to take a pause for a second, and we're going to go to Adair at the big desk.
Here at DoorDash, news coming here from reporter Laura Waxman of the San Francisco Chronicle. She's posting on X that apparently in San Francisco, DoorDash is working to open its first facility for testing deliveries by autonomous drones. So DoorDash reportedly working on autonomous drone deliveries in San Francisco. Get a little bit of a spike here for DASH. In case you missed it earlier this week, they actually had their Deliveroo acquisition approved by the EU or the UK regulatory authorities there. Back to you.
Daryl, all right, let's go. TQ is finally starting to work out for us. Now we're starting to build heavy.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, now we're starting to build heavy into IBIT. Let's see if we can get this bounce, man. We're ready to rock and roll. I told you what, if it breaks this low, it's going to be really, really bad time for me on IBIT. And we might be back in, we might be doing a little paper trading. But hey, that's okay. It happens once in a while. I got to take those shots. Adair, what do you got for us?
So guys, I have more news here. MRK on watch getting a little pop here with a bit of relative volume. Merck scrapping its £1 billion London Drug Research Center in a blow to EU growth. So I guess bad look for the EU, apparently good look for Merck, deciding, I guess, not to work on this £1 billion research center in London. That's being reported by the Financial Times.
Friend Neil is saying the beef is very tasty.
Oh, yeah?
It's like extra tasty.
Jeez, okay.
He didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
He said the opposite.
Ooh, he said it was bad, eh?
Your friend Neil came in with that fire there, bro. Well, that's the way it is.
Tell Joey, what are you saying?
Oh.
Beef is not tasty, dang.
Joseph Options, top is open, baby.
Damn.
Let's see if we can, if we're allowed this, I'm just going to throw an order. Yes, we are now unblocked on top. Top is unblocked for us. Let's see now. It's going to halt to the downside or fill the halt level. Down it goes. 250. Where's the halt level at? 234. That's the halt parameter there. Even if it halts here, it's still tradable. Above the 10, above VWAP. Let's see. I'm not going to punch into the halt. Yeah, we didn't have that great of a day yesterday. Can't feel that confident, but we're going to keep an eye on this one because even though it is down halted, it's still very much in play from a technical sense. 333 high. It just lost $1 minus a penny, Joseph. 333 high, halted at 234. So that's the kind of insanity that comes with trading these small cap gappers. Trade them carefully and trade them wisely. Back to PTNM. Into the highs again we go. Joseph, 809, 817 high. If this candle closes above 8, it will be the first 5-minute candle to close above that $8 area. It already feels like this one could also be a 100% winner easily here, especially if we get super squeezy. Don't forget, PTNM is a holdover from yesterday. So it was already thickly traded yesterday, and it's again almost got 10 million shares. Here, Tisha, where have you been, Tisha? It's been small cap season. I've been looking for you in the chat. Welcome back, Tisha. Yeah, we already executed, as you can see there, Tish, on PTNM. Definitely interested in getting back involved in this one. Just got to set up in the right way. To me, the 10 EMA on the 5 is where it's at, Joey.
Where have you been all my life? Shout out to I don't want to set you up there. Anyway, Rihanna. I'm just gonna say.
Where have you been all my life?
Oh, brother. I was about 20 when I was at about 2021 when that song came out.
Yes, sir.
Oh man, me and my friend, we used to go to the club. Remember the club? This is London.
Of course.
Yeah. Me and my buddies.
He
would go
was
there.
21, not 2021. I heard you there.
No. I was at that age.
Of course, I remember This Is London, bro. Are you kidding?
Oh, brother, the amount of ridiculous amount of cash we spent there, just not logical.
It was not cheap.
No.
This Is London was not cheap.
No, it was not at all. And that was before I discovered bottle service. So my friend and I,
worse.
Yeah, would just go there and just spend a ridiculous amount of cash on shots and everything. But anyways, bottle service is this savior
Good memories, Joseph.
of the good old wallet.
It was beside District.
Yeah.
Remember District? District was the big one.
Yeah.
And This Is London was like the boutique club.
Sick, man.
Oh,
This Is London was sick. All right, guys, come on, Apple. Start to bounce. This is going to be positive for the market. You can see that the Q's slowly grinding, rejecting VWAP. Anything north of that, we're going to start slowly taking some profits there on that name. And then we're sitting in some IBIT, building really, really heavy. So see if we can get that breakout. Gorf, hopefully that 5-minute candle comes into play. That's going to be fantastic. So boom, building into this position. We'll even add some more if we do get the break. So yeah, let's rock and roll. Things slowly starting to cook up for us. Love that. The money instead of buying stock. Yeah, oh, Rich, buddy, you have no idea. If I knew about that stuff when I was young, and that's why I shout out to Katina, man. He's been doing it for a long time since he was a JIT. So.
Are you talking about
investing
clubbing?
your class? No, instead of like all the money that you
100%.
can. Yeah. And
100%.
just imagine if I knew about it, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Which is kind of why I asked you the other day. I'm like, did you get into credit card debt in your 20s?
No.
Well, this is exactly what I was spending my money on, like an idiot.
Yeah. Like
especially, you get a couple in you, all of a sudden it's
it doesn't
no
matter,
problem.
right? It's just like, all right, I get paid next Friday anyways, so we'll just blow it all right now. So yeah, that's what we used to do.
God.
So it's funny. Before we move on to the market, so my friend and I, we used to work for a car. Like we were about 18 at the time, and we worked for this car manufacturer, and you got paid every week, which was a bonus. And we were young kids, so what we would do is on the Friday we would go blow half our paycheck at the mall, and then go blow the other half on booze, which was obviously not logical at all when you sit back and think about it. But good times.
Yeah, 100%. It was a good time. I would do it a little differently.
Oh,
not gonna lie.
There's no way. Yeah, there's no way I would do it.
Both in the consumption and in the money spent.
Yeah, exactly.
No question about it.
There's no question.
All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch here these small cap gappers. PTNM just came into the 10 EMA on the 5, so this might be the buy time right now, guys. This is the 10 EMA, which it's been defending all day. So here's the deal. We're going to get in a very small piece, and I'm going to get in here, and I'm going to give it to the $0.25. All right, so that will be my look there, and that's exactly what we're doing. What price did we get? Move, Sharif, you're blocking my price. Thank you. So there we go. We'll set up at 55, see if we can get that, and then we'll set up also in the mid-60s. So I'm looking for the 10 exponential moving average on PTNM to hold. Holds great. If it doesn't, we'll lose about 15, 20 pennies on the stop out there. It's up 66%. It's had a whole lot of trouble clearing through 8. In fact, the last candle did not clear $8 on a closing basis. And that's what we were talking about. It wicks above $8, no problem, quick as you like, but has a whole lot of trouble clearing it. And there we go. We're printing 65. Now we're waiting in the mid-60s over here. Let's see if we can get that. And oh my goodness, Joseph Wilson, it just keeps on doing it. Happy with this trade. Let's do some more on this one. Let's see if we can get into that $8 area and then hold above that $8 area. Pleased with that one. Also, want to mention top is back open now. It's halted down. It is losing it, and it is losing it very quickly. Joseph, oh my goodness. Down. It's lost the 10 EMA. It's lost VWAP. This is going to lose its spot on the side chart here. That's only what's left, baby. So TOP, losing it in a freaking hurry. So be careful with this one. And somebody was asking me in the chat earlier, would I trade Hootie again? And I said yes, if it sets up the right way. and it's quickly going to lose its spot on the side chart as well. It's below VWAP, below the 10, and it's about to lose Assassino, the 20 moving average, and in fact has now. This one looks like it's going to be a Christmas tree retracement. Only Santa ain't going to save you from this one, baby. Make sure to trade them carefully.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're all out of the TQs there, right at VWAP, consistently rejecting it, so I can't complain about that one. Small little win, we'll document that. Boom, starting to come back in. Now Bitcoin really aggressively starting to dump, so this might not work out considering how heavy I am in this position. Not good. Probably the second largest position. Yeah, same size. But anyways, let's see if it holds. If it breaks VWAP, then we got to get out of it, Gaurav. I mentioned that I don't love it when the candle is just hovering above VWAP, right? So even though we do have that indecision, we don't have the volume.
Headline. Yep.
Union Pacific CEO claims government views company deal with Norfolk Southern as a success. All right, that's a positive. We'll always take that when the deal works out. That's a happy day, right? So Oracle, major backlog, just raking in the cash. How is it? It almost like forecasted for 4 years, man. That's insane.
It was crazy, Joey. What I saw yesterday, for a company that's now closing in on $1 trillion, to be up 30%, in the same way that I was surprised that AVGO, at one point anyway, was up 10%. That's almost a $2 trillion company. That's not typically the way they move.
No, it's not how they move at all, brother. And fantastic stuff to see. It's a rarity, no question, but some fantastic stuff. Regardless if they missed on the top and the bottom line, it's just the forecast was just so stellar that they just, boom, it just
Joseph, we just hit $1 trillion, it feels like, on AVGO. Not that long. I think earlier in the year.
Well, I remember Brando was talking about it. He's like, the T Club, AVGO, hit that. And we're like, all right, that just felt like a couple months ago. And then sure enough, what is it, at 1.5 almost now?
1.734. Daryl, weasel in for a second if you have an opportunity with your eidetic memory. Give approximately, Daryl, when did it hit $1 trillion? Broadcom is what I said. Yeah.
Hey, it was the earnings report where it broke 200 for the first time. So that would have been when I was still sitting over there. I would estimate it would have been February or
February. Okay.
April. I think it was February, April, May of earlier this year. I think February. That's my guess.
Fair enough. That's exactly what I was thinking of, Derek. Thank you. Appreciate that. And so to add another 700 billion within one calendar year
is insane.
With far less than a calendar year.
Yeah, we're gonna ask code.
It's just crazy. It's crazy. But we saw it with NVIDIA, Joey. It was nothing that we hadn't seen before.
I was actually wrong. It's December of 24, so it was one earnings report back from
still less than a calendar year, Adara. Yeah. So I mean, it's still, wow.
Yeah, December. No way,
bro.
December 31st.
It's crazy. 9 months.
Crazy. Yeah.
So 9 months.
Yeah.
Right. So. Adds 700 billion.
Lying,
Do you think we close at 2 trillion before
by the end of the year?
End of the year.
Oh man,
so they
have
to add another, say, 250, give or take.
Yeah, billion. I don't know, man. That's really tough. That's a tough call, to be honest with you. That's quite a bit of a move.
It is a move, bro. I mean, everything is a move. So. It's up 10% today. I'd love to be able to see what kind of market cap they added. Just in one day. Like, we know that they added price, but market cap-wise, you have to do the math for that unless there's an automatic way to do it.
It's insane.
It's it's nuts. All right, I'm going back and forth here. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm keeping my eye on top because even though this one did look like it was flushing aggressively, it has recovered, somewhat over here. It's above the 10 and above VWAP and above prior area range. It made me look bad because that prior area range, I was going to point out, 220. So momentarily lost 220, but right up into 230 it goes, and it's looking to do more over here. So I don't think this is the area where I get in, because it's a little risky trying to buy a falling knife, right? I'd rather follow the trend and take it to the upside once it shows me that it's established a base here and it has the intention of working its way back into 3. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on over here. TOP, it's unblocked for us now. We can weasel in. Let's see if this candle can go green and print above the 2.5. There has been a seller here in the low to mid 30s. It spiked up into the 40s, but has had more shorting at that level than a profit taking. You kind of feel as a weird level to want to take profit at, but that's just my guesstimation. So I'm going to continue to watch top. But PTNM, it might be losing it over here, guys. I'm just trying to find my PTNM chart. It's at the 10 EMA, and it looks like it might lose the 10 EMA here. It's got a 3-candle red setup, barely holding on to that, a third of a dollar to half a dollar at the 10 exponential moving average. So be on the lookout for this one. It does feel like it was setting up for an $8 break and take, a hold of $8, but it hasn't happened quite that way yet, Joey. And last but not least, I want to point out WDLS. I'm really interested in getting in on WDLS, but it's having a whole lot of trouble trying to clear 7. I think if this one clears 7, that would be my move to get in. Clear 7 on a closing basis, right? It's wicked above 7 multiple times in the same way that PTNM is wicking above 8 multiple times but can't close. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. WDLS closing above 7, my invitation to get it.
Beautiful, good stuff there, guys. I'm looking at BTC on the daily. Are we in breakout territory or not? Maybe, possibly. There's some key resistance zones, but you can see there's also a support level that's extremely important that we've rejected here. So that neckline from this double top or whatever you would like to call it, acting as some key resistance, and we're starting to come back in. So I'm just thinking, is this an opportunity to add if we are in breakout territory, or do I just get out when it does break down? So keeping that in mind, and there goes the TQs starting to cook up as well. It's unfortunate that we're out of it, but it is what it is. 95.08, a little bit more of a scalp mode, I guess, on this name. There from 94.80s, now trading up to 95.10s. So not a horrible look. There goes BTC to the downside, Gorv. This one's not looking too good for us, my friend. I don't know if you're involved in it. I know you're talking about it not too long ago. Pull it up on the 5. Once this is cracked, then you can see the buying pressure within all these 5-minute candles. So I'm looking for it to hold, but if it decides that it wants to give up that support level, then we just got to get out, and then maybe hopefully we'll be able to find another better opportunity or a lower price. So yeah, just not holding on to the winners long enough. I can pull that up there. Schreiber, you got it there. Yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, and I mean, I would love to add some more into this, get a couple more shares in here, some more entries, and just kind of go full on risk. But we got to wait for it to start working first, and we're keeping our eyes on the tape. One thing I will do is we'll put in a quote highlight on our orders here on the order book, that is, to see if this is going to identify anything. And I mean, if you can see the imbalance and you can see the immediate ask, slightly more aggressive, right? So there's significantly more size right there, but this guy's just getting chewed up, so that's pretty good, and you can see those orders starting to come in there as well too, Sri. All
right, man, none of the small caps getting any love today. It's all a big cap name. Here's what we're talking about. This is the visualizer, guys. Shout out to Fabian for making this. It's super easy for you to have your say. You get into the chat, you throw in that $, and then whatever ticker your heart so desires, get into the chat and vote now. This is for the afternoon rundown, where we basically pick the top 5 stocks as decided by you guys, and we talk about them. That we talk about the news headline, the Katina Min and Neil will give you the technicals. If they traded it, they'll tell you how they traded it, you know, whether positive or negative. If they didn't trade it, they'll tell you why, and why possibly they stayed away from it. So right now, Joseph Options,
yes, sir.
Tesla is leading the pack with 101 votes. Not surprisingly here, Oracle not far behind with 76. I mean, what does it need to be up 50% to go into first place? ASST also up 79 votes with the hooded one, 73. CoreWeave getting a lot of love today. Let's see how much I'm out of the money now on this one, Joey.
On Core?
We're only out, you know, $2,900.
Oh, on the contract.
On the SIM,
yeah, it's done. No, it's done. When does it expire?
I think the 10th or something like that.
Tomorrow.
No, the 19th.
The 19th. So you got a week. Yeah. All right, guys, bang. Let's go.
Get it,
here.
Joey.
I need it. Oh, boy. Let's go. Volume stepped in. This is what we're talking about. This is crazy, crazy. Hopefully it can be sustained. We don't come back into the middle of the range. And I added one more time because shout out to Why Not. Because literally, I say that every day. It's my favorite. Honestly, I love all of you, but my favorite tag is Why Not. Don't talk to him too often, but it's just the why not factor. Hey, Joe, do this. Why not? Just go and do it. You only get to live once, right? So you know what? Hey, so I like it. I like it. We had a good hockey game last night. It's unfortunate we didn't come out with the W, but I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Did you hit the net?
Yeah, I scored. So listen to it. I opened up the scoring. So for the majority of the game, it was 0-0. And then as soon as the third period opened up, about a minute and a half, I scored.
Hey.
We bang in another quick 2-1s quick.
Okay.
But then with 3 minutes left in the game, they tied it up.
No.
Yeah. But other than that, it was a battle, man. It was a really high level game and a great hockey game. So yeah, let's go. Oh no, don't pick up volume there. No, that's the worst case scenario. We don't want to see that selling pressure start to pick up. This is why we focus on the volume profile. profile, what happened there? We had the volume step in our direction, and then it comes right in. So this is, I'm saying, this was probably the worst case scenario that could happen, unless you get another interval of that candle step in, and it's drastically greater than the previous ones. But this is what you not want to see, and that's why VPA is extremely important when you're day trading.
All right, Ozan, I love Ozan. When I was working in Nigeria, the best bar was called Why Not? And it was an owner named Tommy. So there you go.
Yeah,
you
so
got,
shout out to him.
Shout out to Tommy, man. Chuck of all trades, telling me to look at AGMH. Let's have a look at AGMH. That's AVGO. This chart infuriates me. AGMH. It was like the worst kept secret in freaking all of Wall Street. Everyone knew that AVGO was the alternate play to. I don't want to get
rant over.
Yeah, rant over, right? Yeah, here we go. Breakout. AGMH 311. This is looking awfully spready, though. Let's load this up on a trading screen so we can get a better look at the time of sales as well as the book. Which screen we're going to choose. We're going to take off Hootie over here. AGMH, excuse me, guys. Let me load that one up. All right, it's decent here. 4-penny spread, respectable, decent, manageable. $3 area. Probably doesn't have a headline. That's fine. That's been the norm lately. If they don't have a headline, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it makes the likelihood of a mean reversion more likely and more likely to manifest a bit quicker than you may have expected. So AGMH, no headline from what I can see, but a nice breakout here, doing the dance with absolutely no pants with that $3 area. Let's see if it's able to clear it. Here comes $3, Joseph Options. We're going to keep an eye on this one with that 311 high. Shout out to Chuck of all trades. We're putting this one on the side chart. We're going to take off DGNX because it's a dog. It's a dog, not in a good way. Here comes 311. There goes 311. Shout out to my man, Chuck of all trades. 320 high. Dipping down, though, into 3. Have we cleared 3 by far enough to now use it as support? We will find out momentarily. Up 37, 38%, zigging and zagging. Let's see if it holds 3. Good topping tail candle into 320. And the buyers are stepping in and around that 3 area, losing it for the moment over here, but we're still in the high 90s. So I wouldn't be writing this one's obituary quite yet. Let's see. There you go. Nice little price spike up into 310. Is this the area to get in? We've defended 3 a couple of times now. Are the buyers looking at this one? Yes, that is a new high, 328. This one's going, guys. Be on the lookout here, Joseph. AGMH moving.
Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I play that, Brian L. I didn't know what you meant by that, obviously, if you didn't see what I had to say. So there it is, guys. We're just stuck in this consolidation. I do like that we're slowly starting to curl over, so we got to be patient. But one thing to note, every time we run into this resistance, you're going to see that supply really start to kick in, and then sure enough, it gets flushed. So we'll try to keep our eyes on the tape right now and see what we got going on. If we get another push up into this level, then just keep an eye just in case you do get an additional flush on the bids and below. So there it is again, right? So you run into the resistance, boom, that supply drops right in there, and they're rejecting it. And I'm always curious, is like, when are these individuals going to run out of shares? Like, look at the size here, and I guess they never will. Market makers, this might not work out for us, my guy Gorb. I'm glad that you're long Apple off of the lows. That's looking pretty good. Adara, what do you got for us?
I mean, what a day it's been here for the market. This is the NASDAQ, slightly lower highs here. Of course, at 8:30 a.m., we did get the PPI. That was, of course, the producer price index. And it came in lower than expected across the board with both the month prints, so that the core and non-core, actually a negative print, negative 0.1% each. We did have positive prints for core PPI and PPI year over year, so both the year over year prints, but they were still significantly lower than expected. So we're going to wait and see what happens here for CPI, but this lower than expected print is another indicator that we're likely to get. Definitely we're expecting a 25 basis point cut, but now we do have a slight uptick in participants who are expecting potentially a 50 basis point cut. Again, we will have to wait and see, but we don't have to wait too long. The meeting is going to be in 1 week from today. Here's Larry Ellison, and this is Oracle, ORCL. This is their annual revenue growth here over the past 30 years. And again, they're actually expecting the revenue to grow even further and continue to accelerate, specifically in their cloud infrastructure segment. That's why the stock is up so much and actually at new all-time highs, up more than 40% at the highs, even though they had a double miss for this quarter. Klarna on watch, KLAR, will be having its IPO. Right now, we're seeing a expected opening of around $52. The IPO price was $40, which was still above that expected range. So KLAR, let's see if this is a stock that people buy now and maybe pay later. Back to you.
Thank you. Oh, we're doing Neil or okay. Oh, okay, all right. No worries, guys. We'll pull this up right here. Come on, see, there it is. We're right into that zone. Bang, we're getting the break, man. Let's go. Why isn't the volume starting to pick up here? Maybe we have to wait, but there it is. We're starting to punch through some of these zones. Positive stuff. We'll like it. Hopefully this can be continued and we don't get that rejection. Again, so let's just focus on what the tape is telling us. Boom, we're getting those flushes. Genuine move here, but the volume isn't necessarily what we want. For a breakout, and then now we have to keep our eyes on what the tape is telling us. See, there it is. Wow, that is insane. Big time D, and that's what we're referring to. So a big time seller up there at 64.78. With that being said, let's take a look at our options chain. If there's anything specific at that 65 strike price, that can tell us a lot for sure. Come on, you can do it. IBIT. Put in some solid sessions. IBIT. But yeah, you guys seen it on the tape, right? If you're looking at your level 2s, make sure you keep an eye on that stuff. So 65 strike price. We have 65,000 open contracts at that specific level. 15,500, drastically off there. So 15,500, nothing substantial. I think it can break it, right? We just need a little bit more demand north of this. So 30,100 at that 64 strike. So you can maybe get that underwater push from these if they want this to close south of 64 on the week. So yeah, just be cautious on what this congestion zone is potentially telling us. So you're just getting the continuous rejections of this level. So yeah, it is what it is. Breaks VWAP, we're going to hop out of that trade. We won't take too hefty of a loss on that one. Still breathing off of that TQs. As the TQs start to come right back in, you're a little bit north of VWAP, and then boop, moving sideways. So total September PA, in my opinion. But yeah, a really mixed bag in the crypto space. Ethereum was strong right out of the gate, but you're just not getting any continuation. So if Ethereum sells, then maybe Bitcoin might be in some trouble as well. But there you go. Apple's starting to cook for my boy up here. Nice grab off of these lows. Nothing specific. Like, we can call this indecision here. Are you going to get that move back to VWAP? I hope for your sake that we do, because this was some unprecedented selling. You go out to the daily and it's just like, okay, we were trading at 141 just the other day, and then now you're down 6 1/4. So that's not always the best time, right? Like, it's like, hey, that's not any fun. I thought we were going to continue its move considering Judge Ferry and Google's on Google's end. But yeah, let's go crypto. We need the 5-minute to open up above this range, and then I think we're going to be sitting pretty Sharif.
Joseph, right before we went to Dara happening now, AGMH halted to the upside. I didn't want to interrupt and bring it back, but this one's been halted, guys, since 11:59:53. It is 12:04:21. So if this one is going to be a 5-minute halt, we're going to open at 12:04:53. Get ready. I think we have about less than 30 seconds for this bad boy over here, AGMH on the NQ, to open up. Right now, we're showing a theoretical auction price at tap of 383. The halt level is 358, so we're almost 30 pennies clear of that halt level. At least that's where it's going right now. Let's see exactly what this one opens up at. I'd love to have an atomic clock just set up. Here we go. Okay, so it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. This will be a longer 10-minute halt. We have passed the 5-minute threshold now. So here we go. Keep your eye on it. And then also keep your eye on the tap. Like we said earlier that, you know, the longer, as a general rule, the longer you're halted for with these small caps, the tap starts coming down. That hasn't been the case lately. We saw that with QMMM yesterday. The longer it stayed halted, the higher the tap was. And this thing squeezed, I think, from like $2 to $300 or some insanity like that. Take a look at QMMM. So that's what I'm going to be waiting on right now. Auto Antics wants me to look at JBDI. You ask, you get Auto Antics.
Ooh.
Let's have a look at it, Joey. JBDI, what do we got over here? JBDI Holdings. Okay, so right away, straight to jail.
Ooh.
It fails in 2 of my rules, Auto Antics. The first and foremost, that 4 a.m. spike, that's a real spike on real volume. It did 3.7 million shares at 4:05 a.m. So that is on That's more than it did during regular market hours. So it topped up there, brother, at 1149, 1150. So that's rule number one broken. It has to be trading above the pre-market high. It's not. In addition, it's below that white line. That white line is the volume weighted average price, which is currently at around 295. It's also trading below that. So to me, it's a no-go. But, you know, you never know how these ones are going to get and, you know, how they're going to act. So this one's actually started moving in the aftermarket yesterday on decent volume, about 841,000 shares on that candle, about 929,000. And it topped out at about 230 before it sold off into around 8 p.m. 4 a.m. came, and all the degens woke up early like myself, punched in. No, they probably set up algos. And then all hell broke loose on the downside. It was a Christmas tree retracement all the way down. So this one doesn't meet my rules, brother, but thank you for pointing it out. Let's keep an eye out, though, on AGMH. I'm still waiting for that bad boy to open. Likely will be 12:09:53. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll be 12:09:53. It is 12:07:06. So we still have a few more minutes until this bad boy opens up. Sharif, Hive, Joe, GRPO. So he wants me to look at one and you at the other. I'll start.
No problem,
I'll start.
my friend.
Let's have a look at, shout out to Manish. Let's out HIVE. One that we obviously know, Hive Digital. This is on my crypto proprietary watch list. It's okay, brother. I mean, it had a good day yesterday. This thing was moving from 265 all the way up to 313. It's holding the lows, so it's not giving up the ghost, so it's a good look. But intraday, I mean, you're up marginally at 3%. It's not exactly what I would trade, but based upon yesterday's price action and holding those levels today, I would say it looks pretty good. Joseph, you're up.
Okay, so I'm going to have to hop out of this Bitcoin trade here, guys. That's it. I'm going to wait for this IPO after this trade. Just not my day, and we just got to obviously accept it and then be a little bit more patient. So I'll just go over some of the things that you guys are looking at. Sharif's got his small cap, so he'll be trading that here as well, because I want to save myself some risk throughout the session, considering we're getting really aggressive down here. So it's this downtrend, right? Just fully intact. So yeah, this is real. This is as real as it gets right in front of us. So this is how trading can be. Every day isn't all roses. So, and today's not one of them. Bang. Yeah, I got to get out of that. Oh, so frustrating. All right.
All good, brother.
It's okay. It's okay.
That's like my day yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's just the way it
Tomorrow's a new
works.
day. Wednesday's usually a pretty good one, but there it goes. Bitcoin breaking down. If I held on to it, and this is what I was talking about, right? So when earlier, I'm like, okay, beautiful. We added to this position when the volume steps in, but then it's immediately met by defense, and then boom, volume to the downside really starting to accelerate, and you can see it on the lower intervals right there. So glad that we got out of it, otherwise we would not be participating. Tell me what you got.
All right, I tried to get in on WDS. It broke out, guys. There it goes into $8. It is now cleared 7, not decisively though, because we haven't closed above 7. That resting order there is my schmuck of a resting order sitting at 660. I was of the opinion that it was going to continue to do the dance with that level. Here we go. Did we get filled? Oh, we got filled, Joey. Oh, no. Are we going to pop back up? Yeah, we are. All right, we're going to wet the beak here. Into the 80s we go. Freaking give me my money. All right, here we go. 85s, we're in at 60. Are we going to get 90 print? We're going to wet the beak there again. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Flatten out as it comes into my order. All right, we'll take a trade. Not too bad. That's a topping tail candle, though, guys. Be careful with this candle. This is, I'm just watching over here. WDLS, that's, oh my goodness, that's a price spike galore. Right back down below 7, straight to jail. Wow. This one needs to go. My goodness, that's all sorts of volatility. Joey, what are you supposed to do with this, man? Yeah. Like, imagine sizing in 12,000, 15,000 share like your friend there, and you're just being out of the money immediately.
Right away.
Like, immediately.
Like, right away.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, look, there's a trader that we all know. It's breakout or bailout with these ones.
Oh, yeah?
Breakout or bailout.
That's it, man.
That's the way it is with these ones.
Exactly how it is, man. All right, so we're starting to see some lows there. We'll take one more stab at this market to see if we can get a little bit of a bounce on the TQs. Nice double, triple bottom being formed, so we like that. Go heavy or go home. So let's see if we can get back into the volume-weighted average price. NVDA did come into target, which is slightly frustrating. So here it is. I was just looking at this chart right here. And it's like, okay, boom, stops me out at the high and then goes back right into target. So yeah, sometimes you miss some of them. Super chat. Let's see what we got going on. TQQ is forming a downtrend rising wedge. I'm not too familiar with the downtrend rising wedge pattern there, Shreve. I don't know if you know anything about that one.
I have no idea.
That one, yeah, so unfortunately, the Dan zone. Not too familiar with the downtrend. What is this name called again? Sounds like a downtrend rising wedge. Sounds like a skateboard trick or something like that, maybe. Skateboard P, yeah, snowboard trick or anything along those lines. Yeah, sorry, I honestly don't know. I'm looking at the double bottom that we're experiencing on this. We'll take a look at it to see if it will hold up. TQQQ. And if it does or it doesn't, it could break through support and head lower, but maybe we get that pop back into VWAP, guys.
All right, guys, I'm back in to WLDS off the 10 EMA, seller 65. We're showing 69s now. Like, can we get back into the 70s? Look, topping tail or not, it generally held the 10 EMA, which it's been doing the entire time. So whatever buying program or algorithm, buy-side algorithm is buying it off the 10 EMA, at least for now. That doesn't have to continue to be the case. So let's see if we can get a nice price spike up and get some orders filled. Showing 70s now on WDLS. Oh my God, Joseph, we're doing it freaking live. Now I've taken out the orders into the 90s. I'm waiting at 25s.
Boom.
Boom.
Hold on.
Freaking boom.
Boom, man.
So much better than how I traded yesterday. I was trading like smush.
Oh, yeah, that's me today.
Such a douche yesterday. Anyway, all right, so we're continuing to do a live. Boom on my man over here. Shout out to WDLS, man. Very happy with this one. It looks like it's setting up for that breakout. It's setting it up now. We're getting the higher lows, but the short sellers are stepping in. They're stepping in between 7 to 8. Right, but I feel like this one, they may be caught offside. We're up 615%. So we've got the juice to let this one loose. We already know this was going all sorts of crazy in the pre-market. 930 came, the selling started coming in. That's normal. Here comes 8. Let's watch now as 8 zigs and zags. We know the prior candle rejected 8. This one rejecting 8 as well. Can we clear 8? The buyers are taking profit at 8, or the short sellers are getting very aggressive at that level. Here comes 8 again. Can we clear it? We're not clearing it, Joey. So we're going to have to pack our patience for that clearing, but pick it up off the 10 EMA. I picked it up a few times off this level. It's been good to me. Let's keep an eye on it. Let's see if we can get a little bit more.
Please be good to me. Please be good to me. Yes, yes, yes. Shout out to Kip from Napoleon Dynamite as he is bowling. So
yeah. Kip's great, bro.
Kip is great, man. Kip,
He got that online relationship. All of a sudden, he changed his gear. He got the do-rag going on in the back.
Peace out. Yeah,
He's so good, bro. What's the uncle's name again?
Rico.
Uncle
Rico, man.
Uncle Rico needs to stop living in the past,
yeah,
bro.
No, I love Rico. He's honestly such a great guy. I could throw a pigskin a quarter mile. Go on, tell
Joseph, we're doing it live. We're about to take out the high of the day. It's an official high of 895 on WDLS. We obviously traded way higher in the pre-market, but this one is doing it live. It's about to take out 895. It's now above 8. That short seller at 8's been decimated, at least for now. Let's see if they step back in. Oh no. Up into, I think, 870 spike there. Pardon me, 870 on the dot is the high of this candle. So WDLS, 750%. We're really going. We're going to halt. 873 is a halt level. We've seen multiple false halts, though, on these small cap gappers. This one feels like one right now. So watch for the bottom to drop off. 873 halt level. It needs a couple more seconds. One, there it is. There's a gray out. Halted to the high side, 873. We are less than, so 22 pennies, excuse me, off that official day high, 895. But I need to bring to your attention the 910 candle in the morning. That price went up to 1085. So even though it's an 895 official high, we have price action from the pre-market well above that at basically 1090s. So this one halted to the upside. Keep your eye out on it. The shorts are panicking, Tisha. They're in a lot of trouble right now. They are in a lot of trouble as they're caught offside here. You know, this one did topping tail. It broke VWAP. It basically was doing crap from the bell onwards. And that's fundamentally changed now. And I think really what kind of led me to want to get into it was the higher lows. The higher lows and the hold off the 10 EMA, and there you go with that flat top break essentially through 7. So good look there. Going to keep an eye on it. Shout out to Crypto Banks. Shout out to my man.
Shout out to Crypto Banks. Uber, yeah, let's take a look at Uber, as my guy Obi would like to call it, and see what it's up to on the day. No, it was DoorDash teaming up with the IPO today, Klarna. So Uber, really liquid. Wow, in the pre and post market, I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest. But not too bad of a look. Nice hammer candle right there. Just kind of in this consolidation, but that trend line is still fully intact here, guys. So all of this is essentially noise if you're just using your trend line. Eventually, it's going to break through, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens within the coming days, months, weeks even. So yeah, not too bad of a look there in Uber. Positive. Is that the all-time high on it? Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally. Completely. So yeah, a really good look. Let's see what else everyone's looking at. Yo. I'm not even gonna say your name, but yo, what's up, brother?
Who's that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Are you allowed to say?
No, there's no issues there. Yeah. I don't know if it's PG or not. So we'll just.
Which one?
This one.
Straight to jail.
Right away. So we'll avoid that one. But what's going on, my friend? Klarna tap. Yeah, let's take a look at that one. KLA. 53.
The Katina man.
Yeah, so we're rocking and rolling.
There you go.
53 is the tap on KLAR. Let me pull it.
Say that again, Katina man. On the pairing, okay. So the Katina man's talking about the what's it called? The imbalance locator.
Yeah.
So I should probably load that up. Joey, take over for a second so I can load that up.
We're
going
to keep our eyes on the TQs here as we continuously knock on the wrong door and no one's opening as we're now selling back in. So we need this support level to hold, and then if it breaks through this, then we're going to add. But I mean, it sucks because everything looks so strong and bullish this morning, and everything kind of just flicked the switch relatively quick. So, yeah, NVDA starting to head back towards the lower end of the volume-weighted average price key level right there. You got to keep an eye out for just in case it does break, and it's looking like it's going to at this pace. So yeah, Bitcoin just turned into hot garbage after that opening drive, and the same with Ethereum. I'm like, oh, okay, nice, that looks really good. I was kind of frustrated that I sold a bit, but then boom, we're right back in. So anything south of these levels, and I talked about this from a daily standpoint, I thought that we were going to break through the support, but it did get a little bit of a bounce. So yeah, keep your eyes out on this one. Come that rate cut, who knows, anything can happen. These things can go absolutely nuts, and then sure enough, you're breaking through resistance and heading towards those previous all-time highs in some of these names there. So
Katina, man, how do I add Klarna to the imbalance locator? It's been like 3 years since I've added anything to the imbalance locator. How did you add it?
Let me see here.
No.
Do you have it? Do you have NYSE and everything up there?
So hold on, the Katina man is going to help me out. So here's what I clicked, Katina man, on that. Let's should do it live for everybody over here. So here's what I did, Katina man. I clicked the imbalance locator right there.
Yeah, I have
and
it
then
up
it loads
here.
it up like that. Right click. Customize. There's no. Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank
there
you,
you go.
Katina man.
So we got it right. We got it right here.
Bro.
Yeah.
He's killing it. He's doing it live right now. It was Canada TSX. What do we need, Canada?
207.
All right. I like
pair
it.
volume
So let's go all the way down.
3,024,000.
So KLR. You're going to the K's, right? All right. Let's go. Let's just look over here. KLAR is what I'm looking for. Say that again. I got it right here, guys. So 210. That's what you're saying right there. P-value. Yeah, 3.2. Okay.
Now go all the way to the top.
All the way to the top, and that will
always be there.
Okay.
Do it one more time.
Okay. Yeah.
Now it's on.
Katina man,
It's like I haven't been here for 3.5 years.
Katina man,
you know
are you
what I mean?
playing this?
They're both playing it. Why do you think they're both here?
Oh, is that a chuckle? All right, that was more or less a serious question.
I may not be here tomorrow. Well, he took a monster win there prior.
No way.
So here's Joey. We got to show everybody what we're looking at here. So KLAR, and then this is the imbalance locator. So what the exchange is doing on their end, they're pairing buy and sell orders that are coming in, like the limit on open, market on open that we were talking about earlier, and they're pairing those orders. WLDS is open. It's a 942 high. Keep your eye out on that. but the exchange is pairing buy and sell orders. And if there's an imbalance one way or another, an imbalance of sell orders, an imbalance of buy orders, you see that reflected on the side. So KLAR says B. That means there's a buy side imbalance. But how much? How many more shares are there buyers than there are sellers? So the variance there is 237.2, meaning there are that many more buyers than there are sellers. And this PV, that means paired volume. That means the exchange has paired 3.228 million shares that were both buy side and sell side, that paired them so that as soon as it's open, the buyer gets what they want, the seller gets what they want. So they paired that off. And then as long as we have this number positive to the buy side, you will see that B there. We'll say buy side for the imbalance. So that's what we're looking at there. And I also want to update you on that $53 tap theoretical auction price that's weaseled onto the scene now. So keep your eye out on that. So a couple of things to tell them. WLDS 950 high, zigging and zagging right now. It's about, so to take out the pre-market high, we got to clear 1080, 1090 in and around that area. That's number one. Number two, I just want to tell them super quick about SKBL. SKBL was, somebody in the chat told me about this one. I just want to show them super quick. This one is breaking out, guys. 278. It's up 45%. It's got a lot of strength, Joey.
All right, guys. Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition. Now with over 40,000 in cash prizes, including a $20,000 grand prize, all risk-free. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test strategies, build skill, and climb the leaderboard. So you think what you have, what it takes to be the next biggest winner? Sign up today. All right, so there it is. Yeah, we got stopped out of that one, so it's unfortunate. And that's our day, bro, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're done there, my friend. I got to do some paper, some good old paper trading, but yeah, it happens. I don't recall the last one, so yeah, it's just a couple things didn't go our way with the size, and sure enough, you get shut down on this one. And the market breaking through some key support levels as NVDA is starting to drag lower as well too there, Sharif.
All right, Joey. Apple is now down less than Amazon. So Apple's trying to recover into 227. We'll have to see how long that lasts for. But what I'm keeping my eye on, Assassino, I can't take my eyes off WLDS right now. Here we go. Bovin, the OG Bovin bought this. I think he bought it $8.58. By the way, Bovin, you want to send me that your trade from earlier? Because I know Bovin was in from $1.80 to $6.65 on WLDS. So we all saw that monster trade that he had yesterday, I believe on QMMM or CWD or whatever it was, Bovin. It was a monster trade. If you want to send me that again today, we'll obviously show it. Otherwise, I'm going to keep my eye here on WLDS. It looks like there's a buyer stepping in at 9 every single time, Joey. Is this going to be the one that goes quadruple digits again? Because it's pretty close. 807%, holding 9. Got a big breakout, 965 high. How high can we get, man? I got the Bovin email. There we go. We're going to have to show this in a second.
Yeah. What is he saying?
Yeah, well, he's going to show me his trade on WLDS. I know, Joey. I'm going to focus here because I might want to punch in, baby. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But for the moment, we're going to send you to your boy Joey Options.
All right, guys. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game, and you're trading the real capital. Here's how it works. You have to pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. That's just your total risk. And from there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye on these nuclear plays. Here's NNE, not moving too much, but Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, saying that she wants to add more nuclear power. So again, keep an eye on nuclear as these comments come out from the governor of New York, seeming to want to add nuclear power. Back to you.
Boom. Bang.
Boom. Here we go. Bovin, WLDS is the one. We're about to take out pre-market highs. We got in at 9:30, scalped up to 10:15. This is going WLDS. Here we go. We're going to clear 1,000%, 900 and change. This is the one, 1089. We've taken out that pre-market high, or have we? For whatever reason, it's not working on the hover over here on this particular candle. I don't know why. 1089 high, guys. That is the official high. Shout out to Tisha. Boom! Right back at you, Tisha. Big move up here, 1089 high. We're dropping below 10 though, Joey Options. We've got a candle of indecision right now. I will absolutely get back into this if it sets up. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. WLDS is the goated one on the day. Let's see if it's able to clear 1,000%. You know, it feels kind of comical to say 1,000% is late, right? But that's what we've seen. We've seen 5,300 from Octo. We saw 35 some odd from QMMM yesterday and CWD. So, you know, to say 1,000% winner, I mean, and I don't even think we had 1,000% winner for a dollar and above until Octo. And then we ended up getting 5,300. It didn't close at 5,300, but it was intraday. It was up 5,300. I know that for a fact. Shout out to my man Bovin. He touched 1091. So that's where it touched. Bovin in the pre-market, 1091. So 1089 high, that is technically a lower high. So the shorts were all wise to that, obviously. They were looking at that pre-market high off which to get short, or the profit takers were looking at wetting the beak there. So 885%. We're certainly going to keep an eye out on this one, but I want you guys to keep an eye out as well on SKBL because it's not as aggressive of a mover, but it is looking pretty dang good here. Right into that 2.5, up 40%, stair stepping up. Not, you know, the wild one that WLDS is, but certainly one that not requires, but should have your attention if you're a small cap trader. What time is it? 12:27. Let's have a look quickly over here. The tap still showing 53 on Klarna, so nothing's changed with respect to that. Let's take a gander at the imbalances. Oh, that imbalance is growing, Katina, man. He's not impressed. It was 200 something, now it's 400 something. What will it take to impress you? 1 million, 2 million. You want it to go down. You want it to go down. Okay. Hold on, Neil. Okay. Oh, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry, I meant the size. This one over here, yeah.
So if that stays there, it means they still have work to do.
If that stays there, it means they have work to do before it opens. If it gets down to 10,000 or something lower, that means they're ready to go.
Oh,
Thank you for that explanation, brother. I actually didn't know that.
It's dropping quick there.
Yeah, but it's been zigging and zagging with that 200. So essentially what's happening is there's such an imbalance they can't go live yet. So there has to be some sort of parity. So that's kind of how you get the idea that they may be
when they're
doing it live.
Open, yeah. Oh, they're definitely doing it live.
We got to set that one up.
Yeah,
baby.
they're definitely doing it live.
Oh.
Ooh, okay.
What do you got?
What happened to WLSD? It had the most volume on the day, but there it goes. A nice move there in NVDA. We'll go over some of these names. Oracle just going beast mode here. And then also TSLA. I haven't even looked at Tesla today. Wow. Okay. Crazy. Some nice moves there in Tesla. Breaks through VWAP. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know what's going on with this thing. It just doesn't show VWAP on the lower time frames anymore. And then let's see what CoreWeave is up to on the day. Ooh, nice bull flag. Can that downtrend be snapped? Keep an eye out on this. And then you also have the flat bottom as well too there, guys. So nothing too horrible. Price compression, you obviously want to see the volume really start to kick in. And then let's see what Palantir has been up to. Ooh, okay, this is getting dangerous. I'm liking this. If that 5-minute hammer closed, risk profile defined, 165 could be a good opportunity to take a trade on that one. Obviously, Tesla starting to climb a little bit higher there. Ethereum, I thought we were going to close at 5-minute hammer right at these lows. Excuse me.
Get it, Joe.
And then you could possibly take a trade off of that one. Obviously, I personally cannot, so I'm living vicariously through all of you guys. And then AMD, ooh, not too good of a look there on AMD. But NVDA, really, really interesting. Held VWAP to a T, started to get a big-time bounce there.
All right, Joey, WLDS losing 10, coming into 9. Big drop here. Let's see what that $9 level has for us. Do we hold it in a strict sense? And if not, no, we're not holding it in a strict sense. Now, do we hold it as a, general area of support right back into the quarter dollar? This thing has done 205.6 million shares. It has been doing, I don't know, I think that's one of the highest volume names probably in the day. Definitely not interested in executing at these levels. If it does come into the 10 EMA or that $8 level, it might be a bigger drop, but I think in this area here, it is really not for me. Bovin says, I think 9 is a dip buy. Yeah, Bovin, you just got your dip buy there. This current candle has a higher low than the prior candle. The prior candle low, again, not helping me with the hover, 870 something. This one is 880 something. So it does feel like that $9 area is a good buy area, Bovin. I would have to echo that sentiment. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. We'll see if it wants to make another attempt into that $10 area. And if it does, do we see $11? Because we know it was $10.90 something in the pre-market as a level high and $10.89 during regular trading hours as the area high. Having trouble with the $0.50 now. Let's see. Well, right into 2/3, right into 3/4. So the strength coming back here into WLDS. Keep an eye out on this one. Here comes 10 again, guys, on this name, up 850%. Let's see if it is able to take out that level or how aggressively it clears that level. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. I also want to keep pointing out, guys, SKBL, because this is continuing to stair step up and in a much more calm way. So if you're not about, that really volatile lifestyle with WLDS and moving, 30, 40 pennies at a time with the tape going crazy and the book going crazy, this may be more down your alley. It is a good trend and 47%, nothing to sneeze at, but you're not getting that, consistent level of volatility. Now, you're gonna have to give up something to get something. You're giving up here a tight spread because it's a bit wider. I've seen it at 7, 8 pennies. Right now, it's not too bad. 2 pennies, I'm talking about SKBL. PTNM is losing the 10 EMA on the 5 for the first time on the day, and now we're about to get that kind of death cross between the 10 EMA and the 20 EMA, where the 10 EMA is going to cross below the 20 EMA on the 5-minute chart is what I'm referring to there on PTNM. Let's see if it finds support at VWAP in and around that $7 area. But back to WLDS, as this one feels like it's bull flagging here into that $10 area. Now, even though we have a 1089 high a day, it does feel like that real resistance level above, and I don't know if you agree with me, is $10. In fact, you haven't had any of the 3 candles, all of which have breached 10, actually close above 10. So I'm pretty convinced that $10 is the breakout level if you are able to close on a decisive basis above that level. But you're going to have to deal with all this volatility in the interim. Again, moving into the 80s and the 90s. Let's see if this one's able to hold up and clear that $10 area. And if it does it squeeze, right into that high a day, right into $11? That'll be another thing I keep my eye on there. WLDS, the one I'm looking at. If there are any others that I don't have notice of and I haven't mentioned that, are good, let me know. I see one over here, EDHL. I ask, and I answer my own question. It's just a south of a dollar, EDHL, but it's really breaking out right now. What? EDHL, right? What did I type? EDHL. Oh? How come I'm looking at 2 different charts over here, though? Oh, that's a 5-second. What's going on? Katina Man says Klarna might be going soon. Good. Yeah, this one's definitely not it. I don't know why I'm getting 2 different charts on that, but we're just going to look at Klarna quickly over here, $53 top. And let's just have a look at the paired volume, down to 50,000. That's what the Katina Man was talking about. He's like, this number has to drop lower, more like, It was a buy. Now it's a sell. I missed that. I didn't even look at the side. So now Klarna is a sell side. Okay, so don't. Okay. So now it's a sell side imbalance with about 46,000. It's going to keep changing. Paired volume, still that, or volume that hasn't been paired. So it's flipped now. Klarna, the IPO, has flipped from a buy side imbalance to a sell side imbalance. Be on the lookout. It's dropping into the 20s here. Joseph Options. All right. Definitely waiting for that one to open up. Dang, yeah. I don't have anything on it, by the way. I haven't put a limit on open. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah.
all right. That's how it is. So yeah, let's go over a couple more names here. We got Joby. I know someone who likes that name. Kind of get taking it on the nose, but a nice gap up here in the morning in the pre-market session. So nothing horrible. What's it going on in the daily? Yeah, nice bounce. Wow, I really like this stuff here, especially because that's a defined low. You're down how much percent from that point? 35. So yeah, I like that for a big time bounce. And look at this move that it went on from those April lows all the way up to that previous high in late June. 331%. That is a big time move. A really good look there, and you're starting to get that bounce. So let's see if we can get a continuation on there. What's my good friend Dell up to on the intraday chart there? Let's zoom in and see. We got the 5 minute. Yeah, I mean, but brother, when I obsess about something,
tell me, bro.
Yeah,
I already know.
Yeah, there we go. Bang, starting to come back in, but some weird, funky stuff going on. What's up with that? These Nazi names, man. Play some tomfoolery, as Sharif would like to say.
You see your friend American Eagle?
No, what's it doing? Is it that thing?
It's not at 26, Joey.
All right, but
and hold on.
Did I say
We haven't gotten into this discussion yet. It's probably a good idea that we tell everybody. So there's a bet between Joseph Options and let's just call it spade a spade. He won the first bet fair and frickin' square.
Yeah.
But hopefully, maybe we'll get to make up for that bet. Now, the bet was, Joey, that if AEO hits $26, you will buy me whatever pair of jeans
I said American Eagle.
I'm going to go in there and find the most expensive pair of jeans that I have. I don't know if you said it. I think you did say American Eagle. We'll have to check the tape.
We got the records of that for sure, but I mean, I'll get you whatever pair you want, my friend.
I don't even think they're that expensive. American Eagle, I would have to check.
Are you going to go with the Travis Kelce's, or you think you're just going to go with something?
Can I tell you? I haven't even looked yet, so I have no idea what kind of jeans I have. But I'm not a big fan of the new looser jeans. I'm not about that leg, right?
Me neither, brother.
I don't know if they have those.
We're about those straight legs. Not relaxed fit. We like the straight
I don't know, man. I see a lot of these soccer players, especially in Europe, because you know how Europe's always a little bit more fashion ahead of us.
Fashionistas.
And they're like swimming in their clothes. Joseph, like,
what's that? What's that
swim in my clothes?
That the English wear. It's like the half sweater that they tie around.
Yeah, of course, bro. That's
you were rocking that hard.
I like that. I don't mind that. That's very preppy.
Yeah, it is. I love it.
I'm about that life. All right, we're gonna have to pause for a second, guys. Dara's got breaking news.
Keep an eye on PEW here, Grab a Gun, and SWBI, Smith & Wesson. I'm seeing here, apparently, Florida's 1st District Court of Appeals has ruled that Florida's open carry ban is no longer constitutionally enforceable statewide. PEW is moving a little bit on this. So, yeah, PEW, SWBI, both on watch here again. Seeing reports that Florida's 1st District Court of Appeals has ruled that Florida's open carry ban is no longer constitutionally enforceable across the state. Back to you.
You see your friend DeSantis?
No.
He wants to remove the property tax from the houses in Florida. So here's my theory, and it's just a complete theory, and I don't have anything to. I'm just speculating.
So wait, then people are just going to pay no tax in Florida?
Well, there's a reason.
Yeah.
So home insurance spiked up huge because of all the hurricanes again. So I'm just going to give you any number, Joey.
Yeah.
So say that, for example, the average homeowner was paying 1% of their property value per year for home insurance, just to have that protection against hurricanes. That one, I'm just again giving you any number, jumped up to 4. So a 4 times the amount that you have to actually pay. So you need to factor that into home prices because it brings prices down because, again, you're going to have to meet that payment every month. So what he's trying to do, he's trying to bring back the equilibrium. So he's like, all right, so you got to pay, 4 times the amount of insurance. Let me bring some other payment down for you guys. And in this case, property tax. Apparently, that's what he's trying to do.
One's going in the hand of the insurer and the other one's coming out of the hand of the government.
Well, exactly. So, that's a good point.
It's obviously.
Look at this, Joey. Look at this. Bunk 424. My insurance went from $1,700 to $9,300.
A year.
Yes,
that is
bro.
insane.
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you. Like, that's the thing. Like
is
people
insane.
that own homes in Florida have to fundamentally change what their payments are.
And obviously, if Bonk saying that, I heard people were just avoiding insurance altogether, like whether it be vehicle insurance and home insurance as well too. They're like, we're just not paying that. Here, you can't even do that. You can't even renew your car, your driver's license in Ontario without having proof of insurance. So.
No, this is insane. Look, the amount of people that are chiming in here. 12K in property taxes, Durant, that's crazy.
In Texas.
Look at this. Bart Natoli, mine was $2,900. He's up to $6,000. Look at this. JD Florida man, I'm paying $6,000 in tax and $8,000 in insurance. Jesus. Oh,
Bro,
Katina man, the spike, brother, not the property tax, just the insurance. How much are you paying on your insurance? $150 a month for the house? For the house?
It's like
$2,000 a year. Katina, man, they're paying like $9,000. You know what I mean? That's U.S. dollars too. TD Baker, $6,000 insurance with no flood insurance here on the. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's just like
that's what your boy said.
Who, Gora?
Super chat.
Oh, I missed it.
That's
My man is back, Nimrod. Shout out to Nimrod dropping shekels, baby. 150 shekels in the chat. Sharif, I believe in you more than you. Got into EDHL when you talked about it. I'm up 22%.
Money. Let's go, man.
That's my man.
Yeah,
Nimrod,
that's our guy, man.
I'm loving it, bro. The fact that you're printing off that makes me happy, brother. Print up a storm. Enjoy the beautiful weather over there. Obviously, we miss you around here, brother. Hopefully, you'll come sooner rather than later. Shout out to you.
Make sure you get ready for some bike rides as well, too.
Yeah, you always got to make him feel bad,
I don't make him feel bad, but I just make sure he's
Look at that. 2 New York cents. I was denied fire coverage because I was too close to a wash, a.k.a. dry riverbed. What the hell? Brother, I'm hearing these stories like from you guys. That's direct. That's direct information. To me, I was just listening on the news, and it was already opening my eyes. Now I'm actually seeing some of these numbers, and yeah, it's not good. It's crazy, but that's the way it is, Joey.
So what would you rather do? Let me ask you this. Would you rather pay $19,000 a year in taxes and insurance, or live in a little bit of a cold where you have 8 months of the year and it's cold?
I love Toronto, bro.
Yeah, you love it?
My whole life I've been here since I was 4 years old. I'm 43 years old, so it's like
you've been here the majority.
Yeah. You know, I love Toronto. I'm used to Toronto. I get it. Like it's cold in the winter. Okay,
so
people won't like that.
If you could move to any city, which one would it be? Or you're happy with where you reside?
Can I tell you? It would either be Florida or Texas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Florida or Texas.
Not even Zona, eh? You like the Arizona?
I want the beach. Like obviously,
like the beach?
Galveston and the Texas beach is not that nice. It's kind of muddy and the water's murky because of the Mississippi. It like floods that area and it's all muddy and whatever. Florida, obviously, a way better beach, but you see some of these properties in Texas. Crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Right? It's crazy.
Yeah,
right?
it's nice.
And you see all the memes online. Get a 200 square foot apartment in Toronto for what you can get a mansion in Texas for. We've seen that. We've all known about that. What about you, baby?
What about me? If I could live in any city, I think it would either be, I like Phoenix a lot, or maybe I would either go into either Tulum or Phoenix, I think. Tulum, Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
I love
a lot
Tulum.
of people moved there during the pandemic, but like I heard there was like a big exodus once the pandemic was done and all the hybrid.
Arizona?
Yeah. No,
or Tulum? Yeah, maybe.
People were saying that because like everybody had hybrid or work from home. Now they're canceling that work from home a lot, so everybody's leaving there now.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, I mean, we've seen the exodus out of the city and people going into the suburbs, and that just skyrocketed price homes here.
That's the way it is.
Too, so, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, or Puerto Rico, save on those taxes. No capital gains there. So you got to think about that as well.
Dinkelberg, bro.
What Dinkelberg?
He's antagonizing Canada, man. He's like, when Canada becomes a 51st state, stop saying that, man. You know, like they don't like that here. They don't. You know, they're very proud people. Get it, Adara.
Here's my question. So let's say hypothetically, you know, although Carney did tell him, you know, some transactions can't be made, Trump did say time will tell. So let's say time does tell. What happens to the Canadian passports? Do they all get stripped of you? Because like you're theoretically an American. Like, what's the process, I guess?
And Adara, how about the dollar? Do we use our currency or do we adopt the US dollar, right? And how does trade work? Do we have tariffs for an entire North American continent? Like, there's just so many different economic unions, and that's what your friend Kevin O'Leary was talking about. He didn't want Canada to become the United States, but he wanted an economic union of sorts. I don't know, man. We'll have to see where it all goes.
Do they take our maple syrup? Like, what happens? Are they now the maple syrup cat? Who knows?
But I mean, but Donald said we get a 1-to-1 though. For every U.S. dollar, we get it. For every Canadian dollar, we get it.
That's what was being floated there, right?
So,
Joey, should we start? Should we start the news? Let's fire up the news, guys. Obviously, the boys will let us know as soon as Klarna is ready to go, and obviously we will stop said news to do that. So let's talk about these Oracle earnings because they were insane. Okay, as you can see, the price chart there is nuts. And this is one of the most unusual ones because you don't usually pop 30-some-odd% when you miss on the top and bottom line. But that's exactly what happened here with Oracle. So let's go, Assassino. EPS came in at $1.47. The street wanted $1.48. Miss on the bottom line. On revenue of $14.93 billion. The street wanted $15.04. Miss on the top line by $110 million, by the way. Revenue did grow 12% year over year from $13.3 billion now up to $14.93. Income, that profitability came in flat. They're still taking a little bit less than $3 billion home just on the quarter. So very profitable company. This latest move is their best day ever since the 1999 dot-com boom, if the gains hold, and they did, baby. The stock was already up 45% year to date in addition to the 30 that it threw on now. And here's why, guys. Cloud infrastructure was absolutely nuts. $3.3 billion, up 55% year over year. We're going to take a pause.
All right, guys, 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and 4x. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. Where the pros trade, and now so can you.
All right, Joey, let's tell them about the 4 multi-billion-dollar contracts that Oracle signed with 3 customers. So I guess 1 customer signed 2? Because there's four multi-billion-dollar contracts signed with 3 customers. We already know OpenAI secured 4.5 gigawatts of U.S. data center build. Google Gemini as well. I have no idea why Google is buying cloud off Oracle since they have Google Cloud, but that's what they're doing. They're gonna host the Gemini models on Oracle's cloud system, and Oracle's forecasting $18 billion in cloud revenue for the full year 2026, and they're actually guiding much higher than that. Look at that long-term forecast from $32 billion to $144 billion annually over the next 4 years. So we'll have to see how that works. Oracle will launch AI database services in October, and they're going to actually run the new version of Chat on there, ChatGPT-5, as well as other models on their Oracle DBs. Last but not least here, this is the guidance, Joey. QPS guide coming in at $1.61 to $1.65. Consensus was $1.62, so a beat on the bottom line. Revenue growth outlook, they're saying 14 to 16%, which is about $16.21 billion. And Joseph, look at this. They're going to spend $35 billion in CapEx. That's up 65% year over year. And who's making that money? Your friend AVGO, who's up 10%, clearly benefiting from that.
Absolutely. And that's one thing that these deals are fantastic, but considering it's a relatively low margin business, that's something that you need to keep an eye out for, especially with some of these deals. They're all great. I mentioned this a couple of days ago with Sharif before we were leading into the earnings report. I'm like, these OpenAI deals, now they're striking even bigger deals. So it's fantastic for Oracle, but keep an eye on the margins. And then the growth that they projected for the next 4 years is absolutely insane. Did you read that?
It's insane. I just read it. Look at this, Joey. Look at that.
Over 4 years?
32 to 144
so there you go. Yeah, so that's some insane amount of numbers, and sure enough, that's why the stock's up over 30% on the day. I could go to the daily and we can talk about it, but guess what? When you're in blue sky territory, there's almost nothing to really talk about except for the highs and the lows. So 311, so 312 we'll call it, and then a high of 345, but they're getting upgrades left, right, and center price target increases. So this name is absolutely rocking and rolling. I think it will for the foreseeable future, especially when you guide like how they did. The market is forward looking, and watch out for Oracle to continue its climb. You may get that pullback, but in the midterm duration, this name's going to go insane.
Absolutely. Adair, I'd love to hear your opinion on Oracle. This was, by all accounts, insane.
Yeah, so I know the company is called Oracle, but that doesn't mean they're actually Oracles. What is this guidance? And now I do want to give it a couple caveats here before I go off about the guidance, because I have so many thoughts. But okay, so let's be honest here. This is a little nutty. To be clear, I was having this conversation with Neil today. Neil made an incredibly fair point. He was like, well, if a miner is looking and they're like, oh, we have more gold than we thought we did, it makes sense to guide that way, right? Clearly, they do have the backup. They said they have the RPOs. That's all good and fine. But guys, it's worth noting that Oracle does this all the time. I am tired of this company randomly announcing out of nowhere, oh, we're going to have, like, in 2028, we'll have this much revenue. We'll have X number of revenue. And it does this every time, and it gaps up. And I'm like, that's all well and good, but, like, we get it. Do you know what I mean? Oracle, we get it. But that being said, congrats to Larry Ellison, congrats to anyone in this name. I feel like, though, the timing of this guidance release, too, is a little bit of a smokescreen. Because they had a terrible report, and they're like, oh, but it's okay, because 4 years from now, we'll have so much money. And I'm like, I don't know. I find it a little dirty, but that's just me. And I do, again, want to congratulate sincerely anybody who got that move. Congrats to you. I do think that's awesome.
But you bring up a good point. It's like a company who misses on the top and bottom line. We didn't meet expectations, but trust us, bro.
The timing is nasty. I think it's nasty.
Ooh.
I think it's manipulative.
Okay, so you think you're misleading shareholders there, Adara?
I mean,
she's not misleading
No,
anybody.
I said, do you think?
Yeah. That's a good point.
I'm not going to go that far, but I think the timing, at least for like the short-term stock move, feels a little sus. And I think Safra Katz, I will give her credit, CEO, she does know what she's doing. She was actually at that Trump odd little tech money roundtable dinner.
Yeah.
So I mean, she's got clout, she's got position. I understand maybe, I guess, the theory behind it, but that doesn't mean I necessarily think it's super ethical.
So do you think, Adara, do you think that Oracle should take the Salesforce approach, like Mark Benioff, and guide relatively lower? Because he's been...
I mean, honestly, why are you giving guidance 4 years in advance? I'm not saying guide lower. I'm just saying, like, keep it to yourself just once. Like, it's a point where Zero Hedge has, like, a running joke about Oracle guiding 40 billion years in advance. Like, that's how often this happens.
That's insane. I mean, hey, we got to wait for the next
No,
report.
but I think your point was fair, because if you're misleading investors, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah,
we're going to see on our news blotter, shareholder lawsuit alert. If you were a holder of Oracle from this date to this date, contact our ambulance chasing law office.
It's the same instance in the C3 AI, right? Like with the CEO, this guy's guiding, and then he got sick, which that apparently caused a 30% decrease in revenue. I don't know. That
Willis Adams showing you love, Adara. This is why I evaluate her. She does it 100. There it is, baby. Thank you very much, Willis Addison, for the super chat. Adara's also saying thank you from the big desk. Let's go on to the next headline over here, Apple's iPhone event recap. So as we know, we've covered it during the midday show. They unveiled their new iPhone 17 lineup, headlined most specifically by the iPhone Air, which is the first major redesign or design shift, I should say, since 2017, essentially. Key upgrades for all lines include, as we have come to expect, better battery life, sharper cameras. This I like, though, the ceramic shield durability across all models, both premium and entry. You also got a bunch of updates to the Apple series, or Apple Watch, excuse me, with health features, as well as the AirPods Pro 3, which include now heart rate monitors, as well as, a sort of an AI coach to keep you motivated while you're doing your training. And the average selling price, the ASP, also increased. They bumped up the price per model, usually $100 on some of the devices. What they didn't do was they didn't increase the price on the Pro Max, which is the one that I care about. But what they did do is they offered a larger size, a 2 terabyte. That's going to be $2,000 US starting price. So if you're looking for margin expansion, which I am because I'm a shareholder, they did it in an indirect way. Let's keep going here, Joseph. There's a whole bunch of different things to cover. We're not going to go through, you know, the chipsets, the modems. There's a bunch. Okay, so let me ask you.
Yeah.
What was your big takeaway from the event yesterday? Was it the iPhone, the wearables, or were you genuinely unimpressed?
To be honest with you, I wasn't overly impressed. I wasn't be like, hey, I need to go out and grab this. I need to go out and grab my AirPods out here so I can have my my workout buddy in the AI talking to me in my ear. And then also I mentioned on the watch as well too. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Now you have that live screen. I got to go get an Apple Watch just so I can watch these little colors move around on the watch face. So no, there was nothing that stood out, and there was nothing absolutely that was captivating in my opinion. I'm still waiting for that new I want the mix of something new in hardware and then combine it with your software. So I want to see something new and extremely that's going to blow me out of the water. And I expect that from one of the better companies, and especially with a company that has such a vast ecosystem. I want to see them come out with new innovative products that grab the consumer, not just an upgraded version of the previous thing that you've been doing for the past 10 years.
All right. I wanted to, before we get to Adair, I just want to mention here one thing, Assassino. So the Pro Max, I was talking about this, how they made the 2 terabyte storage. So look at this. The 256 Pro Max costs you $1,200. The 2 terabyte Pro Max costs you $2,000. You are not going to convince me that an increase in space from 256 to 2 terabytes is worth $800. That is probably worth nothing to Apple. I bet you anything it's like $50, $60 to them, a jump from 256 to 2 terabytes. I'm just throwing a number out there. It's not 800. So the point I'm trying to make is I like that as a margin expanding kind of way without increasing the price on the most cheapest model, which is the 256 Pro Max. So that's kind of what I was making the reference to. Adair, I'd love to hear your comments about the Apple event yesterday. You were listening intently.
I was listening intently, and I honestly think one thing I just want to start with is I think it was Reuters, and they had the funniest way that they were doing their Apple story. They were like, oh, Tim Cook was doing his best Steve Jobs impression, which A, is a scathing roast, and B, I mean, honestly, I didn't really get that takeaway. I think Tim Cook was just doing his normal thing with these presentations where he just kind of stands behind the wall while other people talk about the products. And that's not really meant to be a diss. That's just factually what he does. Now, with regards to the products, my biggest takeaway was I actually found the health focus to be pretty interesting.
Same.
I've been really following the hearing aid aspects of the AirPods. That's something that I'm really interested and curious about. I had a really good conversation with Randy about it too, and like the different ways that you can use the AirPods. I'm considering, maybe getting one of these. And they also Randy just gave me the thumbs up, so thumbs up back to you, Randy. And I also want to say here, with regards to the battery life too, I like that they mentioned increased battery life for all the products, I believe, especially though the AirPods and the watch. The watch, 24-hour battery life. I think that's pretty cool. I was not the target audience for this presentation. Like, I'm not going to buy these. I still have an iPhone, whatever this is, and my home button, which yes, I still have, doesn't work. So take that how you will. But it was entertaining, and my favorite part was when they said, "Oh, we're at the forefront of AI innovation for the past 8 years," and I laughed out loud. I know this isn't really related to the event necessarily, but yeah, I think Apple, I said they shouldn't say AI at all with regards to timelines, and they didn't. So I'm really proud of them.
Yeah. They didn't say any timelines. I didn't think that they were going to be stupid to do that because they screwed up big time.
Adair, your home button doesn't work? How does it? That's insane.
Well, actually, I forgot. Now it does. It does. I just forgot because there was like almost a year where it didn't work for some reason. But I am proud to announce does work, but I still can't use my thumbprint.
But I get it. Like the battery life. But Samsung's been doing this on their phones for how long now?
Yeah.
The battery's been substantially better for how long? So, like, congratulations to you for finally playing catch-up 10 years later.
All right, I want to update everybody, Joey, quickly on Klarna. The top is showing 52. The side now is neutral. Neither a buy nor a sell with the unpaired size at 17,800 or 830 with the paired volume almost 4.8 million. So we're waiting, we're anticipating the big kahunas. They're there. They're going to let us know exactly when this one is open. That's the beautiful thing about being on a trading floor. So Klarna, $52 tap. It's neither a buy nor a sell imbalance. It's an N neutral. So we'll keep an eye out on that, and we will keep updating you as things develop. It's almost 1 o'clock, so hopefully we'll get it sooner rather than later. All right, where are my GameStop bulls at? This one, where are we at here, Joey? Let's see where GME is up on the day. Did it give up the ghost? Oh, it gave up a lot of the ghost, bro. All right, so popped up into 26, it's at 25 right now. So Q2 profit surged to $168 million, a little bit more, or 31 pennies a share, up sharply from the 14.8 million that they printed for profit last year in the quarter, with adjusted EPS coming in at 25 pennies. If you strip out one-line items, and revenue rose 22% year over year, a little bit less than $1 billion, 972 million, fueled by hardware and collectibles. Let's get to that collectibles. The revenue mix shift. Collectible revenue, Joey, up 63% year over year, more than $250 million, 227.6 million. The biggest driver of growth that GameStop's had, with their hardware and accessories also growing 31 million, up to $592 million, supported by console sales. We'll get to that in a second. And their software revenue continues to drop 27% year over year, shrinking as a share of overall sales. The Nintendo Switch 2 had a good impact. Apparently, they sold about 2 million units in the US by August 2nd. It was the best-selling console in both June and July, and we'll talk about their Bitcoin hoarding strategy in a second.
All right, guys, each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NASDAQ-listed Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today.
All right, let's go on. Bitcoin holdings increased, Joey, a little bit more than $500 million. They're holding 528.6 million by the end of the quarter. They also purchased 4,710 new Bitcoins in May and June of this year. The holdings now represent what this article is calling a significant balance sheet asset, tying GME obviously further into the crypto market volatility, my man.
Yeah, I mean, let's just talk about its core business. As for the gaming sector, I mean, that's obviously gone in the wind. Everybody can just download their game, but as Sharif mentioned, the collectibles and those vintage games like the N64s and the things that you can't necessarily download, is that going to save GameStop? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to be substantial enough. You'll probably see more stores closing down. One thing that is going for them is like what a lot of these other companies are starting to do. Absorb, and if they continue to do that and you get the appreciation of the underlying asset itself, then you know what, maybe it may save the company. But for me, if we look at this daily chart, are you putting your money in this?
No.
Yeah, regardless. So just from a fundamental standpoint, Bitcoin, in my opinion, is the only really major thing that they have going on. It's great that they've done $250 million in collectible, whatever it may be, but I don't think it's enough to save the whole company.
Yeah, and it could be very cyclical too. It's
exactly,
hot now, it's
right?
not.
And then what happens when the consumer starts to cool down more? People are going to be spending their money on these types of things.
Probably not.
Right? So
I want to mention one quick thing before we go to there. They also issued a special dividend in the form of warrants. It's going to be distributed in October. So you're going to get one warrant per 10 shares owned, and the price it's going to be exercisable as $32 a share. So could drive more retail enthusiasm. I have no idea. Adara, how did you look at this report? What's your take here?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, I have to give GME a pat on the back because, and I'm going to ignore Oracle's guidance for a second, in terms of actual numbers and percentage of beat, I actually think GME might have had the best report last night. Now, Rubrik also, again, market did not like Rubrik. Rubrik had a solid report. I'm not going to report. Synopsys, as we're going to get into a second, can be synopsized most with this symbol. And then we also had, of course, Oracle again, despite that nice guidance, it did have a double miss. Let's give GME props, especially when you look at it comparatively. Now, yeah, I mean, like, I honestly, I was never a gamer. I know little to nothing about this business. But as you said, Sharif, I think the retail hype is huge. And I do think the fact that lately all of these retail stocks have been crypto-based and GME has its foot in the door with crypto, I don't think it's a bad look. I don't have much to say about this except, I guess, you know, honestly, as I always say, congrats to people who are in this. Congrats to people who did well on this. And shout out to people who are, I guess, buying collectibles, because that seems to be what's keeping them afloat right now.
Do you know the name of those, you know, little
figurines?
Thank you.
By
okay.
Funko. Funko is also a publicly traded company.
It is, yeah.
I have a couple of them. I have a whole bunch of, I have like a Biggies. My dad got me a Biggie one year for.
That's nice.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of Batman, whatever.
People are going buck for these, though.
Right, but the thing is, too, is GameStop does not exclusively distribute them, which that's one thing I thought of, too, with this, is it's hard because they have them, like, everywhere. I went to the antique store in Winnipeg, and for some reason, they're not antiques. They were there, too, right? So,
They're hype. People want them, Adara.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, is if like, I'm sure that's what's helping GameStop, but it's also they're not the only ones who have them, right?
Yeah,
so maybe
for sure.
they could. I think if those if they collaborated with Funko and an exclusive, that
That'd be
could
smart.
be significant.
Interesting. You had something to say.
No, I was gonna say I was gonna ask Adara if she had any Labubus.
Yeah, do you have any Labubus, Adira? Because that's the one I was talking about with Brendo this morning.
I don't. I've heard of them. I don't know or care what it is. I'm going to be
Good.
honest. They're like a creepy little demon-looking thing, right? I don't know.
Katina man, you got
Katina man, what's going on over here?
got one, eh?
Katina
Oh,
man's
wow,
loaded up
he's
with
got-
Labubus
he's got the
at the
Labubu.
Katina household.
Damn.
All right, man. Is it Gia Katina? Gia Katina, of course. I figured.
right, all right.
They love them. Let's talk about Klarna.
All right, let's
Why
go.
don't we talk about Klarna since we're waiting for that IPO to
Hopefully it comes out. That'd be perfect time.
Let's talk about it. So the IPO on Klarna, guys, priced at $40 per share. That's up from the prior range. I think it was 35 to 37. Anyway, it's oversubscribed. The valuation at that $40 price target comes in at about $15 billion, obviously signaling strong demand for the offering. The deal raised about $1.37 billion, but only 1.17 of that 1.37 is going to existing shareholders. Only $200 million of which is actually being used by Klarna to expand operations. So that's really what they're raising here from the IPO. The shares are going to be on the NYSE, as we talked about, the New York Stock Exchange under ticker KLAR. And let's talk about the market context here, because we've had a lot of IPOs. The tech IPO appetite is rising again. I haven't seen it this hype since 21. Klarna did postpone its IPO from earlier in the spring because of Trump's reciprocal tariffs announcement. They wanted the economic landscape to calm down. The listing is being closely watched as a test for the buy now, pay later model. But that's not only what this company is doing anymore. In fact, Joey, they're trying to expand into that sort of bank, that digital retail bank like SoFi and Robinhood is trying to become. So they're widely recognized for that BNPL. It's not the only thing they want to be. Their revenue streams come from three different methods. Here, the merchant transaction fees. So people who sell things that are being financed, they got to pay a fee to Klarna. Then the interest from the longer term financing, and then late payment fees. That's how these buy now, pay never guys, or pay later, end up making money. If you have a missed payment, for example, you get slapped with that fee. How did they do, Joey? Their Q2 revenue was $823 million, which is up 20% year over year. They're continuing to lose money as they grow. $53 million loss, which widened from the $18 million loss in a year earlier, Joey. So not something that's unusual for a company that's growing to be running at a loss.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely. But I mean, revenue's still up 20% year over year. That's great stuff. But they're also they're striking some good deals over in the U.S. as well too, in the likes of Walmart and Dash. And then I think it's one Cash or something along those lines. I can't remember the name. It's not PayPal or Pay Cash or whatever it may be. So that's positive, right? So the more deals you have, as Sharif was mentioning, you have those merchant transaction fees. And if you're teaming up with Walmart, DoorDash, and some of these publicly traded companies and extremely popular, I think that's great for the company and it can continue to grow. So I'm interested to see what happens here as the stock actually opens up. So yeah, going to be patient on that one and see what's going on. But yeah, I like that they're teaming up with some of these names.
All right, Adira, are you taking this?
So I've been really honestly watching this. So initially I was gung ho. Then the balance changed to sell, and I was like, no. Then it was back to buy, and I was like, sure. Now it's neutral. Initially, they just opened. Okay.
Okay, good. Here we go. Okay, we're live, guys.
Go?
No, I'm not going. Here we go. It's popping up, Joey. Seller at 53. He just got taken out. So the bid is still below 53. The bid has not cleared 53. The ask did, and here we go. We're zagging, Joey. It looks like we opened up at exactly $52. Let's see if this one can clear 52. As we said, there's a seller here at 53. Oh, there it goes, baby. Up into 30 or 53, excuse me. Zigging and zagging up 32%. I don't know if the boys are still involved in this one. It hasn't been decisive, Joey.
They're propsing over there.
It's zigging and zagging, though, baby. I mean, a little into 52, a little into 50. Here comes 51. Do we hold 50? This doesn't look clean, Joey.
This
doesn't look clean, baby. Here comes 50. Zigging and zagging, guys. All right, here comes that 51 again, Joey. So the buyer stepping in closer to that $50 Klarna, up 26%. The opening print, $52. We are losing that 51 level. We're below it on the ask. Big move down here. Well, not a big move down. It's a $2 move down. $1 now into 51. So Klarna open, guys. It is trading. It's done over 8 million shares. It has not been decisive in the direction that it wants to go. Very tight range so far, Joey Options, essentially from 52 to 51. Can we get a move above that 53? We haven't seen that move above 53 yet, man, at least on the ask. Anyway, and here it comes, Joey. It feels like we make clear 53 here.
Dang.
Up into 52s. Hot there. Oh. There it is, end of 53.
Are you punching?
No, I'm not going to go into this. No, I'm not. I would have been in a limit odd open order. I would have taken it and then just punched out once it popped, and that clearly didn't do that. So it's continuing to zig and zag here, guys. The Katina Man made money on it, so he's happy about that. We're going to shout out the Katina Man. And, you know, it's definitely one that was a little choppy here, but so you can extract profits on that. That's good on you. Shout out to Sean. Hey, brother, you know, there's nothing we can do about how this one performs, right? I mean, it's just, it is what it is. So, Klarna. Okay, go. The Katina Man's going to come on. He wants to talk about his trade. So we're going to pause for a second, wait for... Okay. I just meant pause the news. We're going to pause the news for a second. Watch as Klarna, the price action develops here, guys. We're still in that range. $50 as defended. Let's hear it, Katina Man.
Yeah, kind of a... like really a nothing burger there on the print, right? So we were watching it. It opens up at 52. We get it. It didn't go to 57, so that's not real. I mean, I was watching it. But anyways, at the end of the day, a lot of outs there at 53. Then it winds up breaking. I don't get the greatest price on the way out, man. We got like 51.50s, 51.30s are some of the lows there. So overall, honestly, probably net like 30 cents on whatever, a couple thousand shares or something like that. It's not a huge trade. Yeah, look, I mean, to your point, money is money, but at the end of the day, there it goes. It's a big FU candle right now to the red side. But remember what we said, Shriff and Joe and everybody watching. It's about, whoa, big size there, right there on the bid. 1 million shares on the bid at 50 right there. It's about risk management. Like, if I don't stop out there, then it goes all the way down to 50-50. Then now it goes down to 50-50 again. Now it's at 50. So, you know, me and Neil were like, oh man, what's going? But you know what? Now look. So I feel pretty good about it overall. There it goes. Watch the bid. Watch the bid. So there it is, right? So there's a big size on the bid right there. That's gone. You do not want to be long. So if you have stock, what's going on now? What's going on now? But there it is. That's a couple 100,000 shares. That's 400,000 shares right now. There was over 1 million there at one point. It's only done 14 million shares right now. So I would say, see you later, alligator. If you take it 50, it's sayonara. So Neil and I sat here pretty much for 2.5 hours, and you know, per hourly rate is fine, but I would rather have been a little higher on that one. So yeah. Hey, look, the fun is there. I can call my wife now, and it was a good trade. Could always be better, but hey, a positive one is a positive one. You're not going to get the smile off my face. Let's go Labubu's. Let's go Labubu's.
Hey, I love how he threw that in there at the end.
Crazy.
Now, shout out to the Katina Man, but that buyer Joey Options is still there with about 6,000 or 7,000, maybe 9,000 lots, give or take, at the $50 level. Someone is loving up a storm of Klarna at 50, and there it is again, Joey. We're showing less lottage every time we come into that $50 level. It seems the sellers eating up that 50. We'll have to see if that staunchy buyer at the $50 level continues to hang out, or whether those shares get exhausted, and whether there's anything hidden, right? It's only, we can see it clearly posted on the level 2, but it's not what we can always see that hurts us. Sometimes it's what we can't see, Joey Options. So we're going to keep an eye on Klarna. What's your take on this so far, my man?
No, it's interesting stuff, right? Like, it's nothing compared to what we experienced on the past couple IPOs that just went absolutely berserk in the likes of Circle and CoreWeave. But there it is, sure enough, you're getting that breakdown, and this is the 1 minute time frame. So you do open. Katina said that's not genuine. So yeah, it's fair. I thought we opened up at 53 and moved, but it's showing that print here is.
52 was the open price,
so yeah. So it's a little wonky here, 52.84 we'll call it. And then it says that, but this is a bearish candle, so you have to look at it opening here, no? And then it closes here, so that there must be something wrong from a data standpoint going on with that within the platform, because that's what it's a bearish candle, opens here and then closes there. So it's essentially telling us that it opened up at 57, but that's not the case.
Yeah, that's
these guys got 52.
wrong,
yeah,
Joey.
so
I think that's
wrong
on our platform.
Yeah. So it's completely wrong there. So yeah, just eye out on that. Hopefully some of you guys didn't get your face blown off, and hopefully some of you guys made a bunch of money as well.
All right, it looks like we're gonna lose 50. Joey, we're gonna lose it. Oh wow, buyer stepped in aggressively there, popped up right in that 51, baby.
It gaps up into
my goodness. So. It keeps coming down into that 50 level. Every time we come down into that, there's less and less wattage. I don't know. It just feels like a matter of time. And there it is.
Oh, bang.
Wow, 47.5.
Short it.
Oh my goodness, what a drop. It dropped $2.50 in
like that.
A microsecond. I mean, that was ridiculous.
Bang.
That was ridiculous. Guys, if you like what you're seeing and you want to hear more about, what's it called, Klarna, get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite tickers every day, whether it's WLDS or PTNM, Tesla, Oracle. There's a whole bunch going on, but you will not hear about it during the afternoon rundown unless you vote.
Oh, man.
Let's get those votes up, baby. I mean, we only have 108 shares, 108 votes for Tesla. I mean, we have over 6,000 of you guys watching. Let's get some of these numbers up. Assassino, say that again, brother. Sean. Oh, Katina, man. Take it over, baby.
I didn't trade any shares short there, but that break was like $2 almost immediately. So I heard Joe say, did I get any shares? I didn't even try, but I was watching the level 2. That is the risk. We just lost $1 million on the bid, and when it lost it, boy, oh boy, did it get to the downside right there. It was instantly $2. So honestly, man, that was, I'm happy to be here watching this. That short was cash, and we had said before, there's multiple ways to skin a cat, and this one was short all day. Like, that was the play right there for Klarna. My e-signal chart is also showing this, so I'm going to look at like a couple second chart there. I don't know what happened when it went to 57, but I don't think it went to 57 there. But there goes Klarna right now downside. So I hope everybody's okay. If you're shorting this name right now, don't hold it back through the IPO price. That would be my idea there. So I would just watch out for that. I wouldn't even hold it back through 50. But again, congratulations to everybody who got Klarna at 40 bucks. You know, that's a great trade right now. Anyways. Just fun trading today. My hands are freezing. We're going to go out for a walk, get a coffee, get a beer, something like that. And then we'll see. No, we're not going to do that. We'll see you guys back at 2 p.m. But that was a fun little ride there on Klarna. Thanks for sticking with us. It's Trader TV Live, baby. You're crushing it over there. Great analysis on. It's funny. You guys just did the story, Joe, about Klarna. And then it was like a minute later, it had opened back up. So shout out to Adara, Sharif, and Joe there for covering that. And a big shout out actually to Adara as well, because she was like, she wasn't certain on this IPO. And Adara, awesome. You nailed that one. It did not print higher. Sure, it looks like it did, but that 57, I'm telling you, trust me, I was sitting here like glued to the screens, did not see it go there. Could have been maybe 100 or so shares, but fell right back in. I think we all did pretty good. I can tell Neil's not here right now, but he also, very similar chart to mine, where we got out early and then let it drop through. My problem is I only got out of about 40%, so, and that was only for $1. But we've had bigger trades live on the air. It's too bad Klarna didn't wind up going, but thanks for sticking with us. And guess what? Gemini is Friday. There's a lot of IPOs coming. There's Neil right now. There's a lot of IPOs coming. So let's just say we got away with one here. I think, Neil, it broke 50 and went. Oh my God. You all right? It broke 50. Neil just threw up all over it. We got to clean up your monitor. Oh, they can see everything. They know you didn't throw up. So anyways, yeah, it broke 50 and $2 immediately. There's nothing you could have done about it. So that's where, yeah, Neil just said thank God as well. So thank to Jesus Cristo for that one. And we are out of it. We'll be back in a couple minutes, guys.
Katina, man, always appreciate it. And guys, don't forget, that the IPO price is $40 a share. So if we continue to sell off, look for support at $40. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's obviously the psychological area of sports since it's the $10 level, but that is the IPO price. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on Klarna, and the boys will let us know if anything's happening, so we'll get back to that. Let's just talk about Chewy here for a second. Joseph Options.
Yeah.
So this was a really bad day, or really bad night, I want to say, for Chewy. Chewy's still down aggressively here, 16.33%, and it's basically at the lows. So really big drop here. Coming on the back of this report, Q2 profit came in at $62 million, well below last year's $300 million take-home money, or about 68 pennies a share. Results really were weighed down by about a $79 million share-based compensation expense as related taxes. So we've talked about share-based compensation being a bit of a drag on earnings, as well as diluting shareholder or the share pool. Adjusted EPS came in at 33 pennies. That was in line with the street's expectations. Their revenue performance was decent. It was up 8.6% year over year, up to $1 billion, slightly above the 3.08 expected by Wall Street. Revenue growth was driven by a customer base expansion, as well as though margins did compress. So they were able to expand their total number of players and customers, but they're not making as much per customer. Sales per active customer were about $591 per active customer. That was consistent with what the street was looking for. They did add, Joey, about 150,000 new active customers, bringing the total now to about 21 million active customers on their service. Now, with respect to the guide, Q3 guidance for adjusted EPS came in between 28 to 33 pennies on sales revenue, 3.07 to 3.1 billion. The street was expecting 30 pennies, so the guidance aligns with consensus in their full-year sales outlook, Joey. They raised it slightly, 12.5 to 12.6 billion compared to the 12.3 to 12.45.
Ooh, I mean, in 2020 you could throw a dart at anything. You didn't even have to be at the board. You just throw it, and the chances of you making some money in the stock market were there. Because Chewy went to $120 all the way from south of 30, but now you're currently sitting down 71%. I don't know if this name will ever recover, and considering the price of pet food is extremely high, I'm surprised by this.
Yeah, how did their margins compress?
Right.
I don't even want to say what we're spending on Betty and Veronica every month, but it's
crazy.
It's
Do you feed them kibble or raw?
No, man, it's a mix of dry food with the raw stuff. We keep that bad boy in the fridge. You know what I do? There's a sick butcher down the road, and he puts a nice little concoction for me there.
That's nice.
It's good, so you save a couple of bucks there, but yeah, it's still expensive.
It's really expensive.
Adara, this was a bad report. They did guide for full year 2026 higher revenue, but things don't seem to be going on well over there.
Yeah, it was kind of a dog, this one. I'm sorry I had to make the pun out of it, but I'm quite excited about Synopsys. That one was a wild report. But yeah, I mean, Chewy, they did have a year-over-year increase in sales, which is, or I guess net sales, sorry, so that is something. But yeah, I mean, it is always worth noting here when you do have, I guess, expenses or costs factored into the numbers, like the adjustments there, that $79.1 million base compensation expense is worth noting. And I guess it maybe, you know, the one optimistic part of this are like, hey, you might not have to worry about that next quarter. But yeah, not too much to say. It is funny, of the two Ryan Combs here, for once, GameStop well outperforming Chewy.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I never even thought of that. I definitely wouldn't have pegged that, but hey, that's the way it is. Let's go on to Synopsys. Adara's pumped for this, and the market was not. It all sorts of tanked. Let's have a look. Oh, we're only down 35%. Joey, we were at $600 today. Now we're at $392. So I don't mean to make light of that, because there's probably people that are holding on to this. Let's talk about how they did. Revenue, Joey, $1.75 billion. That was up 14% year over year, less than what the street was looking for. They wanted 1.77. EPS came in at $3.39. That missed the $3.84 expected by the street. So miss on the top and bottom line, never really a good sign. Here's how they did in their different segments. Mostly they were weak. There were a couple of areas, I want to say, maintenance and service. They beat expectations. They also grew about 18%. And their design automation, apparently $1.31 billion, ahead of the $1.23, and growing very healthy, 23.5%. Not a lot else good to say about this. I know Adara's got to take. What's your opinion?
It's really tough, Sharif. And this is where, again, I don't play these small cap names. This isn't small cap, but what I'm getting at is the Hall parameters. You wake up, you go to bed one day, and then sure enough, you have a stock that's at $600, and then you wake up, it's at $391. That's where I believe something needs to be halted, because if you lose 34% of the value of the underlying in just a matter of a couple minutes, and obviously throughout the intraday session, it's just this gap down here is too lofty, and that's where I believe Hall parameters should most definitely step in. So that's a really tough look from a technical standpoint, and it doesn't get any better weekly either.
No.
To be honest with you, like this trend is here, but then sure enough, you're heading right back into March of April of 2025 levels, relatively quick, just like that. And the chance of the continuation of the bleeding is most definitely there, considering the report.
Yeah, and just given the fact that it lost 35%, it's at 73 2/3 billion market cap. Just imagine the market cap loss there.
Right?
Just
so
forget about the percentage increase, right?
It's insane. So that's tough. That's why I believe those parameters should come into play.
I think we got to go to Adara for her opinion on this, and she's got news.
This BRY and CRC on watch here. Berry Corporation, BRY, is the only one that's moving on this, but apparently Texas Capital Securities weighing in on a draft California bill, called SB 237. Texas Capital Securities calling this draft SB 237 bill a significant positive for Berry Corporation. So I'll have to look more into that. But Berry Corporation, BRY, making a bit of a pop here. Let's talk about SNPS. Yeah, this is wow. Look at the price. I just want to talk about the price targets here. All of these, okay, so two of them were downgrades, 2 were price target decreases. All of these price targets, guys, are almost $200 more than where Synopsys is currently trading.
Crazy.
So this is very sad. And I think this, like, I was not expecting this to drop as much as it did. You know, you think, oh, maybe, you come back, maybe you bounce. No, it just dropped right off the open. It was dropping well below 400. I will say from a trading perspective, the spread on this has been, for this type of stock, pretty clean. And the volume on this is a lot more than you usually get. Even on spready tickers on earnings, So almost 15 million shares traded on the day for SNPS. To synopsize it, this report is not the best, but I will also say it's weird because you do have that massive EPS miss for the guidance, and then also for fiscal 2025, they lowered their EPS guidance, but they raised their sales guidance. Their sales guide for the quarter is also better than expected. So I'm curious as to why divide. That's the one interesting thing I noticed there.
Yeah, usually, I don't know. I'm just completely speculating. One-off line items. Sometimes it's growth stuff. We'll have to wait and see. Stock-based compensation seems to be making a lot of appearances lately with respect to adjusting EPS. Guys, I want your attention back to Klarna. This is a new IPO that opened up long ago. It opened up at $52. It is down now into $9. It has been as low as $45. And as high as, well, it never broke 52, Joey. I think 52.07 is the high of the day. I know our platform on our exchange is wrong. It says 57.20. That's inaccurate. So it is trying to work its way back up, guys. The IPO price officially is $40. It opened up for trading at 52. So Klarna, KLAR, on the New York Stock Exchange, a new IPO today. Go ahead, Joey.
Before we hop into Palantir, because I want to talk about
go
Palantir.
ahead,
I love this story. I want to just touch on the market here quick to see what some of these mega cap names. I know we're just going over Klarna, fantastic stuff, but you can see that the NASDAQ is taking an additional leg lower and starting to pick up some momentum as Apple is starting to bleed and could barely get back to the volume weighted average price. So we're starting to see these mega caps really come back in. You had that break of trend in some of the crypto names as well too, but heading right back in. South of the volume weighted average price is Ethereum, and momentum is drastically starting to pick up. So keep an eye out on this. Microsoft, again, heading towards some key support levels. And then we had an individual asking about Amazon. That's the tough thing, right? For me personally, a lot of us are going to be looking at this as a potential buy signal, but today is going to be one of those sessions where Oracle's holding up relatively well and the rest of the market is going to do what it wants to do, but considering that Apple is extremely weak on the session.
Absolutely, Joseph. Let's talk a little Palantir, baby. This is one of the fan favorites, always on the top leaderboards list. And they announced a partnership today with Hayden, one of the UK's leading defense tech startups. Oh, baby. The warmongering is continuing. Well, we know what's going on in the world. So Hayden's advanced wargaming, control, and battlefield training program will now actually be deployed on Palantir's Foundry program. The integration obviously enhances Palantir's defense footprint, not like they didn't have a footprint there already, but it builds on the global presence, not just the United States anymore. And you gotta love how this is not a government contract, this is a commercial deal, which they're expanding, which you gotta love. I mean, I don't like relying on the government. Hayden provides out-of-the-box AI-powered simulation and orchestration tools, enabling armed forces around the world to rehearse, train, and plan combat scenarios. The AI generates dynamic scenarios and agents representing virtual forces, allowing training in both live and virtual environments. Joey, back as well, I want to say another connection with the United Kingdom there. In 2024, Hayden gained a $20 million agreement with the UK Ministry of Defense and looking, obviously, to deploy some of that money, baby.
So we know that Palantir's government and commercial contracts have just, over the past little while, have been going through the roof. But then when we look through their past earnings report, what we noticed, Sharif, that the international growth is relatively modest, sitting at 3%. But now they're striking deals with Japan, and now they're striking the deals with the UK. So as for me, and we talked about this, in order for this company continue to grow, did they need to expand their customer base? And we're starting to see that in the likes of the Japan deal, and then also in this UK deal as well.
And you gotta love both, Joey. Even if they get government contracts, they're not just the United States government. Yeah, you gotta love that. Yeah, you said Japan. I know.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm getting at. Is like the growth from national sales was relatively modest, 3%.
Absolutely.
Nothing substantial compared to what we're seeing over here in what it's seen in the United States. But now it's starting to lock in more deals across the globe, and I think that's going to be a big sector of the company that we're going to see some growth in and can help sustain its price.
Let's just get even more honest. When do we start seeing Europe buying this en masse? I think that's okay. Let's just be even more honest. Okay. There's going to have to be fundamental changes in the way that Europe is kind of organized militarily because of what's going on right now. Even if a deal is struck between Russia and Ukraine, they're in the process of rearming. We've seen Germany rearming, so there's going to be a lot of potential clients. You got to think on the continent.
Absolutely, I think so, and I totally agree on that front. But I mean, maybe these guys should start building some data centers as well too. Some things in Europe that need to get really rocking and rolling. So I don't know if the defense is at the top of the list.
All right, Adair's on break, so we'll go on to Novo Nordisk.
Ooh, this is hers.
This is hopefully she's back by this. I never really want to celebrate this. Who does? Who wants to celebrate layoffs? But that's exactly what happened here, guys. 9,000 jobs are going to be cut, or about 11.5% of the global workforce for Novo Nordisk as a broad restructuring effort. About 5,000 of those 9,000 jobs are going to be eliminated in Denmark, reflecting a significant local impact. In fact, we talked about Denmark changing its GDP outlook for the year as a result of Novo Nordisk's, I don't want to call it plight, but local weakness over here. So that's how important this company is for Denmark. The aim here by Novo Nordisk is to simplify the organizational structure, speed up the decision-making processes, and relocate resources to what they're saying is the most important area for them, diabetes and obesity growth opportunities. So we shall see exactly what they do there, Joey. The layoffs will incur, so they have to pay people packages when they lay them off, severance or whatever it's called. They will incur a one-off cost of about $1.26 billion, about 8 billion Danish kroners. Full year, operating profit growth guidance is revised down as a result of that $1.26 billion they're going to have to pay out. Previous guiding 10 to 16, now they're saying 4 to 10% for profit growth guidance. And last but here, Joey, this is the first major move by the CEO, Maziar Dustadar. Butchered that, sorry, who took over last month after Lars Jorgensen's surprise exit. The new CEO emphasized the urgency in defending diabetes obesity leadership. That's where they see they have their moat there, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I don't know. Is a whole country really that dependent on this one company? Considering, as you just mentioned, 5,000 job cuts, but then also you decrease your GDP after that. I mean, the states just projected essentially almost 1 million less jobs than what was actually there, and we got $5,000 job cuts here, which is I find slightly comical.
Your friend Eric Cooper is really angry in the chat.
What do you say?
Calm down, Eric. It said disc because it's a Europe company. I know what I say disc, you idiot. Anyway, Adara, what's your look on Novo Nordisk for your friend there, Eric, or something or another in the chat?
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, my take on Novo is that, like I said, I've said the times, I think this one's actually a really deceptive one in terms of the stock moves, and maybe partially because of ADR, because we know that's usually how some of these ADR moves. It'll gap up, and it'll just kind of chill and do absolutely nothing throughout the day. I was trying to find a photo of Maziar and Mike do start, but then I accidentally opened a website with instructions I didn't understand. So let's see if I can find this photo here for, there we go. Here he is. So this is Maziar Mike Dustar. This is maybe not the best photo of him. But yeah, he was an inside hire. I talked about this. He had been with the company for upwards of 20 years. So kind of similar pick, I guess, to what Nike did when they picked Elliott Hill, who was a longtime insider, but not anyone who was at a C-suite level. So yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. I think it makes sense to try to make drastic change, but hopefully the drastic change, you don't want to go overboard either, right? So I understand, like, you know, the inclination to be, and not like I'm a CEO or anything, but you want to make it appear you're doing something, right? Now, hopefully the thing they're appearing to do is helpful, and unlike, you know, when Brian Nichol came into Starbucks and said we need 200,000 Sharpies and got rid of the fun drinks or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about the actual business of pharmacy to talk too much on this, other than, like, you know, I follow the actual statistics of the drugs, but yeah, wait and see.
Great call there, Derek. Just want to bring everybody's attention again. Want to update you on Klarna. It's trying to break back above that $50 area. It opened up at $52, dropped as low as $55.44. Since making that area low, it has been putting in higher highs and higher lows. But Joey has been having some trouble with that $50 area, unable to close above it, despite opening up at $52. So Klarna, guys, a new IPO opened, I want to say at 110. So we're about 25 minutes deep into this one, trying to take out 50. Joey, any comment on this?
Yeah, as for, Klarna, it's going to continue to do its thing there. But as for ASST, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a horrible short, but you got to look at it from a daily, right? So you just get into repeat offender mode, and then sure enough, look at the ebbs and flows of this. So are you really surprised that you have this massive gap and then you come right back into the kind of the middle of the range? Not overly, right? So with these types of names, expect what happened once is probably going to happen again, all right? So keep in mind and just be cautious when you're trading these things, as Sharif always says.
All right, guys, Google Cloud revenue and expansion outlook. Good look here, guys. So Google Cloud expects 55% of its $1.6 billion backlog to actually get converted into revenue over the next 2 years. The projection excludes, though, any new contracts or any new clients that they pick up, highlighting, obviously, the strong visibility that the company has into their future projections. The annual run rate revenue already surpassed $50 billion as of the July earnings, so that's just cake on top. Let's talk customer and AI adoption. Are they even up on the day? Yeah, they're like one of the only well, that's not true. It's a mixed bag today. We're going to pause for a second, let all the new traders know to listen up. The first month, it's free. Are you listening, Ozan? That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to Elite Experience, where you'll be able to analyze, strategize, and capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking infinite data. We're talking instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can predict better investing tool, guys. You get reliable real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers, all in one platform, Joey. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate trading, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal.
What's up, Randy?
Oh,
it's free.
It's free.
Yeah.
The first month, baby, it's free.
The first month is free.
Just like you know something else. First time's free. Joseph's like, what? I wasn't born in the 80s.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. It's an 80s thing, bro. You
guys got a lot of free stuff back then, eh?
Yes, the Columbia House. Where is that company now, man? Did you pay? I always ordered and never paid, and they couldn't do anything because you're a minor.
What is
Columbia House? Yeah, I don't blame you, Columbia. Right? No, man, they would send you free tapes and CDs, but you had to promise to buy a CD from them at a higher price, like once or like a bunch of times. But nobody ever did. So you get all the free CDs and they just like screw them.
Great business.
It was great, bro. Great.
So shout out to
Columbia House.
Shout out to
Crazy.
Shout out to
Neil. Yes, bro. People built a collection off robbing Columbia House.
No way.
I'm not kidding.
Neil just said he had 200
Yeah, he's
CDs. Neil, you dirty dog, you, Neil. I'll never.
Apparently, GameStop is squeezing.
Be getting those. Shout out to HMV though, by the way.
No, it's not squeezing. What's going on, man? All right, let's keep going here, Joey. Let's talk about their Google Cloud and the AI adoption. Google Cloud, as we know from their earnings report, reported 28% quarter-over-quarter increase in new customers. Among its clients are 9 of the top 10 AI labs, including your friends at Anthropic and OpenAI. Shout out to Altman and crew. And obviously reinforces Google's cloud positioning as a major AI infrastructure provider, Joey. Google Cloud accounted for only 14%, though, of Alphabet's revenue, but it remains one of the fastest growing divisions within the company, so it is very much important. And it did outpace Azure, strengthening its position as one of the, the growing ones.
The prolific ones, and I think it's going to continue on that pace, especially with the hyperscalers continuously spending all this money, AI spend. Until that cools down, I'm going to go hand in hand with CapEx and then cloud. You're going to both see them continuously grow, and it's great to see that Google's starting to do that, teaming up, kind of diversifying. They got an OpenAI deal, I'm pretty sure, as well, too. So
yes,
they got a lot of things going on for them, and I think that this cloud is going to continuously grow. We're just at the beginning stage of this. Like, we're talking LLMs and all this type of stuff. What happens when we get outside of this and cloud storage needs to be used?
Oh, yeah, we're doing quantum, man.
I don't know, man. But again, for the foreseeable future, I like the growth of not only Google, but just cloud spend in general.
And I think you're going to like this headline even better.
Tell me.
Alphabet to launch Google Cloud Universal Ledger in 2026, entering blockchain finance. Oh, no.
As soon as I seen Ledger there.
That's all you saw.
That's very interesting.
I know you're about that life.
Absolutely.
That could rival XRP Ledger as well, positioning Alphabet as a digital payments and tokenization.
And see, that's the thing. Imagine they were to get involved into that stuff.
They are.
So, right?
Joey?
So, exactly. So when they can take some serious market share and do some damage to some of these other names.
Do you think this is a big deal, Adara? I mean, it's like almost a $3 trillion company now. It was quiet. That was a quick $3 trillion, $2.914 billion. Do you think this tokenization thing is a big deal for Google, or they just need to focus on what's working? Cloud booming, go for cloud.
Sorry, I'm just eating the lunch now. I apologize for that. But yeah, I mean, I think, again, the fact that it's such a small percentage of their overall revenue, A, I didn't really realize, and B, I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't have too much to say on this.
Okay.
Like, the cloud percentage of the revenue seems pretty small. But I mean, if you're, like, growth is always good, right? They've got that sequential growth. And the fact that OpenAI and Anthropic are clients suggests that they can probably deliver on the growth they're expecting. So,
I think they deliver and surpass it. To be honest,
I think so too.
Yeah, 100%.
That's all I have to say.
Just because of spend, right? Just because of all this AI spend.
And
it's exactly in customer base. So it's good stuff. Yeah.
I just want to remind everybody again, we are still watching Klarna, guys. Klarna did reject the dollars. It tried to work up to 50. A candle of indecision manifested right at that 50 area with a very big upper and lower wick and almost no body. And down we go again. We're heading into 47.5. Just lost 48 momentarily. Again, Klarna opened up at $52. It basically sold off. It zigged and zagged. It didn't really know what it wanted to do. And down we go. It looks like maybe we're heading back to those lows. But look for that $50 level. It does seem to be acting at least as a local area of resistance. Not like we have a lot of data off which to base that, Joey. But $50 acting as a staunch chilly little bugger right now. Let's go on to hims and hers. They're looking to expand into testosterone treatment. They will launch treatments for men with low testosterone starting on Wednesday. Initial therapy is going to be a compounded version of N-Clop IFIN, I don't know, off-label testosterone treatment. Here's the pricing as per Bloomberg. If you get a 3-month plan, you're going to pay about $200 a month. That's like $400 less than their plan for their GLP-1s, by the way. A 5-month plan, run you a little cheaper. You'll pay about $140 a month. And if you sign up long-term meaning 10 months, you have $100 $100 a month. Again, prices are still subject to adjustment. This is being reported by Bloomberg. It's a strategic expansion here. We've seen the issues that hers has had with companies like Novo Nordisk and as well as Eli Lilly. And as well, they had to put up with the what's called the FDA because they were making compounded versions illegally, for that matter, of these GLP-1s. So there's a whole bunch of headwinds for them. So they're looking to diversify their moat, Joey. And while starting with men, HIM's plans to expand into hormonal therapies for women, for menopause and stuff like that. So good mention of their moat.
I like that. I like that, to be honest with you, Sharif. Yeah. Why isn't it pulling up?
Ronak Kumar, you're killing me, bro.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. I just want to second here, Sharif, just so you can see this here.
What?
I won't be buying you those.
You're going to be buying me those. You're going to be buying me those.
There's zero chance I won't be getting
Come
it.
look at that.
Yeah.
Come look at those, Ram. Did you send that to him, Ram?
No.
How'd you get your hands on that?
Mr. Westermeyer sent it.
That's what I couldn't understand what you were talking about, West, y'all. I didn't get it. That's why I didn't want to respond.
Mr. Westermeyer.
Yeah.
Is that West?
Oh, sorry. D. Westermeyer.
Yeah, D. Westermeyer, yeah.
20, Ram.
$3,000.
These jeans are $2,900.
They look like a
zoom in, Joey.
They look like like they're cut there as well too.
I'm gonna want those ones, Joey.
They don't even look full.
You better punch in the ETH, my man. You better punch.
I'm significantly heavier for sure. But no, in all seriousness, as for HIMS, we know that they were running into some trouble for quite some time. But now I like this testosterone treatment that they're starting to lead into, holding that $42 level relatively well. And I'm not going to complain, right? So if it's easier, accessible for individuals who like to get on that replacement treatment, then by all means. I have a couple guys on my hockey team.
Are those capris, bro?
I have no idea,
Those are
brother.
crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I don't want those, bro.
I would buy you like a pair of Gucci's or Louis Vuitton before.
Those are deeper than that. Gucci's already like $500.
Yeah, exactly. So, but as from a technical standpoint, Shreve, you're still bouncing off this 42 level, which is pretty good, up 26%.
Yeah, off the lows?
Yeah,
double bottom off the lows.
Yeah,
there,
exactly.
Joey.
Triple even here.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
good 1, 2, 3.
Dara, what's your take on this HIMS and hers expansioning their remote? We like you've reported on it many times with the beef with some of these GLP-1 companies. Is this the right move?
I find their CEO to be a little sassy is the word I'll use. Andrew Dudum. He kept going like, we're going to get them, like Novo and Lilly, like, specifically Novo, like, we're going to make sure we can have our GLPs. I'm like, I don't know. He's kind of, I think, trying to go for a Musk thing that I understand. My opinions on the CEO aside, I will say, one thing I will say is that, and apparently I was looking up too, apparently he has some other controversies as well. Like, when you have a controversy section on Wikipedia, you're doing something.
Fair.
Which he does, which this man does. To be clear. But yeah, with beyond my Andrew Dudum related issues, I do think like we run into an issue where, and I don't know, and to avoid like creepy internet ads, I didn't do too much research into this, but like people making testosterone right now, like who are like the Novos and Lilies of the testosterone space, and are they going to have the same issues with HIMS that Novo and Lilly have? That is honestly my concern, and I think especially like the whole the compounded whatever, the backdoor. Yeah. Like, I know that's how HIMS makes its money, but I think unless you can actually get some kind of deal with the testosterone people, I think you're always going to have that, in my opinion.
The good thing about this, Adira, is like the testosterone is really an old product. So if you had,
that's one good thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you had like a license for it, or sorry, the IP rights for it, it's probably lapsed already. Like anyway, I personally don't feel they're going to have the same thing. But great point. I don't think they're going to have the same problems just because of the age of the. Yeah, that's great. Can I ask what the controversies are for this guy?
Okay, so one of them was just about like hiring, I guess, protesters, or I guess him calling for the hiring of protesters. So the stuff in the Middle East. The second one, though, I can talk a little bit more about. So this was earlier this year. I guess he has a San Francisco donut shop called, and I am not joking, George's Donuts in Merriman. His name is George, so okay. But anyways, apparently there was some backlash because HIMS and hers donated to Trump. But I don't know why that impacted the donuts. Anyway, those are his controversies. And yeah, again, odd that this man has a whole controversy section on Wikipedia.
That's the way it is. Thank you, Adira, for that. Did not know. Let's go on to the next segment. Oh boy, this is a little juicy one here, Joey Options.
Yeah.
Judge blocks Trump from firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Let's get right down to it. U.S. District Judge Gia Cobb granted a preliminary injunction preventing President Donald Trump from removing Fed Governor Lisa Cobb. The judge ruled that the Federal Reserve's Act for Cause provision only allows removal for behavior while in office, not for actions prior to it. This means Cook will continue serving and will participate in the September 16th to 17th Fed meeting, where a rate cut is now. We're talking about 50 bips. We'll have to see if that manifests. Here are the allegations in case you're newer to the story. Trump cited alleged mortgage fraud linked to Mr. Cook signed before joining the Federal Reserve as a basis for removing her. Cook denies any wrongdoing for her part. President Donald Trump had already spent months pressuring the Fed chair and Jerome Powell to cut rates, even considering Powell's removal and showing up at the Fed, which I absolutely loved. If Cook were removed, Trump could appoint a replacement, giving him a majority of board nominees, as he's already got somebody working their way through the Senate.
I can and keep the mic near to my mouth, but I'll try.
Derry, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. Cook is the first, so her removal attempts marked the first time a president has tried to remove a Fed governor for cause. Her attorney argued, Joey, that it would be unlawful and undermine financial stability and the rule of law. Yeah. So we'll have to see, obviously, Trump's nominee, Stephen Moran, making the rounds through the Senate for confirmation onto the FD.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this before, and we just brought up the point that it's regardless that she potentially made some criminal offenses, but she did this before she was in office with some of the purchases of those. But I think it's really important that obviously the government stays separate from the Fed is up to, so the Fed can keep its independence. You don't want Donald Trump, if he was able to fire one individual, what do you think he would do immediately after? He would do the exact same thing and try to make it just get all the Democrats out of essentially the FOMC. So at the end of the day, I think it's more or less of a tough look. I had another point here. I can't think of. No, I can't. It slipped my mind. But yeah, I think the independence is extremely important. I'm glad that it got blocked. So.
And it's widely expected, Joey, that this will be appealed to the Supreme Court, where we expect that to head. So this is my understanding. This is a first level court. We haven't even got to the appeal.
Yeah, and it wasn't. So maybe you and Adara can bring some light to this. Is that how did her file even get pulled in the first place? I think that was
Adara will
I think that was like one of my bigger questions. Yeah, exactly. So
go ahead, Adara.
There you go.
We don't know.
That face was great.
That was great,
Adara.
Right?
Why her file got pulled, Joe?
Yeah.
Usually a file gets pulled because there's some kind of investigation, but as we know, there was no investigation launched at the time. Bill Pulte started this.
Right.
Now, we know that there have been some other individuals who are of the Democratic Party, I'm just going to be honest about it, who have recently had mortgage scandals here. Letitia James, New York Attorney General, and then we also had Adam Schiff. So the reason I bring this up is because I did a lot of deep dive into this. None of these individuals actually had formal investigations. And I was wondering, how did their mortgages get pulled? Seems like Pulte apparently and his team just decided to look into these. So I actually wonder if they like a whole deep dive on the whole Fed. I don't know. That's maybe a theory. And they were just like, we can run with this one, because I think that's really, Joe, this is the thing I've been wondering about too. Usually, and I was reading like from people who've actually worked for these organizations, they say they don't pull random mortgages. This is not how it's done, unless I guess they have a motivation. I have a lot more strength, but what were you saying?
No, go ahead, Adara.
Okay, So I also want to address, because I know there's a whole conspiracy theory. Oh, the judge was in the same sorority as Lisa Cook. She's biased. Again, that sorority is massive. Serena Williams was in this sorority. They weren't even at the same school or in the same state. So I just want to put that out there. I do not know if there's a massive sorority conspiracy, though I will acknowledge Lisa Cook's sorority did come out and support her. So take that how you will. Here's the Fed right now, right? Stephen Myron, again, still, I thought it was Moran, but then during the nominations, they called him both, but they mostly called him Myron, so I'm going to say Myron. Anyway, Stephen Myron, who apparently had his nomination, is now on to the next level. So the Senate Banking Committee voted on party lines 13-11. He's moving on, but the biggest issue that came up at him, I'm going to tie this into Fed's Cook, because the Fed's independence thing, is the fact that he will still stay as the leader of the Council of Economic Advisors, at least on unpaid leave during his Fed term, which, whiffs a little bit. Some people are worried about a lack of Feds, because the idea is that some people are raising questions. Well, if you are still employed by the government and you want Trump to not fire you, are you sure you can vote in an unbiased way. And then people are saying that the best look for him would just be to step down from the CEA. He seemed very much like he was not going to do that, and he has no interest in doing that. So that was a bit of a point of contention. Yeah, I don't know. The nomination hearing was very spicy. And guys, if you like watching Senate hearings as I do, you can find them all online.
I love it. All right, my take on this. So I find that the judges, basically read the Federal Reserve Act for cause provision as only allowing removal for behavior while in office. I think that's a question of law, which is a great stair step for appeal, because typically questions of fact can't be challenged unless they're patently unreasonable. That's the decider, the fact finder, right? The decider of the law is always the judge. Why? That is a very, very clear level appeal. So we'll have to see whether or not the appeals court and the Supreme Court read it in the same way that she did, which is cause has to be while in office as opposed to anything before office. Again, venture to think if she had been, obviously she probably wouldn't have gotten the job if she had been a convicted murderer, or if she had murdered somebody before taking office as a Fed chair. Would that not be for removing her just because she had done it before? So it sounds insane, and I'm taking it to its most extreme, but that's the thing, right? At what point do you say, no, that was too far in the past? In addition, Adara, I feel, because I'm not saying she's guilty, it's a crime of dishonesty or an action of dishonesty, as opposed to, getting in a bar fight or getting in a fight in school where you can say, you just lost your temper. It's something that you deliberated, you did will. Again, if she's guilty, we don't know if she is. So that's where I kind of draw a little bit of the line. Go ahead.
I was just going to say there, I think I agree with you, and that's what makes it really fascinating, right? Because either way, it'll be groundbreaking. We've never had a president try to fire a Fed member. So it's going to be, I think, interesting either way as someone who enjoys, law as a concept. I think, this will be really fascinating to see either way how it shakes out, because there's a lot of, certainly, as you said, legal issues here beyond whatever, the sorority, the judge, whatever. There are legal issues at play. And I think I will respect, from what I've read of the judge's decision and deliberation process going into it, I do think, to her credit, that she definitely tried to evaluate it as an issue of law. Let's see how that progresses.
Sounds good, Adair. Thank you for that angle there. Last story, guys. Supreme Court fast tracks Trump's tariff appeal. Last one, we're going to talk about this one. So the Supreme Court, Joey, granted Trump's administration request to hear appeals over rulings that many of Trump's tariffs are illegal. The case will be heard in an expedited timeline with oral argument scheduled for the first week of November. The court consolidated two separate cases involving small businesses and a dozen states challenging the tariffs. So they're being put together. Now, this is really important because typically the Supreme Court would have heard arguments in November at earliest, and then their decision back until June, where they give a lot of their decisions. That obviously would have invalidated the tariffs, because they're set to be invalidated, I think October 14th is what the appellate level court said. So it makes sense that we get this decision sooner rather than later, however it ends up being. What's at stake here, Joey? The Treasury Department apparently could be forced to refund $750 to $1 trillion in already collected tariffs if the lower court ruling is upheld. The refund would represent one of the largest fiscal reversals in U.S. history, potentially jolting federal revenues and trade balances. Nearly 70%, Joey, of all U.S. imports are affected by Trump tariffs, according to the tax fed. And the reciprocal tariffs, as we know, announced April 2nd, baseline 10% tariffs, Joey, up to 50% on countries like Brazil and India, an additional 25 on percentage points on Canada, China, and Mexico.
Yeah, at the end of the day, is that they're just trying to give Trump a significantly harder time. Is America going to return that money? Probably not at the end of the day. I don't think they're going to. Is it logical to? No, I wouldn't even have brought this up or continuously fought this at the end of the day. If he's bringing in almost dollars, accept it for what it is. And that's how I specifically look at it. I don't think they're going to return a dime.
I respect that. Yeah, so that's, you're projecting that.
Yeah, I don't
that
think
would be huge, Joey, because apparently they don't have the money, fiscally anyway, so they would have to issue new treasuries. And new treasuries means that you're paying debt on that. You're already paying $1 trillion in just interest payments. Imagine paying $1 trillion just on your credit card payments. That's crazy. All right, Adara, we got a few minutes left. Give us your take on this last story.
I mean, honestly, like I said prior, I think this is a really tricky situation with no easy answers, and I'm not an economist or a lawyer or a judge, so I don't want to step too into this. It's an area of law that I understand a lot less. What I will say is that, again, much like with the Fed's Cook situation, I hope that all these decisions are made, again, in the essence of the law. I do understand, given the whole, I guess, emphasis on this and whether or not it was an economic emergency. With that being said, I do understand why the lower court made the decision it did, because you could argue in a lot of cases in Brazil that there was no economic emergency argument to be be right? There was an extent to which tariffs seemed punitive.
Well, explain why. Because they had a trade imbalance.
Brazil was subject to one of the tariffs, 50% reciprocal tariff. But U.S. actually not only is a surplus with Brazil, but that surplus grew by over 20% in 2024. So that's why
you want my opinion? I think he's just mad at Brazil because they're closing up to China.
There's a couple reasons I think that he's mad at Brazil.
And the president as well.
So that's why I'm saying, and I'm not trying to make any, I'm just saying based on what the judge, what the judges have to look at, is it an emergency? I think there are some, there are where the U.S. is facing deficits. I know there's non-tariff barriers, etc. There's other issues at stake, but the biggest thing I think that is important is, was this an economic emergency that we intense actions of Liberation Day? That's what the judges have to decide on. I think you can make the argument that it was not warranted.
Joey?
Yeah, just to add to your point there, Sharif, as they're closing up to China. So why would you even want to restructure a deal with a country in that you're operating at a surplus in? It just doesn't make too much sense to me personally.
Yeah.
So,
and that's
right?
what the general thinking is here.
So
He's a little bit annoyed with Brazil.
Right, but then that's personal, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day,
well,
I don't know. I just doesn't make sense.
All right, guys, as we wind down and the big kahunas get ready to go and that Klarna, an IPO today, it's still well ahead IPO price. The official IPO price is $40. It opened up though at 52 and has been basically, making lower lows and lower highs since that time. The low highs is 45, 44. Here we go again. Pardon me. We dropped down into about 46.5. The closing prints haven't been really below all that much. 47. 47 generally has been holding. The wicks did go, as I mentioned, to 45, 44. That is the LOD. But generally, there have been buyers around 47. This is not a good-looking chart pattern, despite the fact that, we don't see it in the full. There's nothing to show prior to this. This is brand new. This looks like a bear flag. It looks like it's going to break down into the area lows. That's just my read on it so far. Anything can happen though, because IPOs, well, they're a tricky bunch, Joey.
Yeah.
2 o'clock. Leave me with a thought, baby.
A little bit of a choppy session for your boy, but other than that, Sharif had a great session. The boys in the back had a great session. I'm happy for that. AAPL racked in 12 bands today off of those calls. And I'm like, dude, I didn't know about NVDA getting back up to 180, but I'm glad that started to print for you. And same with No Nonsense. I'm glad that you got monstrous days, and I hope you do the exact same thing tomorrow.
All right, we're going to pause for a second. Adara, she's got breaking news.
TXN just had a pop here. We know that there's Goldman Sachs Communacopia conference happening. We have the CEO of Texas Instruments commenting here, saying that they see the data center market growing above 50%. So TXN here with some positive data center market growth estimates. TXN to the upside. Back to you.
Oh, and we're live.
I'm having a muffin over here.
Oddly enough, we were just talking about Klarna, so I might as well go over it, everybody. So welcome back. We're here. But we're talking about the 50 break, and what we were sort of saying was I had to go to the bathroom.
I hear Adara in our ear humming. It was a very nice tune there, Adara. I like that humming tune.
No, the second we got to fill and it went up and then it slammed through the bid and we're out, I'm like, I'm getting up because we've been sitting in the desk for like 2 hours straight. Let's get with that because we were there.
I explained to everybody, I was like, Neil's just getting up, taking a walk, he'll be back.
But I always do. Every time the IPO hits, once I'm out of the trade or it halts up and I have a stop order out or at 5 minutes, you get up, stretch with your feet. But when it broke to 50, I feel like that's a level. When you see 1 million shares or whatever it is on them, there are situations where you'd rather punch out on the size than let it break the size. Because if you use a stop order in that situation, you can get rinsed and your slippage is nasty. The slippage at 52 where it opened was I got 50 cents, but I mean, you could have gotten that as well.
What was your best price? I think that's similar to mine.
My best out was 53.05, maybe.
Look at mine.
53. So it's right around the.
Well, you beat me. I got 53.02. Was my best.
But it was all at the same level. Everyone was. It broke 53, and then everyone started skiing. Like, it was just offers all over the place in front of that 50. Around that 53 level. So it was one of those, you weren't going to get that much better. And then on the way back down, I was able to get one out. I did get an out in the 40s on the way down before it eventually took out the bid, just cascading at that point. So Klarna, this doesn't make me feel very good about Friday's Gemini.
No.
Not at all. Because we're used to this, they'll halt to the upside, or at least there'll be some kind of an attempt to hold the breakout. That just wasn't the case today. At all. Really, if you could have just been short this thing and done way better if you just shorted the pop. And by the way, this was Fugaze.
Yeah.
I believe the high. I'd have to double check. I don't have this one on my issues with my eSignal and New York quotes specifically.
It's on eSignal, but we have to look at the chart.
Yeah, the actual top was 53 something, I think.
I can actually replay. Do a tick replay. We can maybe watch it live. So maybe we'll do that. But yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah, same kind of trade for me there. In, out once it breaks the IPO price. The problem is I got like the lowest price I got on the breakdown was 51.27 for a decent amount. So, the maximum I think you could have got was $1 on this trade. And so IPO is at 52. The maximum you could have got was $1, not just because that's the prices that Neil and I got. Like, I was sitting here trying to get, not even really trying to get out, but I got out of a quarter there and then almost nothing else. And then it dropped back in. So it was still a positive trade, but near, I was saying net, maybe like 15 or 20 cents, like at the end of it all, like how much I made. If you do shares minus how much I made, it's like 20 cents. Like I could have done better just punching out immediately, right? But that's not the trade. You're hoping that it skies there on Klarna, right? I mean, you could take 100,000 shares there, let's just say, and not that I would obviously do that, but right into there, you can make $1, but then it's that one time that it runs. I mean, you check out the bullish IPO, and that one opened up at, here, I have to go over a daily chart. It opened up right here, 70, and ripped to 90, then ripped to, it actually went in the teens. So that's where, like, I got out of a quarter for $1, like right there, and then was expecting this move, but then it did this move. So that's bullish. That's obviously not today, but it's Klarna day today. So Apple can't find a bottom as well. I mean, that's down 3% right now.
Amazon's good.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I turned over to Neil because basically I was paralyzed for 2 hours waiting for that to open up. So we didn't look at it. Wasn't following the market as good as I should have been. Amazon also down 3%. So I was wondering about the story there because why are they? Klarna right now is breaking the day's low. So, but I was wondering. Oh, you angry, Sharif, over there, my guy? So the thing is right now we have a door in between basically Gen Pop and the rest of the world, like here, inside here. So we're locked in the studio.
No, but there's security on the door.
Right,
so
and the door swings quite aggressively. So I know Sharif probably just... Right, me too. So I was like, poor Brendan sitting right there. He's like getting the slammed.
It would be... I'll say, if I was Brendan, how loud that door is back and forth, it would probably frustrate me.
Yeah. Brendan's a
very patient gentleman.
What happens when you don't have kids or anything?
No, but there's also the recycling bucket thing that's just sitting in front of the door.
Yeah, because it's leaking.
Because there's like some leak in front of it. So I bust through the door because I'm rushing back in. I kick the stupid thing.
Oh, well, so you're a problem.
So the door goes, and then I kick the bucket. Brendan's right there. I'm like, sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
By the way.
Oh, God.
Fail.
Disgusting.
I almost had to throw it out.
I ate 80% of it. I was hungry.
Awesome.
I don't know what everybody else's opinion was on that one, but I feel beef was a little overcooked and a little dry.
A little overcooked.
Right there. Like, when you're eating like pieces of beef and it's like, wow, this tastes like sandpaper. Like, I feel like
you could take a bite that has more gravy than beef, and it still couldn't work. Still can't work, man.
Anyways.
No, we overcooked the roast the other day, but it wasn't even that bad.
If you have a nice gravy.
Yeah, we had a good gravy.
Did you like the lunch? Did you have the beef over there? Oh, he had chicken and not a similar result.
I had to eat it with lots of sauce.
Oh, he ate it with lots of sauce. So right now Rob is like 5 feet that way over top of us, so he looks like... He's like...
yeah, get it, Rob.
Yeah, he's one of those that we just got to be
Short the
for you. Mark used to say, watch out, things will start falling from the top here, but
will they though?
I think we're good now over here. All right, thanks for joining us once again. It's a day of different kind of stocks, right? I mean, NVIDIA's up at 180 here. Broadcom's still upside. Oracle's upside.
39%.
But then we get stocks like Amazon down, Apple down, Google down. Like, funny day. I mean, the NASDAQ's about to go red, to be honest with you. So
on a day where Oracle is up 39% and Broadcom is such a large constituent and it's crushing it.
Yeah.
For the market to be down is actually pretty bad.
So I just want to say, like, right there, what's up, Salt? If you follow our Instagram, I know Ramin is doing, there's a few shots that are of our build out.
Yeah.
So if you somewhere over there, you can do that.
As it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, Ramin, I'll do my job. You do yours. Don't worry about it. No, play around. Ramin goes, show them. So I will show you guys. I just have to get it all locked in. Well, here, I can do it right now, actually. So I don't get in trouble now from Ramin. Okay, so I'm going to pull it down. This is my Instagram here. Here, Sydney Sweeney. Okay, Sharif, what, you on my Instagram profile over here? What's this AEO over here? Right now, I don't even know how to get, if I hit search, is it going to show up? Oh yeah, there's my daughter. Okay, Trader TV.
Trader TV.
Remember Sharif did this one time and you hit the search button, there was like a bunch of Sydney Sweeney's on there or something like that?
If you scroll.
Oh no, who's this handsome guy?
You know what you're going to see.
What is going on? There's that's Travis Kelce right there. Here's this handsome dude right here, Sharif. Sharif, man, you posing for GQ over here? What's going? What is this going over here? Like, at least Neil looks like he's focused over here. Sharif, your job is safe, my guy.
I look like someone farted, man. I don't know what that look is for me.
Yeah, this is some of the GQ action over here.
Pass gas.
Look at Neil. Okay, so based on what I see over here, I feel like my job is in question right now. There's Neil, Brendan. I'm not even, finally, yeah, right beside Trump. Like what, 3 Jensen Wongs over here. I actually work here.
Ramin is catching some strays.
So Joe's also not on here, making me feel
Ramin
the better.
is busting a gut over this. She's like...
more Sharif. What a surprise. Okay, let me go down here. Here's anybody else over here. Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe's not on here, he says. Okay. So far, Joe and I are tied after 40 of these things. I've been here... Dude, I've been here 24 years, my guy. You've been here 4 months. I mean, here's Kevin O'Leary. Ramin, everything all right?
The Figma guy gets it. Nobody even knows who that is.
Okay.
Hey, what's that?
Who knows what any of this stuff is? This is the Fed.
Okay, gotcha.
There he is right here. See, Ramin put up there it is. That's when he was in the construction. Anyway, shout out to our team here, Ramin, mainly obviously doing all these Instagram posts. They're absolutely fantastic. Ramin, go show them. Oh, here it is. Here's one in the studio. Is this the studio one? Yeah, okay, so this is like what it looked like before. There's Sharif with a clean face. Here's Brendan, yellow buddy, of course. Well, that was a long time. This is not one of the ones.
Go back.
Ramin.
Just go back.
What do we go back?
Just go back.
Oh, here we go. Then what's going on okay, here we go. Here's Brendan. All right, there it is. So there's a little bit of action. Brendan again. There's Sharif again. Neil, my guess is you're not going to see me or you here.
No, we're not involved
There's
at all.
Brendan again. Oh, there's maybe me. There's Neil. Oh, yeah. Neil's like, oh, yeah. Oh, okay. There. That's why I'm not ever in. Because I look like a freaking maniac half the time in these things over here. All right. Well, we're having a good time. Annie's over here. So, all right. Yeah, shout out to those in the chat. You got to get in the chat so we can do that kind of stuff, and it's a lot of fun.
Make sure you hit that subscribe to be in the chat, everybody.
Yeah, hit the like button and the subscribe button. All right, let's go over to the desk, and we're going to do something called the rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where we decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're hyped, they're locked, and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, get into the chat, guys, and vote for your favorite tickers. You can vote basically from all day, from onwards, but you got to get your vote in before 2 o'clock. That is the cutoff time. Make sure to throw in that $sign before you vote. Let's have a look at all 4 major averages. 2 are green, 2 are red. The NQ barely holding on to Greensville, up 0.5%. That's up 0.25% on the day, faring the best out of the 4 major averages. The Dow faring the worst, down over 0.5% on the day, and the Russell 2000 also down 0.25% on the day. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, TSLA. And well, hey, today, they're up, despite really not having any positive headlines. In fact, Wells Fargo chiming in today saying under their analysis, Tesla is likely to deliver less cars in Q3 below the consensus, says Wells Fargo. Didn't really matter, though, up 2% on the day. And apparently, Larry Ellison now richer than Elon Musk.
I love this community. We have a show.
I was like, is Elon going to get passed? Are you sure he's passed?
Well, it's close. It's probably really close.
Really?
Someone said it was really, and then they I think at the highs, Oracle might have got him.
Okay.
But
Oracle's at the highs.
look, we have the best trading community out there. We love you guys. But what in the actual heck is Tesla doing on this list? On a day where Klarna had an IPO, on a day where Corey was up 20%, on a day where Oracle is up 37%. I get it. There's a lot of Tesla bulls out there. I too, but this didn't do that much. And if anything, the thing that sucks about Tesla right now is you have these walls of sellers, and there's another one forming. Well, I guess it's already here. Really, chart Friday mode today. Friday mode. It was like this morning too. 355, 356. You can't beat. I don't know if you just join them. We're still upward trending in slowest possible breakout in Tesla because we can't get a good headline to get us through. And if we don't get a good headline to push us through, then people care more about the AI play than what's going on with Tesla. Show me your robotics, baby. Where? I don't know where because we went, it was like 2 months ago or a month ago.
Yeah.
Probably over a month ago. Check out, and you can go check out like the pre-order list, but there's nothing really concrete there when you check them out. Everyone's still waiting for what the list is going to be, and you have a swath of sellers every time we get a couple of days worth of a rally. So until we break out, call it mid 350s and then the 360, Tesla becomes a nice range-bound stock that if you can get it early, don't expect it to do more than a range, whatever that usually is. If you get that, fantastic. I'm not even really caring that much about it this afternoon. I feel like there's other things probably going to move a little bit more than Tesla.
Yeah, look, I mean, same thing that what you just mentioned there, like kind of out of nowhere today. It wasn't really on the radar. Tesla just kept on going to the and yeah, look, I really like the stock. We've talked about it. We talked about Palantir breaking through its 65 area, and it looks like Tesla looking to do the same thing. Once we get above this 365, then I think it's go time for TSLA. So, and that's just what happened on Palantir as well, right? So Palantir got through. Yep, got you. Palantir went right 165 right there, and we can see what's been happening with it. So, nice upside play there for Palantir, up 3%. We had Palantir right there, man. Once as it was written. But we don't have it anymore. All right, man, 14 years. You've been all day. 14 years and 0 hacks. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Bitcoin traded up to 500 times leverage. Even Tesla, gold, and Forex, all available at BTC.com. With smart copy traders, watch the pros. You could trade like them. This is regulated, guys, in the United States, Canada, and Europe. Trusted by over 6.8 million traders. That's a good number. Trader TV Live has an exclusive offer for you. If you scan that QR code or click the link in the description, 15% deposit bonus. Ain't nothing wrong with that. BTC.com, trade where the pros trade, and now you can also trade. So we want to thank BTCC.com for their continued support of Trader TV Live. All right, I never heard of this before. KLAR. I stood on a screen, stared at a screen. I watched everybody. We said, what kind of lunch was this? We said, we got to go to the bathroom. We got to do everything. When is it going to open? They held it at $52, what seemed for
It was better than minimum wage, though.
Yeah, we made more than minimum wage. It was fine.
No,
But at the end of the day, it was held for a while at $52, right? We're going to get the story from Sharif here. It finally opened up around $52. I feel like 1 p.m. is the magic time.
Yeah, before we go to
the stress too much.
Go to the desk, so I get it when it's flying around and like you have the price going up and up and up and up and it's going all over the place like it was for Bullish and some of the others. Yeah. If you were going to open it at 52, you could open it an hour earlier.
That's the thing.
That's what the never move from like 51, then 52, then 53 for a minute, then 52. Open an hour early. earlier. It didn't make any sense to me why it sat there doing nothing. But let's go to the desk and talk a little Klarna, which might signal a bit of a turn in the IPO market.
It opened up right, guys, at 1:07 p.m. today. It opened up at $52. The actual IPO price at the institutional level was $40, so opening up about $12 higher than that. The IPO price of $40 a share did raise about $1.5 billion in revenue, but about 1.7 of that is going to existing shareholders, with only about 200 million actually going to the company to grow and to build out. So interesting here. It's well off the highs, guys, and continuing to trend lower. What's the look on KLR?
All right. So, yeah, thanks for all that description. I was actually throwing credit, obviously, where credit said that in the midday show there, Sharif, Adara, and Joe really talked about the Klarna IPO, and it was just before they go through their little news rundown. They gave you everything that you needed to get. So thanks, Joe, Sharif, and Adara for that. But yeah, I just, this one wasn't, and I think Neil and I, look, it's easy, everything's hindsight in trading, I feel like. But this didn't have the excitement really about maybe it did, it opened up late, I get all of that, but we started at $40. The highest we got was 53 on the tap, and then we opened up at 52, and it was a little bit. So, to me, when we had bullish, it started at 35 or 36, and went all the way to 105.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Something like that. It was really oversubscribed to a huge extent, where the price was really pushed outside the limits. The same thing was true for Figma. That never really was the case for Klarna, so I think I should have done a lot better by actually taking on this trade, and I would have made, honestly, 8 times more than I wound up making, so there you go. And the only reason why I think both of us obviously didn't wind up, taking home the bag there was that eventually it broke. So the thing is that you like to be in IPOs when they do this, and they start to get up to the upside. And we talked about what bullish looked like on its IPO day and so on and so forth. This doesn't look anything like anything we've seen from the big ones over the last couple of years, to be honest with you. It opened up, and really, its best day was its birthday. That was right there, boom, opened up. Everyone was like, oh, nice to see you. Baby's healthy. It's doing all good. Nope. And then it just went to the downside. The break of 50 was scary. Once that broke, it went right to 48. And that 57 is not, I was sitting there watching it like I say, if I would have got them out at 57, it didn't. I don't think it went up there. I think the best you could have done on Klarna today was in and around $1.
Yeah, 100% it was the best you could do. But if you raw dogged it, that you were losing more than $1.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's I think it's more important. By the way, just want to show you GameStop, because GameStop just lost VWAP. One of the few things that was trending up above the volume at average price, well, I'll get to GameStop a little bit later on, but it lost VWAP, so I'm out of it. It was long just over 25. You can see it just broke down. It was going pretty well, but ultimately, what scares me about this is it's not as it's not other IPOs recently didn't eventually fall, but they at least had the crazy buy action and tumultuous open to didn't exist. The only real panic direction was sell on the stock at any point. That's what I like. The other thing which comes into play now is the issue price is only $40. Came within almost 10% of testing that, which means we could actually see one of these IPOs retest the issue price. That hasn't been a thing in forever. Ultimately, I would expect the underwriters to defend that price, so when it gets there the first time, we'll probably try the long. But let's be real, seeing this happen, you could have looked at, there were some indications that maybe we should have been a little bit concerned about it. Upstart died and was going down the entire day. Affirm, a direct comparable, its best price was in the pre-market. It dumped. It's continuing to dump the entire day. You can look at completely unrelated, like Figma. Look at Figma's chart. It's been dumping most of the day. Forget about when this opened up. This was dumping off the highs the whole time. So I don't know how I feel as much about Gemini on Friday. We'll see. I don't want to completely write it off. You never know. It's still, at the end of the day, the trade made money taking the open. Unwillingness to go short. I even paid for locates, but it wasn't unwillingness. Whatever. I went to go to the bathroom when 50 broke, so it's not like I would have had that short. But these IPOs might have just hit a top. So the smarter ones got in early when it was Circle, and you would not just go up for one day, but you would actually have some follow through. Like its first day wasn't its best day on core week. Its third day was fantastic, and then it ended up holding some of those lows. But going up and trending up, I think we're taking a break from that.
WLDS, the next ticker as decided by Devices, an Israeli-based company. They make wearables that are non-invasive, like watches that connect neurally. And they reported earnings after the bell yesterday popped up aggressively from that $1 area all the way up into $4 or thereabouts, a little bit less. But it was really the open, right at the open today, right around 9 o'clock, that this one split to that almost $11 area. We're still about 25% off the highs, 684% in Greensville, guys. What's the look on WLD?
Hold on, did you say connected neurally? They don't do that yet, do they? Yeah. What's their timeline on being able to do that? Non-invasive. Well, okay, yeah, devices. Like I pulled them to look at some of them. No, they're not making any money. That's the concern. But you also have to remember, like the float is 2 million shares. So looking for the comparison, it's done.
How many shares? Why so?
250 million in volume. 250 million onto 2.2 million float. This is the game that is afoot right now. It seems to be find whatever small float name can get going and punish anybody who tries to be shorted. So as much as this, I'm not even going to get into what they do. I don't know anything about them, and to be honest, I'd never heard of them until today, and I still frankly don't know anything about them, let's be real. It's got a double top at 11. You can imagine what could break loose if this takes 11 this afternoon. The fact that it could pull back, almost get cut in half, and still manage to bounce. Yeah, this would be on a little bit of something. When all of the and we'll get to ASST because that's an example of what happened to these treasury plays. They all died out pretty badly. So I guess they're back to just regular small cap and small floaters. WLDS. This one has a decent chance at a multi-day just because it's a hot thing. Market's weak, so you're going to look at.
The market's not just, like Neil just said there, the market's not super hot. Google just falling right out of bed down at 239. I said that Google was red. We nailed Google today, by the way. P&L, my P&L number one's going to be Klarna, but it was Google. We're 3 for 3 today in the stocks that we've traded. But Google right now coming back 239 just had, and the reason why I'm calling this up is that could have been a little bit of a capitulation bottom. I like to see them on 5-minute charts as well. Might have just got blown out to the downside there off 239, and then someone came in and bought that thing right back up. Google has I think right now the pedigree to go back up, but we'll wait to see if exactly or not. I don't want to call up the Oracle chart because we'll hear the story, then we'll come back and we'll talk about it. But Oracle also right now, Sharif, heading lower.
Sean, off the highs, 345.72, the high of the day, dipping down now below 3. Here's the deal, guys. So Oracle signed 4 multi-billion-dollar contracts with 3 different customers during the quarter. The CEO, Safra Catz, told investors, she said it was an astonishing quarter and demand for Oracle Cloud infrastructure continues to build. In fact, she's saying there are several more multi-billion-dollar customers expected to sign in the next few months and push the company's RPO remaining performance obligations, not run pass option, baby, up to more than 533.8, but off the highs, boys.
Sharif used to run the RPO. That's the thing, like you hand the ball guy, no one's getting involved. So that's a touchdown guarantee.
He was a running back, I think.
No, I think he was a linebacker. Running back, okay, so there you go. So free safety, okay. All right, so there you go.
Play both ways,
back in the day, when we were young, you played both ways, you know what I mean? Like you get on both sides. Now you only have Travis Hunter. Oh, did he play any defense?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did.
But he was mostly offense.
Was he mostly offense? Okay.
It's mostly offense for the shorts right now on Oracle. Like you have to remember, it's up 30. It's up 30. Related names are going down too. Like Core just had a bit of a $4 move to the downside. I just saw that pull back 14. Oracle's giving up a bit of the gap. But this does look at the end of the day. This is really not like it was such an insane move for a guy that far out. I'm kind of surprised it took this long for selling to accelerate. It was so very controlled for the entire day. This could have hold 310, and it's really like it's still just incredibly impressive. $15 $30 from here and still look pretty solid. Still surprised what these metrics are, and now they have a target on their back every single quarter. Oracle does, because you can't come out with projections like that and come up short. You know, they just bumped you 30-something. If they come anywhere close to holding some of these highs and next quarter it doesn't look all that rosy, they're going to get punished. So I'm considering probably selling some Oracle shares.
Yeah, I said I would
should have sold them at noon.
Obsessed with that Klarna trade, but it goes right now. I'm going to go short Palantir. If Palantir breaks this, I mean, again, we had a huge trade. Not huge, could have been huger, bigger.
Not sure that.
But right there at the 200 period moving average, we thought that there was a little bit of worry here in Palantir, and it looks like I was completely wrong because it goes right up to 168.50. Great trade there for PL. If you had the long, I'm looking at this break right now. Let's get under view up and break this low on Palantir. And hey, if it keeps on climbing now, fine. We're not long. We're waiting for that break. Maybe we get it. Maybe we don't. But yeah, Oracle. Look, I wrote it down today. I said right on the air, and you guys can go find it. It's on the sticky note. It's actually right here. I still have it up. And it was Oracle 310 long. You know, so I was looking for dip buy all day on this thing. You're getting one right now. But there it was off the open. 310 is right there. Like, we didn't predict it for any other reason, and I'll show you why. It went to 312, did not get that long, which turned out to be $30 worth of a win. But at the end of the day, here's 310. There was some dark pool print this morning around 8 o'clock. I just thought 310 could have played. That was, I like the even dollar levels on every stock all of the time. Like that goes to 345. Maybe we resist this bid right here, and then it goes whoops all the way to the downside. Look at 330, clean break down in. We just bounced off 322. Let's pay attention to Oracle here into the close. Like I said, if Oracle falls down, I think we're right. The lot and people in the chat saying that there could be a nice little down sort of flow here to a lot of these other names, right? And so, again, great quarter looking forward, not a great quarter looking backwards. They miss on EPS and on sales, but give that great guide there with booked revenues up until 2030 right there. So, yeah, Oracle looks like it's going to be a winner for a while. But, yeah, congratulations, man. You never long enough that name. I don't know. I never hear people talking about Oracle, but we should have. What happened to Upstart?
Because it's
Tank City right now, Upstart?
Been tanking all day.
Down 10 points. Okay, we said that, or 10%. We said the same thing there about Neo, which was down today. And this can't be a Klarna thing because this was all the way down almost to start with. Let me see what Affirm's doing as well. Didn't Upstart get downgraded today, I feel like maybe?
Maybe that's it.
But yeah, see, Affirm's just kind of starting to go from 1 o'clock. But anyways, we'll find out more about 2:30 right now.
The way this market has fallen, man, it could give you one concussion. Realistically, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OG, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug, rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan the QR for more information. He might have signaled the top for announcing you're a treasury play.
Let's talk about why it's moving in the first place. So asset entities shares jump over 96% after shareholders approve the merger with Strict. Talking about there is that after market move there on your screen. We were basically trading at $6 by the time 8 p.m. came along. We were at 9.5, but that was a light move compared to what we did at 4 a.m. boys. We popped up from 11.5 all the way up to 94, and guess what? We're down now 56% from those 4 a.m. highs.
Gave it a little shot in the morning because these were going so crazily. And seemed like if you were buying the dips in the morning, that was the way to go, whether it was OCTO or weeks ago, BMR, or what was the one yesterday, QMMM? Right. But not this. Interesting is, and probably should have, I'm not saying I should have been short, but at about 30 or so, this held 15 bucks, or in front of before 7:30, held 15 bucks. And when it finally turned here at 14, it went long and then saw 15 just brick wall it. Like it was a brick wall at that price, and then stepping it down, and it really accelerated from there. So if you come in with the right bias, I think you could have done really well with the stock, because the sellers were there at 15. It was like, oh, this thing's going down. And as I said, I think this might be a temporary top. The next time you have one of these, someone makes this announcement that they're doing a crypto, whatever, Bitcoin, Treasury, Tron coin might be, your pre-market might be your best chance. I don't know if we're going to see another QMMM. And even this, like it's down 47%. And that's just from where it closed. Remember, this was up at almost $300 in the after. So yeah, the rug, I'm not saying the rug has been pulled, but I think the shift, at least short term, is you're doing this and you're going to expect to have some crazy days. So for all the momentum traders trying to catch these, maybe take a step back or lose less shares, or use the pre-market as your best opportunity.
All right. Yeah, thanks for everything so far here today. The rundown is now complete. And I'm going to actually reset this. So this is where we get all the information from. And I mean, most of the names that we just talked about, there's Tesla got a lot of, there it is right there. Klarna, Rock. So GameStop is a great day for GameStop. I'm debating myself right now. We were sort of talking a little bit about that. Maybe we will. Broadcom still 8%, but guess what? Bye-bye, fresh start. So right now you got to get into the chat right here, type in here, not $sign Obi, not $sign Sean, not $sign Neil, but you got to put some sort of a stock. And once you put that in here, then it's going to start to populate right here. And Fabian, whatever color the symbol is here relates to whatever color. It's like, look at this, man. Amazon orange, boom, orange. I like that. That's pretty cool. So shout out to Fabian for us here. This has been an awesome.
Oh, I see what's happening.
Give us all that. So there's IBIT right here.
Now, someone just typed IBIT like a button. Bob the dog just put IBIT himself a bunch of times.
So, but I thought you could only vote once.
Apparently not.
There. So
I'm going to do a channel check.
Right there. So anyways, keep voting on there. But I think Bob the dog there, Fabian's on this right now. He's going to figure out what's going on with that. But let's refresh this because you selected IBIT. Let's go over and check out with the overall crypto space right now. Overall crypto market cap, it's a nice one, man. It's $4 billion. It's about time we get up to that level. So we'll wait to see where we're going on. Is that $4 trillion? Yeah. All right, so Bitcoin right here, nice movement today. Up 2%. We like that 113 level. It looks pretty solid there, holding around 108. I mean, 108 that we all wish we would have had, but whatever. It's 5% higher from now. We'll get back in there most likely. Ripple's a good little mover too, 5% on the week. So, that's good. Solana's been really the one that's been down there. $200 was a good area for support there, and we'll wait to see what happens. They're up 10% from that. The other names I'm trying to use that are talked about a lot. Dogecoin 24 cents right now. Cardano, the one kind of left. Like, I'm a buyer of Cardano. I mean, I haven't bought it, but I really like the fact that we know where Cardano was as far as not treasury. What were they doing there in the government?
The
reserve.
Strategic reserve.
Strategic reserve. Cardano was wrapped up. I was like, what? Chainlink was at CWD, so that's down 1.3%. Might be the next one. Hyperliquid right now up 18%, so that could be something going through as well. Hyperliquid. So just a quick little look at some of the crypto space, and I use this is just CoinGecko, so to have a quick review of everything. But yeah, that's just a quick little look there. And because you want to do IBIT, have a look there. We just saw that it was down 2% on the day. I like Bitcoin. I think this is maybe we all should be buying with the NASDAQ, with the S&P 500 at all-time highs. If there's any connection between any of them, why not try to maybe go for it right here? Get out if it breaks through 60. Maybe the next thing to pump would actually be Bitcoin. So we'll wait to see if that has a chance. I think it has. I mean, it does have a chance. Yes, it does. But how good of one? I guess we'll have to wait to see. It's got to break above the 50-period moving average. And I did. For IBIT.
I feel like there could be one more leg down.
Someone knows about it.
I've been holding out for one more leg down on Bitcoin that I think might retest the low nights.
Right.
For sure. I feel like I just heard something like button. It was weird. You didn't hear that? I guess it doesn't matter. I saw. You know what's the top of the list
See if
now?
there's a button. It looks like they're all still there.
Robinhood is now top of the list. So they had their event last night at 5:30. Well, probably around 5:30 began, and then they're going into the S&P 500 in 2 weeks, but 12 days or so, the 22nd. Like everything else, it was good until not. But the good news, well, there's not much good news when you have this kind of a Christmas tree retracement, but the good news is it's still holding on to the afternoon highs. So like the afternoon top was about 180. That's the good. The bad news is if it breaks, well, you never really want a stock to lose the shelf like this. But it would have gone green to red. The market just went green red. It's been trending down more or less the vast majority of the day. So if it does break down, this is one I'm going to take a shot at. The other name I'm looking at is CoreWeave. CoreWeave, the biggest sympathy play upside percentage-wise, I think, to this move that we've seen in Oracle. With Oracle, I feel like Oracle's trying to go. It's got this nice consolidation, 116. Again, pretty key level because that's where the only dip that happened in CoreWeave at the open was at this area. Consolidate, making the leg down. This is a place to do it. I just saw that one as we'll get our order in for Robinhood. By the way, Klarna has a decent chance to break its low. If it gets 40 for some reason, obviously we'll get right over to it because there'd be a huge bid at 40. Whatever was there at 50, be much more shares there at the 40 level, so it'll be huge if Klarna somehow could get to that price.
Yeah, there was
how much?
about 1.5 million.
Still pretty
on the bid, and it took a minute to break it. I'm going to go find out how much it is to shorts here on Klarna, and then we're going to get some for that. Palantir did not break that low of 166. It did make a move higher there. Not enough for me to short it. I only really want to show momentum and like the move to the downside right here. Oh, wow. It's going to cost me for 100 shares, 5, so I will definitely...
They increased the price? What?
I'm saying yes to that. Time's over, so... all right, we'll take that. So we're going to go short on Klarna if it does wind up breaking a little bit lower. Let me check it out. Great job so far. A couple great games over the weekend, although 12 15 weekend games were under the number gambling-wise. So shout out to all my gamblers out there. Unite in losing money. But yeah, there's DraftKings pulling back in, right? And so this is a pretty, we talked about, I've gotten out in the last week a little bit. I always hold some stuff here and there. It's like, I want to get out a little bit of Oracle, but heading into the NFL season, now the NFL season starts. So I haven't heard any stories on DraftKings or anything like that. So it's not it's coming down for reasons. I think it's just gets hyped up a little bit there. We all know what's coming. We all wait for those big numbers, and they're probably going to have a huge quarter. I mean, I see DraftKings advertised all the time. I was the U.S. Open, there was DraftKings stuff going on there. So even at baseball, we joke around. We were lucky the other day, and someone's like, "Oh, what's the odds?" We're 13 games. Like these are just little kids, and they're talking about that. So I think it's now, sort of a household thing. People watching games, betting on them, and whatnot. So yeah, I still like DraftKings. I think a pull down on DKNG is worth a little
Oracle
bit.
caught a bit.
Oracle caught a bit. Okay, so that's good. The other name here that I could say sell the news a little bit here, kids going back to school, right? So Roblox has had a couple issues lately on something about kids' safety and all that. It looks like they got that figured out, or maybe they have, maybe they haven't. That created this kind of a move down where you were able to take about a 10 or 15% haircut there, but we bounced straight off the 50-period moving average. Roblox is a screaming long. As long as we break the 138, this could be an options play because I think it extends quite nicely if on this break right there. I mean, they're not even doing daily active or monthly active users anymore. You just got to wait for the quarter. But I'm telling you, maybe it's have these two kids, but YouTube is littered with all of these. I don't know what the right. Content providers, I guess. I don't know what streamers, I guess.
Yeah, streamers.
Where they're just streaming Roblox and blah, blah, blah. And these videos have hundreds of thousands of views. And it's literally somebody playing Grow Garden or whatever. And I'm just what are you guys even watching? But anyways, at the end of the day,
Minecraft. It's just,
Yeah, or brain rot. You heard of that game? There's some stuff going on there. But at the end of the
Don't get me
day,
started
I think Roblox
brain
is going to
rot.
be fine. Just, I really like that break there of 138. So I'm waiting for Klarna. What level did you say? Okay, breaking the low.
45.40 is the low. 45.43 is the
I actually
low.
thought we were closer. So that IPO price of 40
it's at 40.
is more the thing.
40 would be insane.
I don't mind taking that.
They're open tomorrow morning. Not the market gonna open tomorrow morning like it always does. You mean open door?
Means open.
Open door tomorrow. Another down day for open. Here's what I'm looking at for door. Whoops. Always keep my drawing tool up. Door has had a very, very clean trend. It'll pull back and it'll bounce off some clean higher lows. If it breaks the trend, maybe you could contend with 5. But if it loses $5, you get a hefty short in open door. I think that's when the shorts get back into control, is if it gets underneath the $5 level. So as far as looking for a dip buy, tomorrow morning, provided you end up down here, would look like to test the trend line. To maybe reverse from being bearish on the stock to going to bullish. But I can't predict. It could open up and be at 5 already, and it's underneath the trend, then I'd be looking short. If it opens above, I think I'd be looking for something long in the 550 range. Certainly. Robinhood just broke that low of the day. Sorry, not the low. Yeah, it is the low of the day, that double bottom. Dara, though.
Couple different stories here. Keep an eye on Broadcom. Apparently, this is just more kind of interest than anything, especially with Oracle and recent Tesla news, that apparently Hock Tan, the CEO of Broadcom, has a contract which, really is related to serious awards with regards to AI sales goals. So he actually would get $205 million or roughly 610,000 Broadcom shares if they reach a certain AI sales goal. So it's kind of similar to what's happening here with Tesla's Elon Musk pay package. But either way, Bloomberg Broadcom has a similar arrangement here with CEO Hock Tan, according to a recent filing. Let's take a look here and give these oil names on watch. We have comments coming out here from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright, speaking right now about oil growth in general, and the next few years are going to see strong global economic growth and an increase in demand for oil. Back to you.
Paid for performance.
Oil, the energy sector has been beat up just a little bit here now. We do. That's what I thought about Joe Schmo, their CEO Hawk Tua, but that's not the same CEO there. Yeah, so we'll push in all of that. I'm actually just reading about
I was waiting for
how to get FIFA World Cup tickets. So I'm trying to figure this out here. You can enter some draws here with Visa and all that kind of stuff.
Word.
Out as we have the World Cup of soccer coming here next summer. I think
That's going to be
2 or 3. Hands on those tickets. Like, I don't know, man. Unless it was Italy or something, I probably would be trying to sell those. I don't know. Head up to StubHub. Oh yeah.
You wouldn't just go for the experience. I don't know. I would go.
No, that's what I was saying. I think I probably would. I think a match. Like if I was going to see like Morocco versus Ecuador or something, I may try to sell those.
Not very many. It's the World
once in a
Cup.
lifetime.
Like
Yeah, I know.
It's a once in a lifetime.
They're not even that expensive. I think they're saying there's $80 Canadian.
I feel like I'm only going if my dad wants.
Yeah, that'll be the other
thing. Football.
I want to take people that where it's like a bucket.
Yeah, where it's like a thing. Like otherwise, what's the point? I don't know. Robinhood doesn't seem to want to break down that much. The market's catching. Oh, you know why? I feel like we're gonna go as this goes. Yeah, I'm tightening the stop up. Look at the bid that Oracle's catching here. That just came now, what, $7 from the lows here on Oracle. So the breakdown happened on Robinhood. As said, it did get down to about that 118 level, because I got 78s here, 117, 77 and a half. It rounds to 78, but I'm going to tighten the stop. I don't want this. I'm low of the day at 245. It's one of those usual like trap trades that we're going short at the low of the day, but we'll see. With the Oracle catching us, the timing might not be the best on that trade. I can always try to jump in somewhere else. So scalp some out on this. CoreWeave never came close to hitting. Went ahead and canceled that order. Klarna's not breaking the low of the day either. Klarna caught a bid, but not crazy, but like $1 off the lows, so it's not going to break low anytime soon. We're just looking for that next leg, waiting for Oracle to push lower.
Tesla is right at VWAP. I mean, shout out, who was that in the chat there?
But we're down.
Down. Yeah.
Oh,
chat.
down into viewer.
There he is right here. What's up, my guy? Chat trader 1111111.
Still cold.
Tesla rate literally at VWAP. I mean, great look. You know I like this look right here. What about a long? Do we want to go long? I'm not really saying long, but Tesla up right here, about to give it up right now at VWAP actually, 353. Spike short. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. So now you're breaking it, so we don't have to worry about the long there on VWAP. Thank you for bringing that up to my attention. That's why you just saw me in real time, kind of like humming and hawing that right there. Let's see what happens. Oh, man. If anything, that would have been a short there. It is kind of giving stuff up here. Maybe we should going over to Apple and going over to something that, man, that's $1. Oh. All right, good call there, Chat Trader 111, man. You nailed that one. There's VWAP. I mean, whether or not you want to go long or not, but good call on where Tesla was. That's a setup. That's a good one. So bring lower right there on action. I like that trade, right? So what I mean by that is like it came in, it's a lower, it's going lower, it's running right into VWAP. That break just spiked you 80 cents. You know, like that was a great look. No matter how many shares you had in, put $80 in your pocket or something. That was a great call right there. And remember, Neil and I trade ops, so we're not trading options or anything like that. We're trading not CDRs, nothing like that. So, not CDRs, CFDs.
CFDs.
Like Canadian trading those either.
I own.
But yeah, same. But at the end of the day, wow, that was a good call right there for. Okay, so there we go, man. I employ everybody else. Let's go for some trades like that, where they're coming up to some levels that we smashed. Maybe the market just broke lows of the day. That could be a short as well, back into that level. So I might just have to jump on the TQQs.
And if you're looking to prove your worth and maybe make some coin out of it, and you're a Canadian trader, then Beta Pro by Globex is bringing back its biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition. Over $40,000 in cash, straight cash only prizes, including a $20,000 grand prize, all risk-free. It's free to enter and open to all with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test strategies, build skills, and climb the leaderboards. Have what it takes to be the next biggest winner. Sign today, scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Shout out to them. I haven't Webull in a while. But I'm not going to go over to Webull. There's almost no chance Webull is having if Robinhood went red to green after an all-time high, well, that's the other thing. I forgot to mention this about Robinhood. Yeah, this is kind of failed all-time high break on Robinhood as well. Those don't always look good for days. Like you remember the last time it did an all-time high fail break, it back, that's about 15% lower because technically it pulled back further than that. Really, so that's a pretty decent pullback for this name. I could, this isn't crazy for a sell the news on this on 500 to fill the gap, and filling the gap could be all the way 105, 106, and before we actually get to the addition coming in 2 weeks or so on Robinhood. And I said I wouldn't look at Webull, but my more curiosity. I just want to know because I haven't looked at this today, so I would like to know how it's doing. Short. Not too bad. Only 1.5% down. Webull's not been very since earnings. And yeah, this one might actually be headed back in front of that $10 level. Like eyeball that 10 to 11.
Really? Oh, no.
No, it's 50 period. It's been consolidating underneath, not really showing any signs of break, and rejected it. That's obviously a reversal candle. Big time reversal candle. This might even be a short tomorrow. 25 on Webull. Just because I own it doesn't mean it doesn't look like a short round.
Yeah, for sure. We have a new position. I'm going to go short the market. So here on the TQs, you can probably see it. I had it 5 minutes or, I don't know, 3 minutes ago, right there. So first, it's going to look silly because you're only going short now, but we only really starting looking right now to find some new trades because it's about entering the power hour. What I'm trying to do here is this is a 50-period average. Been following it down basically since it broke right there at 1 o'clock. So 3 o'clock. It's been 2 hours of pretty good respecting of that level. That's 93.95. I'm going to get a little short at 75 if we winding, but right now we're dropping, so that's good. And then punch out if we take this level right here. So we're going to, you know, respect the 50-period moving average, but understand that we can burn before. So a little bit north of 94 is where we will stop out of this trade. For now, we're short and it's going down here. This is the TQQs. I say we're short the futures. Obviously, it's just
Figure of speech.
losing my train of thought here. No, it's like a tool. It's a product for shorting of the few there, and it's a 3 times levered right now because it's not really in. Is it like an ETF? I don't know. But anyways, TQQ's right there 3 times. So you guys, SLL and NVDL, it'll give you the same kind of play. So right there, the NASDAQ TQ's down 1/3%, when the NASDAQ just, you know, 1/3 of that. So that's how it's going to work. I don't really have a ton. We have like half of a unit, so we're looking to get a little bit more if we do bump up. It's been pretty choppy. I don't want to put on here. I think our first area, we could get supported on 93. That's right where we are now, so I don't know. 93.40. Let's put something like at 45 for that. There goes Palantir, another new position alert right here. Palantir breaks 166, so this one looks like it has the juice. So let Palantir does right now. And again, we talked about this as a trade, so we'll take some 85. Oh, sorry, we only got short right now. Why do we get such a bad price? I'm supposed to take, oh, it's because that break was rare. Okay, so it actually, I thought we were short at 160, 165.86. So, all right, nothing. We just have these double shorts. So let's the market does. We might have just pushed a short near the bottom, which is fine. Both of these trades are half unit trades that we can get out of if they're not right. I just showed you where they were in the TQQs. This is a little, because that was such a dramatic move, like I don't know what just happened right there, but the 50 period is now away. So for this one, I'm glad we only have half a unit because we may have to try to hold back up into this spot. So let's get a little bit more if we come into the 40s here or so for Palantir, but we got to be very, very careful about this top right here. Once what happens, 166.81. I was going to use 75. Let's give it a couple more pennies. 81's there to side. Okay, so that's what we'll do. This is a mistake. I didn't like 2% there. I thought we were 50 cents in the money and it just had a crazy move. So I was like, pay for some fees. But at the end of the day, not much going on.
It's like
there.
when you take a break and hit off for enter on the initial push.
Right.
But if your slippage was really bad, that happened. It happened.
Klarna
the slippage was insane on Klarna. But imagine you were taking the short on Klarna when it broke the initial low. If you think you're getting short at like 51.80 or something,
right.
50, you hit bid enter, thinking you're going to take it out if it goes to 51. You're like, why did I just make 30 or 40 cents? You think you made $1. That's just simply because slippage a lot crazy. I think we're going to get a cue as what's going to happen in the queues, and a lot of these, if you're looking at NVIDIA, look at Oracle. Oracle is heading back down. I'm just going to keep it on the black chart. Like, it's pulling right back in there.
What?
Like, the other thing, obviously, if we on Klarna, we'll take that. But now eyeballing NVIDIA in addition to being that little Robinhood breakdown. If NVIDIA keeps popping and continues to break down, I'm going to look for the reversion back into the short. Like, I feel like if Oracle's going to the downside, ends up breaking some fresh lows for the afternoon, no NVIDIA should be holding up like this. So eyeballs on Oracle. If it breaks that low, I'm taking the shot on NVIDIA. And maybe Corey would be like a backup plan. As Mr. RJ, that's not true, is it?
Who the hell's Charlie Kirk? Why don't I know who that is?
He's that, I wouldn't know how to describe him. He's like okay.
I don't know who he is.
Yeah? No, he's like a conservative. What's the word?
It says apparently shot during debate in Utah.
Yeah, he's like a political activist.
Right? I'm just reading what it says here. Activist.
I don't know what you describe as.
Author and media personality.
I don't care who are. Violence is just.
I was gonna say I don't really care about. You care about politics and that, and I just, we hope that he's okay at the end of the day. I don't know it, so I don't know.
Ain't ish that you could say that
we don't have
that you could ever that would ever turn to that. I'm just saying, and that's
the problem. I mean, whatever. We can always do things, but the problem is even hearing, man, we have this bail reform problem, and it's just like tired of seeing all these guys like arrested 15, 20 times and then just walking around committing crime.
Yeah, you saw that one the other day.
Yeah, I saw that one lady in Carolina or something like that. That I have no idea why they more media attention to begin with, but I'm glad it is now. That guy was arrested 21 times. Anyways, there's more problems than we can just stick at. But I got some problems right now because the market giving me what I want.
Shaking a bigger stick.
Right here. So what was that?
We should shake a bigger stick.
Yeah, maybe we need to. There goes Palantir upside. His price now is 22s. I guess that right there was a mistake, by the way, breaking through 1.6. I thought I was putting the wrong price. I got out of basically nothing. But there's the average in that we ended up at VWAP. So it looks like the market right there is finding its way to the 50-period moving average as well. We're going to have to answer some questions now as we wait to see where it goes. So yeah, so far so good here, but not really. We're out of the money now, 16 cents over here. The TQs is a light. I don't know how else to describe this. We're overly confident in buying the bottom of the 50-period moving average. So we took a little bit of a fill there. My next fill was at 95, but now that I see they're getting a little bit higher, I was going to wait for here. So I think right play right now. 95.06. My stop was a little bit higher than that. I hate to get stopped out and 94.06. That this to be the highs, but I'm going to do that anyways. Let me just stop at a 75% this time, just in case I'm here. We're going to average a little more at 93.95 was sort of always the idea. If we can get a little bit more up in and around that area. Maybe I'll get a little bit more now because we have the period moving average. Let me take some now. At 88s, and then maybe that'll be it. Drifts up and takes us out fine. You know, we have Palantir and the TQs. Pretty happy with that. So let's just wait to see what's happening now. We're short. So there we go. We're now short. We're all short. Let's see what winds up happening.
Yeah, Oracle continues to look at least a little bit weak. For sure. And I don't care what the market's doing. If Klarna breaks the low, the market could be up. It could literally be screaming. I don't think it matters. That stock's going to do its own thing, but catching a bid. So if you've been pegging long off the bottom, it's actually been working out for you. There's at least a chance that the underside to defend whatever the current low is and not want a fresh low at the close. That's possible. So maybe that's the reason why catching a bid, underwriters, and how much is it really going to cost them to hold the stock up? Like it's on 40 million shares. There's like less than a few thousand shares. Well, the ability for them to hold it at a certain price shouldn't be that difficult if they don't want it to close. I mean, it's not going to close red, but they don't want it to close at a fresh low of the day all the time. So Robinhood, looking for the next breakdown. It needs to break 117.5. It's just oscillating between 117.5. Looking for the breakdown to take. I don't think it makes sense to reload this a fourth time. It would make absolutely no sense as we're jumping into power hour. If we're not breakdown, then this is just silly at this point.
Here goes.
Let us know what else you guys are looking at here. But for now, holding on to this as it continues to won't make that second leg. It's good to have a 50-cent range right away, but you want it to break down. And the market doesn't do either.
We were just in the money like 20 cents there on Palantir, and we didn't take it. So we took some out there at 22s and just went to like 10s. Well, how low was that? Damn, why didn't I have a bid down there? I did not. I had it at 1. All right, I was at 12s. All right, okay, well, I'll cancel that. Now I'm at 15s. Okay. Too bad. All right, maybe we get another. It's only a small amount of money. It's not a big deal, but you always like these fills, especially when you see it bounce off that level. Look where we bounced off of again. This is the thing. Like when you're trading the way we're trading, it's a complete different world. You want to get little fill. There we go. Okay, we get that fill at 15. So you want to get those fills because to miss that could be like the difference between everything. So we'll take a little bit out there, and that was only 10%, so it's not a huge deal. But just to wait, right? We got a little impatient with that break there on Palantir right there. Whoops, down right now to see what winds up happening. Our fee rate is not really doing the same thing. He's kind of hovering there, but we did get a decent spot to see if we can continue to do that. Any word on our monitors? They haven't arrived yet, eh, Rob? Okay, so I was just waiting. They're working really hard beside us here.
Stuck with Canada Post.
Yeah, stuck with Canada Post. Yeah. maybe UPS or something. But okay, so there we go. We'll get it all figured out. I'm short. We're both short. What names do you look at? I mean, we do have this.
The top of the list hasn't really. It's Hood, Tesla, Oracle, and we've talked about. The only one that we're not talking about is WLDS.
Why is there no love for Chewy?
We got moked today.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We were talking about a lot of earnings plays. Synopsys, Chewy Q2 earnings revenue growth, but decrease in profit. So not great here, man. When your EPS starts to go down, it's not great. There's for Chewy, that was like, and look how this looks on a chart. Like we're not even, let's go future. We're now 50 cents in the money on this Palantir. Let's get the downside, but there goes Chewy right there. Wow, gave it all back, man. And what an August it was for Chewy. Forget about it right now. So, I mean, my dog is amazing, but right now Chewy downside, and there it goes. Sir, this is man. Neil, we got one right now. I don't know what Robinhood's. We got one right here.
Just broke down.
Good. Okay, good. So it's breaking down. Palantir, oh boy, starting now. We're short at 30s, man. It's an average price. We told you, take some there, and we're take some in the 40s. The good thing, we took a lot more in the 40s because it got closer to VWAP. So you got to take those trades, man, when those trades are available. And here go the TQs as well. Same type of deal. This one has, yeah, good trading so far. So far, so good, I should say. We'll see if it can keep it up. But yeah, that might have been a bull trap. Bye-bye, Palantir. We are right now for PLTR. And we're happy. So I hope Robinhood's doing the same thing, but it's here downside. And oh boy, Klarna, biggest trade that we had hoped for, but we're doing pretty good everywhere else, man. We're going to go 6 for 6. 4 for 4 today. Google, Klarna, Palantir, and now these TQQs. No jinx, but here goes the money.
Yeah, we just broke lows. The shelf just broke. What's good about this is the sellers held on at 118. You spent 15 minutes just holding the line at the same price, and you're right in front of the 118. Now it's trying to hold one, and that's Robinhood. Is the NASDAQ's at the low. So the only thing I'm concerned with is if the NASDAQ ends the day green, then you're going to want to make sure you get kind of an exit during power hour for those shorts. So at the low of the day, I'm going to be looking at the future. And if they catch a bid, then I just jump out of the scalp trade and look for the next, which might be CoreWeave back in a Robinhood or possibly NVIDIA, which I look up is not really up that well yet. I also just saw Oracle's catching a bid as well. I do not Oracle holding the bid. If Oracle holds the bid, I have a decent feeling the market is going to hold up better than you think ever today. Like there's no big earnings after market night, but we'll take a lot of questions from you guys and go try to go over some of the symbols that we missed. I think I have a lot to say about the IPO market and some of these silly treasury and the unwinding, because we didn't really cover that. It got really ugly for them. And the next step be absolutely nasty. The hedge funds won so big last night, the ones that took the short.
Yeah, we had talked about
that. And then that other one, CWR, you don't even want to look at that, trust me. If you're, well, unless you're short.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well. Okay, so a little update on what I'm doing here. I'm hitting keys. Because I can say that we've got money in the account, and whenever that happens, I like it. So here we go, and the TQs came right back into past support. So yeah, man, like I'm hitting the buttons here to get out. Like we're now initially started the short. We got a great fill there. Well, not a great fill. We took that and we took the period. So see what I'm saying? So now you're starting to retrace back, and virtually the same talk here. I'm going to get another piece out right here on Palantir. But when the market rips, man, Palantir will just forget of you and get back like CeeLo. Get you. You know that's. I think it's maybe F you as well, but forget you. I like that song. The clean version at our girls' hockey games right there. Whenever like the other team wins, it's like forget you. You know, they're a little trash. But anyways, here we go. Here making that move, and you know, let's just zoom this out to see where Palantir maybe could go. What we're doing right now is just resisting this break right there. If it gets lower, we had some trades earlier this morning that we were doing a lot into here because I was nervous that Palantir was going to give it up. So we kept here. This is VWAP. This is VWAP. This kind of grayish line. I don't know how it's coming across. I lines to give you the best looks, but now that I zoom in, it looks different actually on these screens, right? And that's green. Oh no, that still looks pretty green. Oh, on my screens, because I have, by the way, So I took off the glasses. Seems like cinema mode is working a little bit better, dimming some of that blue light. Anyways, this is a good spot here, 165-ish. So if we get down, kind of the yahoo level right there, but oh boy. Money. Starting to go.
Money.
All right, go. The TQs is now breaking. The same kind of top TQs right here, right now as well, man. We put it on. We're here to trade big. And there it is. So let's see what happens now on downside play. So let's break. We're right at these levels right now. Next area of 340. So we talked about that. It's coming back in right now, and it's been pretty good so far. Let's see if we stop the bleeding. But hey, we're short. So if I like ye a lot. So, all right, what's up with everybody? Tesla's tanking by whomever in the chat. Fortunately, I can't remember your name. On VWAP, he said attention to Tesla. And I don't know, remember I was debating, do I want to go long, do I want to go short on Tesla? But it turns out that short was the right question as now, whap, down right now, $2, that VWAP and lower, breaking through 150. We say, see ya. There, IQ's downside, man. It's been breaking all over the place. Let's just wait, though. The market, no earnings, as you mentioned earlier.
About nothing. Say no. I should say nothing big.
Those are some of my favorite market recap shows where you're able to get the Q&A, get the feel.
We just get to shoot this.
Get the feel of the audience. You know, see what's on their mind and stuff. So. Again, guys, post it up, man. Post it up in our chat. Let Neil and I know exactly what you're looking at. Do our best to cover everything for you.
Yeah, 100%. That's the idea. Like the market just broke below, so you just mentioned. But looks like it just, okay, now we're breaking down. I got to get over to CoreWeave in a quick second here. Get my other chart just to make sure I have it up, because CoreWeave did not same move that everything else did and is now finally, so I'm going to try and get that short. I still believe Hood, I think Hood's going to be a buying opportunity at some point. This down at 160, a little something, but the wall is now broken. Did not get filled.
Bye.
Yeah, CoreWeave now is only trying to roll over. It's going to hit the bid. Sometimes. So CoreWeave was going up when everything else seemed like it should be curling. Now you're starting to get the other side of the V. So this is also breaking down at that 116. Let's see if that can play back support at 115 on CRWV. Up 16%. You know, the momentum obviously has shifted a little bit since the morning. Stock was, you don't see sympathy plays do 22% when it was at the high. That's so unprecedented. But Oracle didn't hold up. That's simple.
We're having, this might be one of the best afternoons. Right now, it's Google long. That's a positive today. These are all off of our Klarna, whatever. I mean, I'm happy with the trading. I think Neil and I won a little bit here today. Talked about Klarna. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Could have been much better, but we hold movement.
Not losing was a winner.
Exactly. It didn't happen, so we'll puff pass on that. But this afternoon, we've only entered 2 trades, right? And it's been the Palantir short and short. And this just went 35 cents. And the Palantir trade is a new of the dollar club. So there goes Palantir all the way to the downside. I think Robinhood also probably in that dollar club now. We get lower, and again, we just poke fun at that. It doesn't really matter how much money you make or take on any of these trades. Try to find level that you appreciate, right? And if you can find those, sometimes those are good areas to get out. So you can never predict, how something may have. Like right here on Palantir, kind of resist a bit. So let's just punch out some more. So we punch out a little bit more threes. And, just get it. It's going to stall a little bit. Fine. We're able to do that. And then there goes the futures as well. I mean, to get to the 50 period, this is why I'm saying, I'm very confident in the strategies that I'm showing you and taking. So, I'm upping the shares a little bit. Sometimes when we talk about getting out, stop orders, but we already looked at this. We said since block, we've really absorbed this 50 period average. So it's a nice downside right there. So, it worked. I don't know what else to say. Our stop was 19, so we're short right now at 83s. Stop was 94.05, right? That would have been cents. We're in the money now 40, so a 2-to-1 trade. We'll take it. Our Palantir stop is way better. Our Palantir stop is about 5-to-1 right now. We were going to stop out of this 60s. No, 75s. So it's 3-1. So, extend even further than this. I mean, the NASDAQ's just turning red. Neil, so that's an interesting right there. Actually, we forgot about it a little bit. I think.
ES is still green.
What about CoreWeave turning around? Oh, the ES is still green.
ES
makes sense.
Well, CoreWeave's turning around because I think it seems to be following these right now.
Pass it over here if you have.
No, it's fine. I got it beat. Oracle seems like it's holding fort basically at $35, but the downtrend still is very much intact. But unless I see like a volume spike or a big spike up, this one could be good. Just whatever the current and the current low on CoreWeave. So if we do a nice bump to the downside, 114.5 is where support is, and then Oracle's at 320. These have been more or less locked each other. When did this accelerate down? When Oracle broke this low at 330, CoreWeave broke that low. So if Oracle starts breaking, I got to jump out of this CoreWeave trade. Oh shoot, we're going to break the low on...
I see.
No, Klarna's going to break the low.
Okay.
Right, Klarna's headed right back. Any other thing I'm looking at right now, I think I might have canceled my order, go to the bathroom. But Klarna's heading back into the low of the day, so I'm going to get my order back because we'll see. I mean, sometimes you get the fill, sometimes you don't. I'm going to cross like 25. I don't want to cross too far. If this breaks today, that'll be at 45.40.
Oh boy.
That breaks lower, we're going to be in it. CoreWeave, about a third of a buck. Robinhood, we got out of it. I don't know if we're going to get a pop to be able to reach. With CoreWeave, I got to watch out because it's following Oracle more than it's following the market.
Guys, we are putting up numbers in. There, TQs, boom. Man, we get 17s there. Low of the day, that's just lucky. Something is off, right? And we're like, oh my God, it bounced us. But right there, it hit us and bounced off that time. Don't get the fill there, right there. And these are all live fills. Like Nimrod here, we've had Adam Duluth. Many of you, Nimit's been here watching us trade. So this is all what it is, man. We are live traders right now with over combined 40-something, 45 combined of experience rate. And there it goes. So downside there. Palantir, oh boy. It's been creating something as well. I just there on Twitter as well. My feed looks pretty standard here today. If you guys are looking to follow, I mean, if you don't have a Twitter account, that's all good. Of you do though. This is what we just said. I started shorting the NASDAQ off the 50 period. We did it with the TQs, and there it is. Downside play lower than that right now. We treat that at 40s. It's at O's right now. And then there's the Klarna we talked about just a little bit today. Dinner right there, but nice move down, move up for Google as well. There's Google. Wow, there's
Pre-game.
I love ramen. Yeah, Chris is making an Oars dish tonight. So like a caught dish.
I had a spicy ramen that was freaking good. It was
yeah, I'm glad that
really good.
Aaron.
Oh shoot. Well, no. She likes it, but let's be real.
It's not her preference.
It's K-pop.
Perfect.
It doesn't matter what they were eating ramen. It likes ramen.
Perfect.
Like,
that's how they learn, man. Kids got to do
but she does enjoy it, and she eats it proper. She eats it with chopsticks.
Good. That's
even though she's learning chopsticks. She's not that great with it yet. But
yeah, the slow cooker gets used. Actually, it's what is Ninjas? Like a pressure cooker, like all one. There. But yeah,
you're asking the wrong.
Slow cooker meals are nice. I love chili. Actually, Marissa, if you're watching, she puts all the Green Bay Packers games into our
Thursday night
calendar. And
if that defense can hold Jaden Daniels, then you know it's
legit already. Don't worry about that. They're Daniels there. That's for sure. I think that'll be a good game. I'm about it.
Well,
but Instant Pot.
That
Instant Pot.
Wouldn't be that nervous.
Right. So Palantir downside, and shout out everybody's favorite meal for game days.
Chili.
I still like a chili.
Chili or guac, or maybe guac.
Fresh guac.
That's like the fourth time this number.
Wait, who said let's? Okay, Riri. Sorry about that. I'm gonna ban you. Yeah, let's go, man. I like the Commanders too, man. Here. And with Debo Samuel, I think it's going to be for them. Give them enough. He got a rushing touchdown. He used to do that in San Fran a lot.
I think he fits the offense really well, but it's part of the reason I traded.
Oh, man, about beef stroganoff there, Don Lazy. That was not a good beef.
Chris L, that's pure lies.
What is Cap?
JG McCarthy, player of the week.
Yeah, let's go.
No,
Did he get?
of course not. That would be ridiculous.
Wow.
Like 150 yards, man.
Yeah, one touchdown.
Aaron Rodgers threw for 4 TDs.
Aaron.
I mean, come on, man. Josh, there is a 0%. If that is true,
it was probably a
that is Josh Allen. Anyways, no, this is a trade.
It's his rookie. It's his very first NFL.
Okay, if it's a rookie offensive week, fine. There's like a half a dozen quarterback better.
Okay, so Josh Allen wins AFC offensive. I think that's the only one. JJ NFC. There it is, man. Offensive player of the week.
You can't throw 150 yards.
No, you know why?
And a 70-yard pick six. Yeah. I don't give a damn if you won the game. That had to have done better than that.
The NFC may have not had because Aaron Rodgers, like a lot of these guys, AFC.
Somebody had to do better. No, I'm not being a hater. It's just I don't think I've ever seen someone have that kind of a statistical award.
Yeah, that's true. It's not.
But I'm also, the other thing I'm looking at is I might just, if we only go 50 to 60 penny move and are right back to the upside, I might jump back. CoreWeave is not really flushing like everything else did. Robinhood, the Spidey sense was Robinhood because that ends up bouncing maybe a little lower than what we expected, but now it's been steady ever since. I believe we're going to Adara, but might have to get out of the second short.
I'm buying.
Earlier, so I wanted to bring this to fruition. This is the 10 richest people in the world. A bit easier to hear, not on the screen. You can check out on X at TTV Research. That's X at Elon Musk. I mean, Eric Ellison briefly surpassed Elon Musk, but right back down there, the richest man in the world. In second place, Mark Zuckerberg in third, Jeff in fourth. Then we have the Google co-founder, Sergey Brin, Jensen Huang of Steve Ballmer, formerly of Microsoft, Bernard Arnault of LMVH. Last but not least, Warren Buffett, X at TTV. These net worths are up to date as I use the Forbes real-time list, so slate of it. These rankings are up to date as of when I posted this a couple minutes ago. At TTV Research. Back to you.
Well, if that's true, then if that's answered, he could have Ellison couldn't have passed. They're less than 10%.
Wait, Larry Ellison's 80 years old.
Well, yeah.
I mean, not that we're gonna get old.
He can be all right.
Hopefully at that age as well. But I'm just saying, like on that net worth, like I mean, sure I don't know what's gonna when that goes through, but at the end of the day, hope that money goes into charity. I mean, Bill Gates and Bezos. Bezos' ex is like a huge philanthropist, so hopefully some of that goes there. But shout out to that guy's been obviously with Oracle forever. Darius,
we're hearing everything. Just so you guys know.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was saying shout out to Larry's everywhere because you got Larry Page, Larry Ellison both on there.
True.
All right, paid Larry.
Apparently, name your kids Larry.
That's a name that is basically gone.
Favorite Larry, the grandma.
Larry.
Larry Johnson.
Yeah, I know. Can we think of a baseball Larry something? Like now, not Larry Walker.
Like now?
Yeah, that's what I think about when I think about names. It's like, can I think of somebody? Like, I have one friend but he's 40.
I can't think of
Anyways, I'm sure there's Laramie Tunsil, a lineman. Anyways. Larry is a great name. Yeah, so is Garfield. All right, so right there, the TQs went all the way up and then came back. And right now we are the day. So we're going to go not for the lows of the day. The portfolio is not going to get looked at today, that's for sure. But, the market is downside. So it goes, man, we're doing the best we can. There is now $1.25 right now. Yo, what's up, Max? There it is. It's a nice play there for Palantir. Let's just get out some more, man, as we go. That's what we're doing. Ring that ready, baby. Right now, Reginald. That's another name. But there it goes. Nice move. Ring the Reginald all the way down now. There it goes. We made it good in the afternoon. So it's been a good day so far here to celebrate Klarna, to celebrate having literally
broke the low, but this, I think the bottom lie. Because I tried to grab long, to get out some when it says it hit 45, like the totally got down there. But Klarna broke the low very barely. Immediately, buyers came right back in. So I'm in and out of that. I just don't want to fight anything. Like if it's, I want it to be very, very clear that it's gonna. If I'm getting in, I want to make sure I'm at a good price. Like Robinhood never wins me. CoreWeave, we ended up flatting, or some of it. Yeah, like that breakdown. I might jump back into that, but Klarna might just be. I think the underwriters are looking not to get him, at least for now, Adara.
Yeah, both your BA with a little bit of a volume spike and price spike as we get news. I'm seeing this circulate on X that Boeing has labor deal with their striking union. So Boeing here, I guess, apparently reaching a deal with their, and keep an eye maybe in some other defense plays with this in mind as well. But here looks like a deal has been reached. Their strike. Back to you.
All right. Thanks. So Boeing, definitely worth a look, I would think, here. But it's 323 for being here with us. I mean, what you thank us is just by hitting this like button. So I'm going to refresh it this time so I don't have to show you guys every single time what it looks like here. We got 380 likes, and they do not like us. There it is right here, 5,000 watches. Let's hit that like button right now if you can. Let's light up the chat with something. Well, we could put in the for a question. Okay. What about? Do you want to do related?
Well, what if?
Or what about?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oracle. Oracle is the bell of the ball.
Okay. I was. What about if we gave a list of the IPOs on Friday? Could vote.
Which one you want?
Which?
What else is there?
Okay. Anyone's going to vote Gemini. There's 3 other ones. There's 4 on Friday, believe it or not. There's 4 on Friday.
Anyone cares about?
Yeah. All right. Well, everyone's here watching. So how about does Klarna see is $40 to ask that question? Going to break the low already. We kind of know that.
I'm going to try it again. It's going to break 45.
The Discord IPO would.
You're not going to get 45 if it breaks 45.
Okay. How about, you ready, Andre? Let's do $45.
Yeah.
So will CL, you want me to met CLAR, Klarna. Oh, KLAR, sorry. We give Adara the ability to do this because I mean, to literally switch.
It's not that hard.
As he goes, but I think that's fair enough. It keeps on bouncing off of it. Topical for today.
It just bounced again.
Yeah, and let's do that. Will Klarna, even just say Klarna, KLARNA. I mean, name there. Will it break 45? That's it. Will it break? It doesn't matter. Long could bounce off of it. Will it break for today? We have 35 before that happens. So let's go with that. Okay, we'll figure it out. So yeah, he's talking about this Charlie Kirk again. Apparently, it's a vist. Was shot there in Utah. We don't hear anything in our ears right now about it. We pray for
related
thing and hope that he solve out why that had happened again. But there it is. Will Clark 45. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm saying so. Yes, there. I don't know. Yes. So I'm going to go with yes.
Not a typo.
I was wondering if that was like on my.
Yeah, I thought.
No, keep it. It doesn't matter. It's not a typo. So right there. Oh, 50-50. We might have found something right now. After 140 votes, we are 50-50 on Klarna breaking 45. Well, I don't want to say no. What you voted no.
Oh, I voted yes.
Okay, good. We both. I think yes.
I think so.
100%. There. Let's just wait to see is it when it does. Yeah, I would.
Oh my goodness.
All right, you know what? You want to short it for a little bit, maybe for $1. Let's keep our eye on that, and we'll see. So, I'm just looking.
I just think it has. The only thing that holds it up is if these if the underwriters really wanted to. But I'm going to keep taking. I don't get the 45 break and be convinced that you don't get the 45. Every time it looks like, I've been taking some shots, but it just doesn't want to follow through. 5 breaks. 150 here when has to see it. However, it was described to me as it went $2 down immediately, which would mean if 45 breaks in any short price that you get, you're not going to want because it's ridiculous to the downside. But it is trying to bounce. I go to Adara. I didn't jump back and curl. It's the first place that it curled, and about 117 and a half, a little bit higher than that. So I'm in at the quarters, reload that one, which is stair-stepping, kind of like the market is. Let's go to Adara.
NFLX, Netflix on watch. The company announcing that product officer is stepping down. So NFLX, the product officer stepping down. Well, again, I read this report earlier, but now we have more details. IAM, Union, and Boeing Defense have your tentative labor agreement. So still tentative. It has been reached with wage signing bonuses. The union will vote on this on Friday. So tentative here for BA, pending a vote Friday. Back to you.
Neil and I went to a school with a Eunice kid, Eunice, and all around.
It's not her.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
The people that are would have still been in touch with her, right? Like one of our buddies, But Netflix has been a boringly not sexy stock recently. Whoops! I wanted to get my local. It's almost 3:30 to see her sort. Did it twice last time. We see every single day for the early look. BA solo. This is a buyout that'll probably multiple million shares to the side, but I might take a shot at it. It's GDX, small, nothing really big. Look, it might get a little better 30 when these tick in. I wouldn't expect to Klarna on here for anyone that's new. Deals tend not to have any imbalances at all. What I've ever seen was one time in a couple of days after it came to market, and it was huge. But when it shows up, it'll probably move because it's not despite the volume, but we'll see. If it breaks 45, I'm not going to trade. Still going to look for an opportunity. Only in good at this point to use the stair step. But you know what's not going? Oracle is now a bit higher. So what is dead may not die. You're not dead if you're 36%. Them of the ridiculous 4-year for their guy. We're to the upside apparently and blowing everybody. I'm going to say it again. Now have a gigantic target on their backs quarter, and you can't say them disappoint in 3 months. You're in a world of hurt, in my opinion. But for now, catching a bit of a bid here. If they make another fresh run at the lows, then we're selling off. Holding the market up right now would be the fact Apple's going to keep NVIDIA up and at least note what's NVIDIA doing. Yeah, trending back to the upside because NVIDIA is just following Oracle, everybody. Falls, you can probably just NVIDIA. Just watch out for the imbalances because it'll have one. It always does.
Yeah.
That's no matter what NVIDIA is doing, come 350. If it's a buy imbalance and you expect to have at least a 50-cent flash to the 20 minutes till that happens, so you still have time. You'll lose the biggest turn and punch short wherever.
All right, I am now submitted my draw entry for ticket for the
World Cup.
Yeah, okay. Meanwhile, I was doing that. I should have been potentially in trades. But right there, Klarna 45. We still have those votes going. Get into the chat right now voting for it. Just vote. We only have 384. So get into the chat, see what you're thinking. So it looks like yes, but I mean, as we start to go, I don't know, made it 3 times down there near the downside. So shout out to everybody that's voting. Thank you for doing that. All right, so the TQs really didn't do too much. Some good little bids down there at 93. Our best bid is We'll just take something out as it looks like a little bit higher there. Here was good. We actually were able to almost all of our Palantir made out, and we actually looked at this and we talked about this exact level and told you guys that this is where out earlier. So we did put a bunch of bids down. When they fell through, they all filled. So that was so far on what looks to be still there for Palantir. That's something that I'm looking at right now, and looks like it's getting back upside here close. So just a quick little look on, or look at Boeing as well.
Oracle's going.
Oracle's back 6%. I mean, we were like, oh, it's 40%, but it's still a nice move. News from Boeing from a while ago. We'll see if that's doing anything now. To 228 now. So Boeing still down that 1%. Our attention that the market, yes, was still green, so it's still up point. So let me just see what's going on here wise now. Or just kind of a little bit of a broader look right now. I like looking at this, right? Yeah, the more JP Morgan is. I need to find that bull. Like I need to write where literally money fits. Yeah, so screen today. Energy. Now today, Exxon Mobil, big time up. Randy's always wanted to know about Exxon, so too bad he's not here. He would like to see that up. Chevron is well up 1.8%. Phillips up 2, right? I mean, Valero, the refiners right here. Phillips and Valero, all the refiners. What's up with that story? But looks right now, what was the energy? Remind me, because with energy, a couple, maybe an hour. In this weird one for tech, because, yeah, it's Apple. So like the two big names in the market right now, polar opposites today.
Yeah. Just cancel each other out.
Right, so that's kind of flat, right? I feel like. And the Broadcom going as well right now, up now. GE, forget about GE for no working. Cisco, AMD is okay today. Marvell's up as well. So the movement here in the tech sector for sure. Looks like retail. What did we ever? I don't know. Maybe I'm just. Do we ever find on like that's down?
There was no. Someone even news on Amazon. There's no on here. Oh, you do have a story.
Okay. News on something.
Is it? Was it?
Something breaking news that involves Amazon. Qualcomm, though, of the two names reacting to it. So Amazon announced on the company's website that AWS and Qualcomm are collaborating there. They're going to be working mobility to accelerate the development of this AI-powered Athena. So Qualcomm, again, the only one moving up here from Amazon on this, but AWS teaming up here with Sunda Mobility for an AI. Back to you.
Yeah, and the Amazon low of the day right now. Amazon is breaking 3.7%. Thing that you could maybe guess with is of the hyperscalers, it was one of the cloud names, the major cloud one had the lowest growth rate for their cloud. Well, that the aggressive Oracle guidance we just sheds a worse light on Amazon's. I'm just guessing at this point. I wasn't expecting this kind of move down, but you know what? Not expecting, or you think that's reaction to something, an opportunity to buy the dip. It was down for 2 or 3 days, then resume trend. You also maybe into a triple top. Right? You went into a triple top, couldn't break, pull back, period, bounce from there. This could be, I think, tomorrow. Chance to test it because you're unlikely to drop into 226.5 today. It would have to drop another $3 in the next 20. I think that's a little bit unlikely, but tomorrow test period could be a nice spot there for Amazon. This is one that you want to be looking to buy the dip for sure. You're catching a bit of a is Amazon.
Sometimes you got out too early and definitely checks out with your e-signal submit. And if you do scan right now in front of you, you will get 1 month free for e-signal for them. So make sure you do grab it. 100 symbols you can and scan at once, which is pretty amazing. And we go talking about going, e-signal does give you the opportunity to on a subscription basis and so you can literally charge names anything in the world as this market. Again, I think it's not just these U.S. stocks. If you are looking for a little bit more of an advanced feature related platform, it's definitely going to be the one for you. And Neil and I always pop them down and show you a little bit. I keep saying it, but I think we could maybe even do a video. Cool things, including, and Neil suggested tick replay. Just haven't had it yet or anything like that. So, plays we can watch the Klarna IPO and watch and all that kind of stuff happen. Maybe we'll do tomorrow, okay? Because right now we have 23 minutes left. We do have time left until the imbalances, which should be exciting. Let's see this vote rate. 45. We have 500 votes.
Looking less likely now.
Back upside right now.
Yeah.
That may not break. Just quick, half of what we have left, which is only 10%. No, about 15% left. This trade there. So if we break there's 60, we're going to get out. I do have in the 20s, so if we can get something out, 21 period moving average. And then Palantir again, we just rate here at 166. Continues to fall back in. Market wants to give it up. It's happening again. Right? We talked about this 50, so that was our best fill right there. Now you could have got another one rate one as well. So think about maybe some of these trades is why we take that out right there, because it breaks the 50. I was thinking, oh, maybe this time it goes, but now it's trying to get back in. There's a continue to go lower. That 50 marker, that was a great call in the chat, right? The Tesla was coming right into VWAP right there. Like hot knife, and it didn't do anything there at 350. We were watching it live. It just was like, oh, well, there's $1. And that did almost instantly down 80 cents, now down $5, basically there at 350. Look, I'm not going to apologize, but yeah. So whoever had that for sure, trade. So, and that's where I think that if you're going to watch a stock, you got to stop out. Those levels are there. So it'll be interesting tomorrow who's made a lot of the money here, because I don't think that Klarna IPO is going to be that.
It was probably like some kind of hurdle on something that fell.
We're not even anywhere near $45.
It was end of the day,
long down there.
No, that's the thing. Do not want to get embarrassed. How bad would it look for them if you break 45 today to send testing 40 tomorrow, right? The issue price, it looks really bad if it closed the days after it's issued. People are worried about whether they're going to be on. So you will get defensive. And it was so much easier to go back in the day. You used to see the underwriters list too as whoever they were. It was the underwriter, then I saw MSCU on the bid. You would see Goldman Sachs sit displayed if they were the underwriter. And when you saw it, I mean, really, you just kind of punch. Now,
an example here.
It'd be a big bid.
I mean, this is it's here at Fannie Mae.
Fannie and Freddie.
I was going to pull it up.
You used one in Brazil as well, I think.
I haven't. Oh, that's Google. What am I doing? I was like Fannie Mae like that. $dollars, but you see here, there's Citadel. So that's what I'm talking about. So that's like a market maker, but the market participant. So there's Citadel rolling orders, right? Knight is there. A lot of these names too. Virtu right there. TIG, some of you maybe have heard of them. So this is what it used to look like on stock and all that, right? Now it's just not. Looks like we get that. Why?
Another one.
You want to sit there. That's this. Well, yeah. Warren, I know, it's it or not, but we have to talk to you because next week today, I'm going to make an interest rate decision. He picks up the phone call. We don't have a Donald Trump phoning one, which is kind of, but
of all the ones that have that,
I know. I don't know if Kathy would. Hold on a second. What do you have?
how do we not have that?
What was that?
Brah.
We can do better, brah, than that, but brah.
Whose voice is that, Fabian? Voice is this thing. It's a classic pieces effect from somewhere. Is it? Bruh. Maybe it's Joe. It would be cool if it was us saying stuff.
It's never. We're not cool enough.
It's like Joe saying could be one of the imbalances, everybody. I think we have one lash before the imbalances to get there. So I went back to Rob because, I don't know, CoreWeave wasn't doing anything, but it just was not moving. So back into the lead for Rob at 116.70. And someone in the chat was just all kinds of names where it's like, why insert stock down? Why is Amazon down? Why is CR? Well, the market went down pretty much from, so regardless percentage-wise, its overall market has been doing as well. Said, this name, like, Apple, you might make an argument Apple has to sell the news from yesterday. So report everything that I said about Amazon, you could probably say the same when this gets to the 200. The only difference is it also happens to be the average on Apple. So if you like the 50-period moving average, you don't have to cheat because in $6, $4.50 actually, it's closer than I thought, and $4.50 bouncing off to 50. This means you've got 7 names support potentially tomorrow morning. They sell it at the open. I just euphemistically mean the market sells off. Really good bounce spot happening here. So I thought we had a little bit of it more to the downside and a curl off 117. So I'm going to wait till the auction. Yeah, the imbalance is at 350. The auction's at 4 o'clock. So
we tapped out there. We just tapped out TQs. No point in profit with a profit. Honestly, great trade on TQs. Even much better one we have on Palantir and Dollar. And now it's bouncing off VWAP. But with bounce is just moments away. Not really worth it, in my opinion, anyways, to get involved. There's Klarna. So 1 million shares. Eventually that the register, and we saw 5 million shares off open, which is great. They followers for Klarna and 80. So these plays can also get up to the upside. So we'll have to wait. We'll see where it opens tomorrow. Coming into play or 45. Tomorrow's trade today, I think. So we'll wait to see if there's anything going on. If you be sorted by size right now, but minutes until these all populate out is maybe a delete today.
It's a buy-up.
Okay, so from pegs to
I don't even know.
their pegs stock. Chat looks like it's going to be a sell at the close. It looks like a lot of sells, right? But there it is. We are now flat. And just we did. We'll look at things. So there's the TQs, like great, like no outs lower than where we got in. So we cannot complain. Palantir, our last little piece come in. So we held less than 10% on both of these. So yeah, they're, would have liked for, got to take profits where they are. Oh, the one thing as well, talk about Google. That again, some stocks have memory, right? Half of a AM low, so Google bounces off 230. The level that we had written down into here, under the gates or anything today, it's flat on the day. The stock that you buy Amazon. Go over the watch list right here, just real quick watch, and I've now sorted change. So I don't know, into this, Andre, or is that too second? I don't want to. I was just gonna say, it's generally on my watch list here. I wish I could make this a little bit bigger on that, but anyways, there's a firm right now. AAPL down 3.5. There it is, Andre. Apple down 3 as well. XYZ, that's Block, SMR. These ones are all down, hovering around Robinhood.
now down 1% as we go in the green section where we've got reversed this and stuff from the top. So there's 6%. So yeah, may slapper.
SMI down 2.5%. Jeever plays are all up today. Other way.
Well, Jeevernova's.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
It's up. Okay, we'll have to look at that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's the only one that.
On the quantum names yesterday. There's SMCI $3. That's up. This is why it pays to be a little diverse, right? And if you've got JP Morgan 300, I like that. Right there, yeah. So this is not all green. It feels like it when you talk about some of these. When you're looking on this side, there's a lot of.
I close green.
The NASDAQ probably. We have a couple more minutes here. That would have been a good as well, but it doesn't look like. Thank you for that. All right, so the poll is now, and it doesn't look like, unless there's a, I don't think
it's not going to happen.
Barna will break.
There's always poll under. When do these things close in the last 10, 15 minutes, an hour? They'll just defend it too much to not get embarrassed. Let's go to Adara.
The company is going to be apparently entering the Asian markets via a joint venture with F. They're planning their first locations in South Korea and CMG and watch the Asian market in 2026.
I have no idea. I'm only going to point this out because this and, I'll speak for itself. There's no person in the world that would probably feel making money on Smith & Wesson. For obvious, this stock broke out this afternoon. Not for a good reason, but it broke out this afternoon. And maybe tomorrow. I'll leave it at that and try to keep it really out here. I know we try to keep it to stocks and obviously a lot of emotions about it. Love or hate, dude was a family man. No one deserves the end of the day. I think we should hopefully all be. But this did move. 1 minute, everybody. I just want to. We don't really have any earnings in the app, so if you have questions, I want us to be able to do a bit of a Q&A, which we have. There's no big earnings tonight. There's no big earnings. We don't always have that opportunity, so I want you to think of some questions for Darren and myself, get to as many as possible, and do our best. There's a lot to we can sit there and talk about what's based on the action we saw today, whether it's Apple and Amazon making some observations of what we think coal and CoreWeave. If you have any questions about things that we didn't get to, we'd love to. So think your questions in 10 minutes. We'll go up there, but the imbalance is in less than 10. I don't think it'll be anything, maybe in NVIDIA, because it's usually there. See this OLO be like 5 or 6 million. And it's 4 million. That's not bad. Apple buy one. Snapchat's a sell of 1.3. NVIDIA. One I started on NVIDIA. These are pretty small buy, much over $1 million at all. So I'd say a little bit disappointing.
I mean, we tapped out trade, so I was pretty happy with that. Why you want to stop out? Look at that tick up there for Apple, up to 227.20 there. For anybody on Apple trading, NVIDIA spiking. Maybe we revisit that 180. It got to 180. So we'll see what our Amazon. We talked about buying something like it can survive. Just hit right back down. Amazon gets to the downside. There's some people talking about Chipotle. Dollars not good, man. Nickel there, and it's been just low to the downside. What name Chipotle's been? Look at that break. Right dollars. See you later. Oh, wonder that's going to be a buy at some point and things like that to see how those are doing. But getting hit. You know what else is getting hit today? CRM. I own Salesforce and suck to do that, but it is downside. Big Salesforce down another. But yeah, so that's what Salesforce looks like bouncing. Look at that. Take a look at that. Right there in July, right here in September. The 50 period has been
yeah, for the respected for the shorts and death for the has not broke, and whoops, down 4% today. Might be a good day actually to sit you and figure out like,
Look, what do you like? What do you not?
are worth potentially dips in. Right?
Oracle certainly made you feel.
Own sales for it.
It makes you feel when you get this kind of a reaction for Oracle and the market, some of those highs, it makes you think. Really want to not something. AEO is strong. Why is it? I can think why the pullback that we've seen has been in tech today. All into that bucket. A sizable short float. Three, just from a pure tech point, that looks pretty darn good. Breakout. Now, where did it look at this obvious at 17.5? Where did it pull back today? I didn't notice this, but look at the if you go pullback or a breakout, it's not. A lot of times it is a it just held the line at 7 prior level on the daily, and eventually in an uptrend, and you don't go down. So put it back on the radar. Said when most of the from the open half was in tech-related stocks. You know they've like the catalyst reason for shorts to be concerned at this point. Had good earnings and they're able to keep it up. Who cares? It's 20% short float. Some shorts are probably getting a little bit skittish again in time. So yeah, AEO should good look because I don't think we didn't. This and UNH, which I just saw someone a couple of names which have been recently that we didn't even get to because obviously Oracle and CoreWeave, but UNH might only be flat, but it's not highs. This is a big breakout and not necessarily a bad for a few days. Retake 350 and then 375. Everybody level in here for UNH. That UNH is at 370, 25% gain, 300 level.
NXTT enabled software to Hong Kong and Singapore, so we just get it right here, and here it is right here from Emmanuel, right into here. So thank you. Why can't I? Neil or Sean, would you be able to look at NXT stock that actually was again? Neil, they gave this was 14 that we looked at just yesterday. Yeah, someone brought this to our attention on as if like I'm starting to talk happening. Okay, but anyway, looking at it was up 13% or something. Now 6%, and we just had it there on NXTT. So we talked about software. So whatever AI. They closed a $9 million register offering. Optimism, tech pivot. I don't know. I just trying to, but there it is, man. Thank you to our Pro Gambler. Shout out to I believe that's who that was. Up to 18 cents. Nice little 20. Hey, that was from right here. To everybody here. No, I'm not sure.
That was one of, I believe,
a t-shirt. We had that one.
Yeah, it was one of our first that we had to press.
Yeah, all right.
say?
Oh no, we gotta talk about the pool because it used to be that you had to risk more, but not anymore. It's changing that. In stock trading, you don't need a large deposit. For any trader who wants to putting everything on the line, get in the game and you're trading. So here is how it works. Pay a valuation fee starting at 47. That's it. That's your total risk. There you can trade real shares in any capital. Head to Trade the Pool, scan the QR code, and we'll be joined by Trade the Pool in 1 month and a couple of days. Talking through Trade the Pool. Like there weren't gigantic imbalances. The small and Apple both paired off. So nothing burger, but nothing too. At the end of the day, looks like hold on to that poll. It's to be good, and then Oracle, the bell of the ball, right into VWAP and is starting to pull back. Yes, Oracle's up 36%. You can make an argument that it's spend more. Make an argument, it's true. It's spend with some profit taking coming in. Guys, it's an unbelievable rally. It's not often you will see us make that kind of a move. The only two, remember the first crazy NVIDIA earnings. We're just like everyone blew in, and then the move was like impossible. That's what Oracle did, and then today, just completely unpredictable. I actually thought this was and test. I can't believe, that was wrong. Try to test the gap.
Oracle, I mean, you had a nice move, and then after that, you better get over there.
It's real.
Over there and get all set up, and we'll see you later. Change right now for JP Morgan, so there could be, I would think, it's all-time highs for JP Morgan if we continue to do that. So that's coming into play again, bouncing off, and the Philly, right, well respected. So we want to buy all of the dips at the time, but that would not be a horrible there for JP. As XLF and many sectors, absolutely great day. Here's just a rundown. Maybe you can find your stock if you want to. This is trading the app. Eli Lilly's been at 50 and change. Yeah, so we actually got a 630 dip, but we also bought well. So Eli Lilly, an interesting name. That's the one that concerns me the most. And Amazon, some of these retail, right? And you're coming over here and more retail, more consumers, looking holdings down, Disney down, Comcast. It's not a great day over when you're looking at the broader market of individual names that are Broadcom even doing, like up 10% right there for Broadcom. There's Oracle, Neil just talked about 9% could be a trade. Sale not doing great. J&J, and then Ash, that story earlier, Berkshire. We haven't looked at that in a minute. 3% and lower right now as well. Man, only 30 seconds left. Okay, right? 113.5 right now. Solana at 224. That XRP hovering around of $3. So that's one. And here they go. The countdown is now on. Countdown is brought to you by Real Trading right now. Scan that QR code. But available as well. Ticker VFX. 2, 1. Thank you to VinFast. The closing bell. sell. NASDAQ goes out 0. So NASDAQ ES 0.26. Klarna 5. No. And I think they bumped that up the whole way. Klarna around $46. Thank you for participating today. It was an app. I think we had a great bunch of shows today, man. The morning, and then the morning show, awesome as we watched a little bit, have a nice move down, then recover. Midday we had Klarna and we had Reef as well, and then Neil and I thought it was another good day on earnings, on stories. Again, congratulations to today, those of you that both long or short, I think you are. But all right, it's Neil and it's Adair, and I think it's Q&A ready to go. Ask these guys whatever they want to. Fabian, good day. Back here tomorrow, bright and early. Don't go anywhere. It's the recap show, 4:30. I'm Sean and Neil. Ciao for now.
Your market recap show by Globex starts right now. What did I do with Dara and said completely, I didn't completely forgot that we had a PPI number. Remember that? P came in, I would say, and wasn't hot with that boosted, get the rate cut next week, and you're like, good, and we'll be going to the upside, and with ridiculous guidance. I say ridiculous, maybe ridiculous is neat, was the reaction of the stock for 30% for or put it on here. Let's just start because this will show you. Or ridiculous, almost 40% higher. Actually, a conversation is who paper would be, which is no one would have been saying that yesterday. Unbelievable, and it was able to carry it. CoreWeave went with it, just a strong, but we don't. Everything trending down by the end of the I will tell you though, lose, and that was a win. Yeah. Just be happy to have been. Could have been really bad going long. It did give an initial pop. You're the kind of person that's smart enough to take up and use a stop to make sure when it breaks down, then you were fine. Raw dog this thing. It was a heck of a lot more sell action than there was. I don't know how this IPO is coming on Friday, including. I don't know how excited in the reaction we saw for Klarna today.
Of course, on them, sign me up, but no one else. Like the IPO, it was fun. I would to be involved in it, but you have to react, kind of trust your instincts, and I taking away the whole drama of it being an IPO. If I'm to give some advice, give it as any old normal stock things. Now, be aware it's going to be more accordingly with that in mind. Play with that in mind. But when price action in the chart, there's something fundamentally different, in my opinion. So that's this Klarna experience. I guess if you bought now and go up and you
maybe
and I keep making what I will continue to because it's like the only here. Also, apparently, the COO, operating officer, and VP of Shopify leaving the company as of, and this comes after we got of Netflix is leaving the some turnover.
Yeah, a little turnover there. Shopify to this in the aftermarket.
Like,
Like,
the queues now.
yeah, like a small that is on the queues. I could be using these.
Because I realized
Not a move here in the aftermarket, but you know, much like everything of a pullback, not too bad compared to what other things we were looking at, which could have been much worse. But observation about Klarna is you were making changes.
yeah.
So interesting. It. There is one though we're talking about an alluding to the noon show, and it was true. It was definitely big where they tried to hold that level for a reason, and then at the low of the held again at the low of the on any IPO, IPO like Klarna Underwriters, which is your regular who you expect, it's your world. They usually don't want it going red. In their case, it's the only IPO that seemed an earshot of going red within, because that would be $40. Most of the others opened if it was in the 30s, 60s, 70s, so they were nowhere close.
That's fair.
That price at $40, not approach it, be not break it, the underwriters. So you will sometimes uncharacteristic bids at even the front of that IPO issue price. Saying you just underwriters, but it probably is. Someone faking around with stock have it break.
Yes.
So they can pull. It's an important thing if you're trading it. Up off levels like that. If they don't want it first time through. If I bid, I'm trying to go long 01. Straight up tomorrow. If it goes, I'm going long 40.01 for the size to break. If it looks like I probably just punch out and lose 1 cent. Hold it. It may when Facebook IPO'd, happened years ago, whatever, and it even tried to bring the bid for like 15 million shares on the bid, or 15 million shares in the bid too, and then back up to like 10 mil, baby. You punch long, defending Facebook's bid, it's not going to close, and it was an easy scalp. That happened here on Klarna tomorrow. Take a shot at this one, but maybe it doesn't.
I want to say one thing too, because I know you've told, I know you heard, like, you know, that's asked you guys about it too on the show as well. Book thing, that's how I'll say, in addition to the 40, something curious with levels on Klarna too.
Yes.
So 50, like, you know, as this was actually involved in the 50 breakdown, but because I trade spring, wicked out on stops, there's a lot of room, which is my favorite here, and let me tell you why. They're really, the 50 at some kind of, every time you think it would break, like it would do, come right back up. It goes all the way to 50. God, I a little bit above, so I was good. I was like, of messing around they did with 45 break makes me into the 40. They're trying to at these $5 levels on theory, but also much like trading IP spread. I don't know. I enjoy J. Doe asking here about saying up 160 on 328. Trying to see if I can be greedy. I mean, never, life advice, right? Yeah. I will say there's some 40. I don't know about you, Neil, but there's some $40 just at 40 on the daily chart. That 40 level is nice, but then today, it looks like we gapped up above 44, a bit of a topping tail, and 44 was also resistant at the end of August. So, I think it'll be nice. Right now, 40, again, I don't know much. Actually, 12 level looks like it could be a bit of a mix.
I'll tell you, the first chart I pull up is a weekly chart on SM. If you look at the weekly, have a quick look-see period on the weekly. This has been a good level. Tries to loses the level. Is it at the 50 period? Reject break away from the 50, off the 50 period chart. It's respecting it. It's holding it. Disaster in the next couple of days. You're going to close bound 50 period on the weekly. Technically, the S&P. I'm in a UNH so I'm not going to go on something else. Makes a really, really big does. If it does, and I actually might swing SMCI hold, and if it closes the week, close this week time, if it does, I think if it's underneath that 50 time basis, and you've got yourself looks pretty good on a TED. We had one earnings day.
It's bad. Just earnings or losses. Sorry, Neil, would you be 15 cents? And then 64.286 estimates of 73.7 million, much larger than expected loss. That is also a sale. So yeah, quantum, not even as almost said QCOM. I believe this isn't even do quantum. It's all SMCI, the type version, 28.6%. There's any other stocks you guys want to look at, definitely let me know. Max asking why we didn't pull that up right for you. The on the NYSE, which is why we can't pull up chart issues. Yes, VNC. Apologize for you guys. So what's the volume on this? Okay, not so posted an unexpected. We're expecting loss of 93 cents. Sales to 4 million versus 72 expected. I believe this is also. I apologize, it wasn't on my today, but of course we'll always look at. Take a look here. Beat here for Vince. What is? Let me know. 20 points. So I wasn't really on my radar. Really interesting move here. The float on this. So small float. This could be a good deal, and the unexpected profit.
That's about it. The gives you a bit of like what the last have all been the crypto. All of those. It looks like that move is done. I don't need that OCTO, that good short. So any related name, the other end of some of the more traditional good news. So that's what gets. They're maybe good for a short term earnings, maybe not, maybe. But just to go back, these Bitcoin treasury, hey, we're doing this, anything that ever happened to us, oops, well, asset entities today. This one didn't work, but it did nothing. The market open. Market and just continued low. Yesterday was CWR.
CWD.
That was just, but ASST, it's, you just had this headline, get buyers to, because these are all squeezed. They're not funneling, they're buying, whether it's Bitcoin, or it doesn't make a difference. It can be Solana. The underlies aren't, and these are still going crazy. The other day, Chainlink, and then you have something going parabolic, just doing a treasury, when it's just a pure squeeze play, and when they, if there's no momentum, you don't want to something. They play in momentum. Now the next one we're talking about these IPOs. Klarna today makes me a little on a Friday for Gemini. Play it. They don't all free money about it. It has to go. No, pay attention before another earnings name.
Industries, so again, the guys I do perhaps because as always, I always like to look at them here for you guys. Reaction isn't huge, but like 20. Let's take a look here. This is a nice pop, and the Q2 adjusted earnings are beating estimates of 180. It's $403 versus $408. EPS beat Q3 have a problem. They are estimating expected low 5 cents to estimate. They're guiding sales also below Q3, but they 2025 adjusted EPS going to beat as also affirmed their sales more in line across the board for OXM. 2000 cap market cap float of 13.8, float of 16.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? They're actually not that bad. One price to book, ridiculously. This is, people look at the chart, just makes it a value trap, but a lot worse than triple bottom when you have pretty and potential to break. This one, I throw it on. I mean, certainly some smaller, low flow shoes, but this one deserves to be always about the oracles of the world. Trader and an active one. You've got to works reaction. We had this conversation, and it was like, if something you're doing, don't make the assumption come back when that strategy is working. You just find what the million ways that you could trade small breakout trades, support and other things, but I don't want to super chat from J Doe. Thank you for going over what you do for the trading community. But you know, I absolutely appreciate when all of you have work. What's more important that you can enjoy this about the markets, getting better as investors, trying to make some money, then hit the like and subscribe so we can grow smarter when we have more and fantastic people like J. Doe here. So just keep bigger, and Joe Schmo Adara is amazing. I'm telling you, what's crazy about it? I don't know if this simple 2 seconds ago slipped my mind. And then and she'll go through and never forget as an absolute and at trading as well. Okay, I don't know for sure you went short, but the only Klarna today. I mean, look, I tried and failed. All the money I made was long. You know, at the end of the day, all the money I made was. So I think you're the only person shorted. That I know Obi likes to.
Yeah.
I know he might have.
That would also be that 50 break setup, I feel.
I just ask him to.
Yeah. The second for smooth one, Jay, but I also say they're about like people. Today, I mean, I know us, but I think maybe I had long at some point in the day, early through shorts, other than did get the opening print there. A slightly red, but Synopsys was actually fine, whatever works. Like the 400 breakdown on that. And a couple other times, like, you know, trying the end of the day break letter. You know, it still worked out for me. I had the breakdown on that, which initially, which I was like this too.
That'll make you angry.
You know what I mean? I was just as I would have added. I actually thought I was in it still. Never mind.
What would I do?
That's it, right?
If when I didn't have a position and I don't have any memory before, except what would I do? If the answer is go short, another short, be able to go ahead and do it. But tomorrow we get IPO tomorrow. What's the FIGR? You said there's not going to be anything to look at. Like, well, after, but seriously, what we've seen done with you're going to have an IPO is not going to be its best. Like that cycle might have been almost full circle. Went up, even like bullish and other reasons. They've upsized it. Like I'm sure we're going to subscribe. Possibly they went from 20 to 22. I don't think they have to give us a fun. We'll see that. But just keep in mind, it's a sentiment shift. Seen some of these, you've just seen the downside and start. You had the IP really following through. People want to buy about it as before. Print and take a shot at it. Get for less size. Percent of I as well figure I take after today size. You just can't do it. I actually did put downside to risk today, got away with it, but the nature of obviously getting these increases price.
Yeah.
Gone, whether it's quick, whether it's bullish, the ones that really ran, you were putting at 50, opening at 55. There were at least updates, even if they pulled back half.
Yeah.
This and the first update was 48, and then it was 52, and then right back there, and then they opened. Is not going to get it done. Clarn on it, as I said, because you make money on something. Did the right thing. I think I risked too much. Bad trade, and I also did worse. So when it comes, or like I said, minimum sizing, not exuberant about the AAPLs.
Yeah, I agree. Like really different.
Yeah.
And that's Neil. Thank you for your analysis and everything, because I still decided I wanted to try it because I was like, the water is a bit, and I was going to, and less size than I, because I was like, is it looking as good? Right, and that ended up also. So I think yourself learn to understand, other than what I generally said, I think trading is that aspect with the internet, and I'm still working on that practice. I want to mention because how many rent 2, 3, 8, 9. Chipotle on this? No. That like expansion. Right. So that could be interesting. Smooth one day. Look of CMG here. Although I do salads. Lower high. If you will. In fact, we actually gapped down support here. I'm going to go back to the bit dramatic, but I think I've never seen get above last year's high, but this is going to be real. And we're actually the one area would serve as resistance on, which would be this high, which was 39.17. Now smooth one, 39.17, and hold. If you reject 30, I was with you. I'm not seeing a lot. Sure. To great things to Starbucks hurt CMG stock, and I think to Starbucks if you look at like since he's yes, CMG.
This is like another way. Reheal and every day, and tomorrow's market. I mean, do a poll, type in red or G right now. Do the buddy. Of exuberance, and we end up sort of sell off there. Scientific is sort of like it's, but I'd have to like count do that to get one up in a couple of, but it does seem like. But that's just me sort of.
I put green. I can see the input. I and you like very taboo section. to forecasters. As with the market, you really, I'm neutral to whatever, but I will personal opinion or the fact that we have this the high. I think we have the possibility on the NASDAQ, but the fact that Oracle was also responsible. Right. So.
Thank you, Fabian. If you're just reading will the NASDAQ, we usually use NASDAQ. Tech runs the world. Now it's votes in. You can get a little more. If you look at it, when we do this type, it's pretty. When we have like 50 green, or just a lot, so often they're predictive and move one way or the other. Maybe today here, so you're just crowdsourcing community. We're all looking at the same news that the show brings to you, bring to the show, figure it out. And if we're at oftentimes similar, do remember we are coming right, like that's be able to hit.
University of Michigan.
No, obviously, a good PPI number today. Even that little hurt us. It's lower 5. That's the Klarna 40. I expect that stock, but it would be that price. Not the best for that, but the trading, the trend was still good. Thankfully, fantastic after
time
for a lot of fun. To end things off with something that's a roll call. Give a big think in for getting the poll and for the great social of the show. Thank Andre Good and Sound Good all day. Overall action of Deshaun. I'm sure we stay in. You guys, the chat, hit that subscribe, and let's get some roll call.
Let's get ready here. Thank you, Brown. Andre Chow. Andre. My block had Robert on the other Zing, wife Dinkelberg, Michael Spatafor, Calla Lilies,
my wife's favorite.
Alice, God, Frank Lord, Oak, Smooth One, Just by Trader, Miami, CompuCare team, thank you, Green, Brendan, and every what we got. Scenes everyone. So happy to be with us. It's a new day, and after I'm sure to join.
Adore Respetto, top 5 greatest Dylon, TV Live. The Word Trade TV Live brought to you by Beta Pro.